Chapter 660. Looking at the surging waves on the sea, Qin Feiyang and the others were a little stunned. They thought that the two of them would shamelessly beg for mercy again, but they didn't expect them to jump down so straightforwardly. Ling Yu smiled and said, "Their current behavior is quite admirable. They have no choice. They have nothing left but their last bit of self-respect." Tan Wu sighed. Wolf King turned to look at him and asked in confusion, "You just said that you stopped them for little Qin Zi?" Tan Wu nodded and looked at Qin Feiyang. "From now on, you and I don't owe each other anything." Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "We're all family. You're too polite." Family? Lu Xingchen and the others were surprised. What was going on? Weren't these two people at odds? When did they become so close? Tan Wu scratched his head and was also dumbfounded. Only Fatso and Wolf King knew that Qin Feiyang hadn't given up on the idea of subduing Tan Wu. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "You don't understand? Then I'll explain it to you. As long as you agree to join us, we'll be family." Tan Wu's face darkened and he said angrily, "Don't even think about it." Qin Feiyang said, "I don't want to either, but I like you too much. I can't control myself." Them so much. Everyone present had goosebumps all over their bodies. This bastard, couldn't he be more serious when he spoke? A man telling another man that he liked you and even said that he couldn't control himself. Wasn't this perverted? At the same time, Tan Wu also looked at Qin Feiyang vigilantly. His hands were placed in front of his chest, looking like he was startled. Obviously, he really misunderstood and thought that Qin Feiyang had some special fetish. Cough cough. Ren Wushuang glanced at Tan Wu and coughed dryly. "Feiyang, you have to watch your words." "Ugh." Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked helplessly at Tan Wu and said, "Don't misunderstand. I only fancy your talent and ability. I'm not interested in you as a person." Tan Wu immediately heaved a sigh in relief and shook his head as he said, "This is absolutely impossible." Qin Feiyang said, "What if I tell you that I can help you unlock the door of potential?" Tan Wu's eyes trembled. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a temptation? However, to be Qin Feiyang's follower for the rest of his life, he really couldn't let go of his pride. In the end, he shook his head and said, "I'm sorry. Although I'm eager to open the door of potential, I prefer to be unrestrained." Qin Feiyang couldn't help but frown. This person was really stubborn. Looking at Qin Feiyang's expression, a sense of uneasiness involuntarily welled up in Tan Wu's heart. He clasped his hands and said, "The favor has already been repaid. The remaining matters have nothing to do with me either. Farewell." Of the 36 stratagems, escape is the best strategy. But at this moment, Wolf King took a step in front of him and said with a chuckle, "Want to leave? It's not that easy." Fatso also had a sinister smile on his face as he blocked behind Tan Wu. Tan Wu's gaze turned dark. He was not afraid of anyone present, except for Wolf King, because Wolf King's battle soul was seriously too terrifying. Qin Feiyang looked at Tan Wu, his gaze flickering indeterminately. Finally, he said to Wolf King and Fatso, "Let him go." One man and one wolf frowned. Tan Wu also had a look of surprise. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile, "I believe that sooner or later, you'll come and find me one day. I also welcome you to come and find me at any time." "That will never happen." Tan Wu's reply was very straightforward. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Then we'll wait and see." Tan Wu took a deep look at Qin Feiyang, then walked straight to the altar and quickly activated it. Qin Feiyang seemed to have suddenly thought of something and said with a voice transmission, "Tan Wu, I have a question to ask you. Is your gravity domain effective on everyone?" "It's effective on everyone, but it also depends on the other party's cultivation. If the opponent's cultivation is the same as mine, it can suppress half of their speed. But if their cultivation is one small realm higher than mine, then they can only suppress 1/3 of their speed. If it's 2 small realms higher than me, there will also be a certain suppression effect, but the effect won't be great." Tan Wu explained with a voice transmission. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "This is already very powerful." In a battle between powerhouses, speed was the key to affecting the battle situation. Even if it was just a little bit faster, it was possible to turn defeat into victory. Are there any other questions? If not, I'll give you a piece of advice. Tan Wu said. Speak. Qin Feiyang said. Tan Wu said, you killed everyone in my He province. When the big shots find out about this, they will definitely come looking for trouble with you. You'd better be careful. After saying that, Tan Wu jumped onto the altar and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Looking for trouble with me, Qin Feiyang muttered, the corners of his mouth pursing into a sneer. Fatso frowned and asked with a voice transmission in confusion, Boss, didn't you want to take him in as your subordinate? Why did you let him go? Then let me ask you first. If it were you and someone else offered to help you open the door of potential, would you refuse? I want to hear the truth. Qin Feiyang asked secretly. Fatso shook his head. But this person refused. What does this mean? This means that his will is very firm and he won't be confused by external things. And this kind of person, once he chooses to follow someone, he will always follow them wholeheartedly and will never betray them. So we can't use force to deal with him. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. So that's how it is. Fatso suddenly understood and chuckled. Boss, don't worry, Fat Lord will never betray you. Come on, if not for the potential pill, if not for my identity, you might have flown away long ago. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. Fatso's expression changed and he said angrily, Damn, after going through fire and water with you for so long, you still don't believe in Fat Lord, so sad. Then you can slowly be sad. Qin Feiyang glanced at Fatso indifferently, then lowered his head to look at Wan Qiu and the other three. This damn Fatso, when he was smart, he was a little too smart, but when he was stupid, he was so stupid that it made people helpless. He couldn't tell that he was just joking, but he actually took it seriously. At this moment, the four of them had already gotten rid of the illusion, but they did not go ashore. They stood on the boat and looked up at Qin Feiyang and the others. Wolf King sneered, They are obviously afraid that we will attack them, so they want to wait for us to leave before going ashore. Is it useful? Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. It is indeed useless. Wolf King waved his claws, and a bright battle chi appeared, roaring towards Wan Qiu and the others. Damn it! They really haven't forgotten about us. Wan Qiu's face suddenly became gloomy. Feng Wuxia shouted, Don't talk nonsense, go ashore. Staying in the sea of bitterness would only lead to death in the end, but as long as they went ashore, they might find a chance to live. The four of them immediately drove the boat and rushed towards the stone stairs. A mere 100 meters was naturally nothing to the four of them, and they quickly reached the shore and climbed up the first step of the stone stairs. At the same time, the battle chi swooped down and suddenly blasted into the sea of blood, causing a wave of blood dozens of meters high to surge towards the four of them. Seeing this, the four of them hurriedly rushed up the stone stairs. Flash! Boom! The waves of blood surged over, violently slamming against the stone stairs, making a deafening sound. After escaping from danger, the four of them stood on a high step and looked down at the huge waves with lingering fear. If they did not choose to go ashore just now, they would have been swallowed by the waves of blood. But the crisis was not over. Qin Feiyang and the others were still watching from above. What should we do? The twin sisters looked helplessly at Feng Wuxia and Wan Qiu. But Feng Wuxia and Wan Qiu were also helpless. At the edge of the square, Lu Xingxin looked at Feng Wuxia and the others, and his eyes flashed as he sent a voice transmission, Qin Feiyang, let them go. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Lu Xingxin thought to himself, just do me a favor. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and nodded, okay, I'll do you a favor, but I hope you can tell me the reason as soon as possible. Lu Xingxin said, when the time is right, I will tell you everything. Qin Feiyang didn't say anything else. He turned to look at Ling Yu and the other three, cupped his hands, and said with a smile, the four of you, our cooperation along the way can be considered very pleasant. When we enter the imperial capital in the future, I hope that the four of you can help us out a little. Brother Qin, you are too polite. We are the ones who need help. Ling Yu smiled. Qin Feiyang smiled and cupped his hands. Then we will see each other in the imperial capital. The four of them nodded. Let's go. Qin Feiyang called out and walked towards the altar that led to the spiritual state. They are leaving just like that? Dong Xingyang was slightly taken aback. He caught up with Qin Feiyang and asked, "Why didn't you kill them? Now was the best time to kill Wan Qiu and the others. If they missed it, they might never find such an opportunity again. Let's talk about it after we enter the imperial capital." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Dong Xingyang looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. He really could not figure out what this guy was thinking. Walking to the altar, Qin Feiyang raised his arm and was about to activate the teleportation altar. However, he suddenly put down his arm and frowned. "What's wrong?" Fatso and the others looked at him in confusion. Qin Feiyang said, "I seem to have forgotten that there is one more thing to do." "What is it?" Everyone was puzzled. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, and his brows gradually relaxed as he smiled. "I remember." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a stream of red sword energy flowed into the altar. So, the altar bloomed with a dazzling light. Qin Feiyang looked at Dong Xingyang and the others and said with a smile, "Go up." Everyone looked at him suspiciously and jumped onto the altar one after another. But just as Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong jumped onto the altar, Qin Feiyang suddenly stretched out his hand and pulled the two of them down, making them roll on the ground awkwardly. This action immediately attracted everyone's attention. Wolf King and Lu Xingxin also remembered that there was indeed one more thing to do. There was also a touch of ridicule in their eyes. However, Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong were completely unaware of it. They only thought that Qin Feiyang was dissatisfied with them going up first. The two of them hurriedly got up, retreated to the side, and smiled apologetically. "Junior brother Qin, sorry, you go first." Qin Feiyang crossed his arms and looked at the two of them playfully. The two of them were shocked, and an uneasy premonition welled up in their hearts. Qin Feiyang asked with a smile, "Don't you think it's strange?" "What's strange?" The two of them were puzzled. Qin Feiyang raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, "Answer my question first. Do you think that you deserve to be killed for what you did on the way?" Yes. Chapter 661. Qin Feiyang continued, "Then do you know why not only did I not kill you, I even helped you reach the other side?" Dongfang Wuhan suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and smiled. "Because junior brother Qin has a good heart." "Ha!" Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh and shook his head. "It's not like you don't know me. Do I look like a good person?" Looking at the smile on Qin Feiyang's face, the uneasiness in their hearts grew stronger. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's gaze turned cold as he sneered. "The reason why I didn't kill you was because I wanted to keep you alive until now." The two of them trembled both physically and mentally, and their faces were filled with panic. "You've seen the despair of Mo Wuxian and the other two, right? You'll be the same as them. No, you'll be even more desperate than them." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. "Junior brother Qin, please don't. We've already sincerely repented. Please let us live." The two of them knelt down without hesitation and kowtowed like they were pounding garlic. Their foreheads hit the ground and made thumping sounds. "Let you go? All right, I'll give you a chance. The altar is right in front of you and has already been activated. As long as you can reach it, I won't kill you." Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. Whoosh! The two of them looked at each other. Then, they immediately got up and went around Qin Feiyang at top speed. Then, they jumped and landed on the altar. Naive. But Fatso, who was standing on the altar, smiled disdainfully and kicked the two of them back. Bang! The two of them rolled on the ground, their eyes swollen and bruised. But now, how could they have the time to care about their injuries? They quickly knelt on the ground and begged, "Junior brother Qin, please, don't kill us." That wasn't enough. The two of them looked at Ren Wushuang and said, "Junior brother Qin listens to you the most. Can you help us plead for mercy? We really know our mistakes. I've already pleaded for you more than once or twice, but what about you? You still haven't changed." Ren Wushuang said expressionlessly, "We've already changed. Didn't you see it? We didn't do anything after that." The two of them shouted anxiously. Ren Wushuang looked at the two of them coldly and looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Fei Yang, quickly get rid of them. You damned woman. Since we can't live, then you can't live either. The faces of the two instantly became distorted. Like two mad beasts, they rushed towards Ren Wushuang. You actually dare to scold her? You really don't know death. Fatty clenched his fists and jumped off the altar. With a single step, he charged forward and punched out with both fists. Ah! Two fists landed solidly on the two men's lower abdomens. Their sea of qi shattered on the spot, and their blood-curdling screams resounded through the skies. He directly threw Wushuang and threw Fei Yang. At last, without any suspense, the two of them fell into the sea of bitterness with hearts full of resentment and despair, drowning in the waves of blood. Trash! Fatso glanced at the sea in disdain, then turned to Qin Fei Yang and laughed. Boss, it's done. Qin Fei Yang smiled faintly and said, let's go. But Fatso shouted and quickly jumped up the altar. Qin Fei Yang also jumped up and saluted Ling Yu and the others. Goodbye. Goodbye. The four of them also saluted. Only after Qin Fei Yang and the others disappeared did the four of them look away. Ling Yu shook his head and smiled. This guy really hasn't changed at all. Anyone who offends him doesn't end well. The three of them also had a smile on their faces. But suddenly, Feng Ran frowned and asked suspiciously, what's going on with Wan Qiu and the others? Qin Fei Yang was planning to kill them before. Why did he suddenly give up? Why don't we help him get rid of them? Zhao Yu was eager to try. Don't. Ling Yu hurriedly stopped her. Qin Fei Yang must have his reasons for doing this. It's better if we don't interfere. That's right, if we ruin his plans when we meet in the future, he might blame us. Luo Dan smiled. Boring. Zhao Yu pouted his red lips. Ling Yu shook his head and laughed. Let's go, it's time to report to that old man. With that, the four of them also activated the altar and left. However, Wan Qiu and the others did not know that Qin Fei Yang and the others had left. Because the teleportation altar was in the center of the square, they could not see it. They all thought that Qin Fei Yang and the others were still waiting for them. Therefore, the four of them were hesitant. Time passed breath by breath, and after an hour, Feng Wuxia finally could not hold it in and said angrily, isn't it just death? What's the big deal? You guys wait here, I'll go meet them. After saying that, he ignored the twins' attempts to stop him and dashed upwards. But when he reached the peak, he was dumbfounded. Where are they? Why are they all gone? After a long while, he came back to his senses. He walked to the edge of the square and shouted at Wan Qiu and the others, they're all gone, come up. Gone? The three of them looked at each other in confusion. When they reached the peak, they looked at the empty square and could not come back to their senses for a long time. Feng Wuxia said, although I don't know why, I'm sure we're saved. That bastard pervert, what is he planning? The sisters frowned. They really could not figure it out. Don't think about it, let's go. Feng Wuxia urged. He did not want to stay in this damned place for a moment longer. The sisters nodded and followed Feng Wuxia to the altar that led to Kong Province. Wan Qiu looked at the backs of the three and said, the next time we meet in the imperial capital, we might be opponents. At that time, I won't show mercy. Then let's wait and see. Feng Wuxia smiled evilly. He activated the altar and left without looking back. Wan Qiu glanced at the endless sea of blood with a cold glint in his eyes. He muttered, Qin Fei Yang, just you wait, I'll settle this score with you. Then he activated the altar and left. This place soon fell into a dead silence. Butterfly Valley, spiritual state. In the secret chamber under the small wooden building, the ugly old woman sat beside the teleportation altar with her eyes slightly narrowed. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, and two beams of light shot out. Then, she looked at the teleportation altar, which suddenly emitted a bright light. Are they back? The ugly old woman muttered, looking nervous and expectant. Suddenly, several figures appeared on the altar out of thin air. The leader was Qin Fei Yang. They're back. Looking at the familiar secret chamber, Qin Fei Yang and the others let out long sighs of relief. Thinking back to the years in the 9th level of hell, it was like a nightmare. Collecting their thoughts, They jumped off the altar one after another and looked at the ugly old woman with fear. They bowed and said, "Greetings, Senior." When they first came to Butterfly Valley, the scene of this old woman brutally killing those who wanted to pick herbs was still vivid in their minds. However, the ugly old woman didn't care about the others. Her gaze was firmly locked onto Qin Feiyang as she said, "Did you win? Although we're not the first people to reach the other side, we're all in the top 50. Qin Feiyang smiled. Good. The ugly old woman was overjoyed. She patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder and nodded. "Kid, I knew you wouldn't let me down." Qin Feiyang scratched his head and laughed dryly. After the ugly old woman calmed down, she glanced at everyone and said coldly, "Qin Feiyang and Fatso stay here. Everyone else, go out first." Lu Xingchen and the others responded respectfully and left the secret room as if they were running for their lives. The Wolf King lay on Qin Feiyang's shoulder and the black dragon snake coiled around Fatso's wrist. Naturally, they stayed behind. "You're being so mysterious. You're definitely up to no good." Fatso pursed his lips and said, "Old witch, can you give us the antidote for the black fiend poison now?" "What did you call me?" The ugly old woman's face turned cold. No, it's Senior." Fatso's expression changed. With a flattering smile, he changed his words. "Senior, can you give us the antidote?" Before entering the 9th level of hell, the ugly old woman gave them the black fiend poison again. She even said that it was an evolved version of the black fiend poison. Although they didn't pay much attention to it in the 9th level of hell, it was still troublesome. The ugly old woman rolled her eyes at him and took out 2 black pills and threw them to the 2 of them. The pills were the size of a finger and emitted a faint fragrance. Qin Feiyang and Fatso each grabbed one and threw it into their mouths. Then they looked into their hearts. That pill was really magical. As soon as it entered their bodies, it turned into a wave of energy and went straight to their hearts. In less than 10 breaths, the black fiend poison was completely neutralized. Seeing that the black fiend poison was neutralized, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but let out a long breath. He looked up at the ugly old woman and asked, "Senior, why did you use this method to force us to win?" The ugly old woman pondered for a moment and sighed. "Because I want to leave the spiritual state and enter the imperial capital." "Leave the spiritual state?" Qin Feiyang and Fatso looked at each other, their eyes full of suspicion. "Seeing that you two get along quite well, I'll tell you. I'm actually the previous mansion master of the spiritual state," the ugly old woman said. Qin Feiyang, Fatso, and Wolf King's eyes widened. They never thought that this old witch was actually the previous mansion master. No wonder even Wang Hong had to be respectful when he saw her. "Isn't it a little hard to believe?" The ugly old woman laughed. It would have been fine if she didn't laugh, but this laugh made the scar on her face even more twisted and terrifying. The 2 men and 2 beasts didn't dare to look. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "It is a little hard to believe. Let me tell you, I'm much stronger than Old Man Ren. It's just that ever since I stepped down, I've been staying here and have never shown my face in front of anyone. So much so that not many people know me." The ugly old woman snorted. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Then why are you staying here, Senior?" "This old body is here to protect this teleportation altar. Because this is not only the passage to the netherworld, but also the only passage to the imperial capital. So, there must be someone guarding here at all times," the ugly old woman explained. "So that's how it is." Qin Feiyang and Fatso were enlightened. Fatso asked, "Then does the other 8 states also have such altars?" The ugly old woman nodded. Qin Feiyang was puzzled. "Then why did you step down, Senior?" "Because I want to live in the imperial capital forever. Although being the mansion master gives me the opportunity to enter the imperial capital, this will never be realized." The ugly old woman sighed deeply. Chapter 662. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang and Fatu were puzzled. The mansion master was the highest authority in the 9 states. It could be said that they contributed greatly to the prosperity of the 9 states. Logically speaking, after they succeeded and retired, they should enter the imperial capital to retire. But why did the old woman say that it was impossible to stay in the imperial capital for a long time? Let's talk as we walk. The ugly old woman pondered for a while, raised her head and said to the two, then turned around and walked slowly along the passage towards the exit. Qin Feiyang and Fatso looked at each other and followed silently. Wolf King and Black Dragon Snake were also unprecedentedly obedient, remaining silent along the way. After walking for a while, the ugly old woman finally spoke. Actually, there is another way to enter the imperial capital. Qin Feiyang was surprised. To cultivate a group of talents. To put it simply, whether we, the old people guarding the altar, can enter the imperial capital has something to do with you young people. If you young people can win the 9 States War, then we can enter the imperial capital, or enjoy our old age in the imperial capital, or get an official position. But in the 100 years before you, almost no one successfully completed the 9 States War. There were even several times when the people of the spiritual state were completely annihilated in the 9 Nether Underworld. I really can't wait any longer. That's why this time, I used the black poison to force you to win. The ugly old woman said. So that's how it is? Qin Feiyang muttered and asked. Then, Senior, can you enter the imperial capital now? The ugly old woman nodded and said with a smile, so I have to thank you properly. Fatso's eyes lit up and he asked, how do you want to thank me? The ugly old woman pondered for a while and said, you can pick the herbs outside. This, Qin Feiyang and Fatu looked at each other. Then their eyes became hot. Wolf King, who was lying on Qin Feiyang's shoulder, was drooling. One had to know. There were countless medicinal herbs in the Butterfly Valley. Furthermore, they were all extremely rare medicinal herbs. It could be said that this was a huge treasure trove. On the other hand, the black dragon snake coiled around Fatso's wrist looked at them suspiciously. What kind of medicinal herb could make these 3 fellows so excited? Looking at Qin Feiyang's expression, the ugly old woman couldn't help but shake her head and laugh. Although you are allowed to pluck as much as you want, you should know when to stop and leave some for Old Man Ren. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked in confusion, what does this have to do with the old master? Of course it's related. When I enter the imperial capital, the heavy responsibility of guarding the altar will fall on him. In other words, this will be his territory from now on. The ugly old woman laughed. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, Senior, do you mean that the old master also has to step down? That's right. The people who guard the altars must be extremely powerful. The prefecture lord is, without a doubt, the strongest existence in the 9 great provinces. You don't have to feel unjust for Old Man Ren, because this is the rule set by the emperor. Moreover, Old Man Ren has long wanted to step down. You may think that the prefecture lord has great power and is very dignified, but it's actually very tiring. In addition, Old Man Ren also wants to go to the imperial capital to enjoy his old age. If he doesn't step down and become the guardian of the altars, then his wish will never be fulfilled. This is the sorrow of being born in the 9 great provinces. The 9 great provinces originally belonged to the Great Qin Empire, and we are all citizens of the Great Qin Empire. However, it's as difficult as ascending to the heavens to enter the imperial capital. The ugly old woman sighed deeply, and there was a trace of injustice in her tone. Fatso said in his heart, Boss, Fat Lord thinks that the Great Qin Empire's system really needs to be changed, because it's too unfair to the people of the 9 great provinces. Indeed. Wolf King nodded. Change? Qin Feiyang shook his head and said with a smile, it's not as easy as you make it out to be. These systems are set by the emperor of each generation. Other than the emperor, no one has the right to change them. Fatso chuckled and said, then we'll wait until you become the emperor to change them. Don't talk nonsense. This is a crime of treason. If it falls into the ears of someone with ulterior motives, it will lead to a fatal disaster. Qin Feiyang shouted in his heart. What are you afraid of? It's only a matter of time anyway. Fatso curled his lips in disdain. Qin Feiyang helplessly glared at him, then looked at the ugly old woman and asked suspiciously, after the old man Ren steps down, who will take over the position of prefecture lord? I guess that old man Ren already has a suitable candidate in mind. However, he can only recommend it to the emperor. In the end, it's up to the emperor to decide whether it will succeed or not. The ugly old woman said. Qin Feiyang nodded and lowered his head to ponder. Who would the old man Ren's candidate be? If one were to judge based on strength and character, Wang Hong was the most likely candidate. Unknowingly, the 3 men and 2 beasts left the passage and arrived outside the small wooden building. At that moment, streams of aura entered Qin Feiyang's senses. He looked up and saw Lu Xingchen and the others standing in the air, whispering to each other. Wang Hong and Jiang Qianqing were also among them, their faces full of smiles. The ugly old woman said, Wang Hong, Jiang Qianqing, you guys go first. I still have something to ask Qin Feiyang and Fatso to do. Yes. Wang Hong and Jiang Qianqing replied respectfully. Wang Hong looked at Qin Feiyang and transmitted his voice. Kid, after you're done with your business, go and see the prefecture lord immediately. Qin Feiyang replied in his heart. Then, Wang Hong opened a portal and quickly left with Lu Xingchen and the others. Strange. Fatso looked at the portal and frowned. What's strange? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Fatso said, aren't Wang Hong and Jiang Qianqing also in the 9 nether yellow springs? Where did they come from? The ugly old woman said, they are only escorting you in. After you leave, the power of the rules of the 9 nether yellow springs will take the initiative to send them out. Qin Feiyang asked, Senior, did you also participate in the 9 regions Great War? Of course. Every prefecture lord is chosen from those who participated in the 9 regions Great War. But they are all failures, because those who succeeded all went to the imperial capital. The ugly old woman said somewhat awkwardly. In other words, you were also a failure back then? Ha, so you're so bad. Fatso suddenly laughed out loud. The ugly old woman's face darkened and said coldly, do you believe that I won't cripple you? Fatso shrunk his neck in fright and immediately shut his mouth, but his face was red. Don't shoot your mouth off. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at Fatso and sighed. Those who succeed enter the imperial capital. Those who fail become prefecture lords or commanders. In fact, as long as they can come out alive, their achievements in the future will not be too low. It's just that the price is too high. Yes. Countless people enter the 9 nether yellow springs one after another, but how many survive in the end? But what can be done? It's just that this world is too cruel. The ugly old woman sighed deeply, then shook her head and said with a smile, let's not talk about it. Go and pick the herbs. But at the mention of herbs, Qin Feiyang, Jiang Qianqing, and Wolf King were extremely excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. But just as they flew into the sky, Qin Feiyang suddenly thought of something. He looked down at the old woman and asked in confusion, Senior, you just told Wang Hong and Jiang Qianqing that you have something for Fatso and me to do. What is it? Idiot. The ugly old woman rolled her eyes at Qin Feiyang, then turned and entered the small wooden house without looking back. What do you mean? Fatso scratched his head, his face full of suspicion. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then said in realization, I understand. She said that to send Lu Xingchen and the others away. Send them away? Fatso was stunned. Think about it. Lu Xingchen and the others are the same as us. They have also won the 9 states battle. If she only lets us pick the herbs and doesn't let them do it, won't they say that she is biased behind her back? Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Ha! Fatso was stunned, then he laughed and said, I didn't expect this old witch to be so scheming. A row of black lines immediately appeared on Qin Feiyang's forehead. He angrily said, That's enough. If your disrespect angers her and she doesn't let us pick the medicinal herbs, I won't forgive you. Hee, don't worry, she can't hear you. Fatso laughed mischievously. But before he finished, the ugly old woman's cold voice came from the small wooden house. Although this old woman is old, my ears are still very good. Damn, Fatso, you better be careful. Hearing this, Fatso's face changed and he smiled apologetically. Did you hear that? Be careful. Qin Feiyang glanced at Fatso with schadenfreude and flew towards the sea of flowers. Fatso raised his middle finger in disdain and quickly followed. In the sea of flowers, hundreds of flowers bloomed and the fragrance of flowers assailed the nose. The herbs were like slender and elegant young girls, swaying in the wind and gushing out rays of light. As soon as Qin Feiyang entered the sea of flowers, he called out Lu Hong and the pangolin. When the black dragon snake saw the herbs, it was dumbfounded on the spot. There were so many herbs? No wonder Qin Feiyang and the others were so excited. For a moment, Qin Feiyang and the other two, Wolf King and the other two beasts, began to frantically sweep through the sea of flowers. "Boss, come over and take a look. What kind of herb is this?" Suddenly, Fatso's surprised voice sounded. Qin Feiyang walked over and looked down at the herb in Fatso's hand. His eyes immediately lit up. This medicinal herb was a finger tall. Its entire body was green and crystal clear. There were 3 cloud-shaped leaves on it, emitting a hazy radiance. Fatso urged, "What exactly is it? Tell me." Qin Feiyang swallowed his saliva and said, "This is the spirit cloud grass, one of the main ingredients for refining the spirit sea pill." "I'll go." Fatso looked at the spirit cloud grass with shining eyes. The spirit sea pill could be used to cultivate a shattered qi sea. As one of the main medicinal herbs, the spirit cloud grass was definitely priceless. "Qin Feiyang, I also found a fruit that I have never seen before." On the other side, Lu Hong also said at this time. Qin Feiyang hurriedly ran over and looked down. The excitement on his face could not be concealed. Chapter 663. Lu Hong looked at Qin Feiyang's expression and said with a smile, "It seems that this is another precious medicinal herb." "It's not just a little precious, it's very precious. This fruit is called the dragon saliva fruit. It's a medicinal herb used to refine the 9-turn dragon blood pill, and it's second only to the first-rank dragon blood." Qin Feiyang was extremely excited. He originally thought that the 9-turn dragon blood pill's medicinal herbs could only be found in the imperial capital, but he didn't expect to find one here. He scanned the sea of flowers. It was hard to imagine how many more of these medicinal herbs there were. He came back to his senses and shouted, "Quick, quick, all the medicinal herbs you haven't seen before, don't leave a single one behind." After an entire hour, the few of them finally stopped sweeping and gathered together. Qin Feiyang asked, "How's the harvest?" Fatso held a qiankuan bag and waved it in front of Qin Feiyang. He said with a sneaky smile, "Together, it's almost half a qiankuan bag." Qin Feiyang was overjoyed when he heard this. Then he waved his hand and led everyone into the castle. He walked to the altar, opened the iron box, and took out the pill scripture. He said to Fatso and Lu Hong, "Categorize the medicinal herbs. If you encounter any medicinal herbs you don't know, read the pill scripture. Pangolin, black dragon snake, stay here and help." After that, he added another sentence. "Understood." The 2 nodded and immediately squatted on the ground, getting busy. Qin Feiyang also left the castle with Wolf King and went to the small wooden house. In front of the courtyard gate, Qin Feiyang stood respectfully and cupped his hands. "Senior, I'll take my leave first. When we enter the imperial capital, I'll let old man Ren inform you." The ugly old woman's voice came from the wooden house. "Thank you, Senior." Qin Feiyang bowed and expressed his thanks. Then he walked into a teleportation gate. Mansion Master's mansion. In the conference hall, the old man sat on the top. Wang Hong and Jiang Qianqing sat on the 2 seats below. Ren Wushuang, Lu Xingchen, Dong Zhengyang, and Shen Mei stood in the center of the hall, recounting what had happened in the Yellow Springs. Although the old master and Wang Hong had experienced the Great War of the 9 prefectures, they still couldn't help but shudder when they heard the narration of the 4 people. Outside the palace, a ripple suddenly appeared in the void, and Qin Feiyang and Wolf King appeared out of thin air. "Brother Qin, Brother Wolf King, congratulations." "That's right. Now, not only will you be able to enter the imperial capital, but you will also be famous throughout the 9 great provinces." As soon as the guards outside the hall saw the man and the wolf appear, they immediately surrounded them. Wolf King smiled proudly and said, Are you envious? I'm not envious, I'm very envious. We dream of going to the imperial capital, but unfortunately, we won't have the chance in our entire lives. Brother Qin, Brother Wolf King, when you go to the imperial capital, you must work hard. Don't embarrass our spiritual state. The group of people smiled and complimented. Wolf King patted his chest and said in high spirits, "Don't worry, when we reach the imperial capital, we will still be the ones bullying them." The group of people couldn't help but laugh. However, with this man and Wolf's lawless personality, they might really turn the imperial capital upside down. "Brat, what are you doing outside? Come in quickly." At this moment, the old master's dissatisfied voice sounded in the hall. The guards surrounding Qin Feiyang and Wolf King hurriedly retreated to the side. Qin Feiyang smiled at the group of people, walked to the door, and gently pushed it open. Then he walked in and bowed. "Greetings, Mansion Master." The old master glanced at him and said, "Close the door." Qin Feiyang turned around and closed the palace door. He walked to the side of Ren Wushuang and the others and looked at Wang Hong and Jiang Qianqing. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Seniors, how have you been?" "We're still the same. As for you, I heard from Wushuang and the others that you showed off your might in the 9 nether underworld." Wang Hong teased. "I was lucky." Qin Feiyang laughed dryly. Wang Hong's face twitched and he said, "Mansion Master and I were also very lucky back then. Why didn't we win?" This. Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and smiled awkwardly. "Maybe it's because we were a little luckier than you." Hearing this, the old master, Wang Hong, and Jiang Qianqing couldn't help but shake their heads and laugh. The old master said with a pleasant expression, "You contributed greatly to our spiritual state's great victory this time. Tell me, what reward do you want? This old man will give it to you." "Really?" Qin Feiyang said. "Nonsense, this old man always means what he says." The old master glared at him in annoyance. Wang Hong chuckled. "Qin Feiyang, you're the first person who dares to question the Mansion Master. You've got guts." Qin Feiyang laughed dryly and looked at the old master. "I want a 5th grade alchemy fire." The old master's face darkened. What kind of joke was this? The highest level of alchemy fire in the spiritual state was a 4th grade alchemy fire. How dare he ask for a 5th grade alchemy fire? Wasn't this clearly making things difficult for him? "You don't have it?" Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel disappointed. He thought for a moment and said, "Then give me 5 or 6 perfect battle arts." As soon as he said that, everyone looked at him in shock. Was this guy purposely picking a fight? The old master was so angry that his beard blew and his eyes widened. He said angrily, "Just pretend that this old man didn't say anything. The Mansion Master is acting shamelessly." "How shameless?" Wolf King mumbled. "What did you say?" The old master's eyelids twitched, and he glared at Wolf King. Wolf King picked his nose and said lazily, "Brother said that you're old but strong, unparalleled, unrivaled, and unparalleled." The old master clenched his fists and was about to go crazy. In the end, he held it in and waved his hand impatiently. All right. This old man will let you go to the treasury and choose something." "Treasury?" Qin Feiyang and Wolf King were stunned. The old master didn't explain and looked at Wang Hong. "Take them there." Ren Wushuang glanced at Qin Feiyang and Wang Hong and said unhappily, "Grandpa, you can't favor one and discriminate against the other." The old master looked at her, then at Lu Xingchen and the other two. "If it weren't for Qin Feiyang, would you be able to come back alive? This old man has always been fair and impartial. I will never bend the law for personal gain." Ren Wushuang immediately lowered her head. Lu Xingchen and the other two looked at each other and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The old master looked at Wang Hong again and said, "Keep an eye on them. Don't let them take anything else." Wang Hong nodded and got up to open a portal. He looked at Qin Feiyang and Wolf King and said, "Let's go. There must be a lot of treasures in the treasury." The Wolf King chuckled and rushed into the teleportation gate first. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He followed behind Wang Hong and entered the portal under the envious gazes of Dong Xingyang and the others. The next moment, 2 people and 1 beast landed in the sky above a mountain range. Qin Feiyong scanned the area below with a surprised expression. Below, the mountains were undulating, the vegetation was lush, and a rapid river ran through the east, west, north, and south like a giant python. And right below, on the top of a mountain, sat a huge ancient castle. The ancient castle was completely black, as if a peerless beast was lying there, emitting a cold aura. Wolf King looked at the ancient castle and said in surprise, "That's the treasury?" "That's right. This is the back mountain of the Mansion Master's mansion. The 10 commanders usually cultivate here in order to protect the treasury." Wang Hong said. Qin Feiyong took a closer look. Sure enough, there were many small and exquisite wooden buildings in the mountain streams around the ancient castle. And in the small wooden buildings, he could faintly sense a powerful aura. "Let's go down." Wang Hong waved his hand and landed in front of the gate of the ancient castle with a man and a wolf. Wang Hong took out a pentagonal badge and pointed it at the gate of the ancient castle. Immediately, a beam of light rushed out from the badge and entered the gate. Boom! A gap suddenly appeared on the gate and then it slowly opened. Wolf King looked at the gate, then looked at the badge in Wang Hong's hand with shifty eyes. Wang Hong sneered, "Don't look, there are only 2 badges in total. One is on Lord Mansion Master, and the other is on me. If you have the confidence to defeat me, stop talking." Wolf King waved his claws, turned around, and rushed into the castle. Even though it had already broken through to the 2-star War Master, it was still unable to see through Wang Hong's cultivation. And Wang Hong said it with such confidence, it was obvious that he did not put it in his eyes at all. Therefore, it decisively gave up on the little scheme in its heart. Little brat. Looking at Wolf King's small back, Wang Hong could not help but shake his head and laugh. As for Wolf King, he was dumbfounded the moment he entered the castle. When Qin Feiyong entered, it was the same, his eyes filled with disbelief. Inside the huge castle, there were many tall iron shelves neatly arranged. And every iron shelf was filled with things. There were all kinds of divine weapons, iron and jade boxes of all sizes, and a large number of universe bag. These weapons were collected by the previous mansion masters. Each of them can cut through iron like mud. And these iron and jade boxes, some of them contain martial skills, some of them contain battle arts, and some of them contain pills, pill formulas, pill fires, and precious medicinal ingredients. As for those universe bag, they are all gold coins. After Wang Hong closed the door, he brought Qin Feiyong and Wolf King around the treasure trove and introduced them. Qin Feiyong stopped beside a battle sword, grabbed the hilt, and flicked the blade. Clang! Immediately, an ear-piercing sound echoed in the treasure trove. There was no noise at all. It was obviously a top-grade battle sword. Wang Hong turned to look at Qin Feiyong and laughed. "Have you taken a fancy to it?" Qin Feiyong laughed and placed the battle sword back in its original position. No matter how powerful the weapon was, how could it compare to Chang Shui? He looked at the other weapons. Although they were all good, none of them caught his eye. He opened the jade and iron boxes again, but he did not choose anything, because he could no longer use the martial skills. As for the battle arts, the highest grade was only high grade, which was meaningless. As for the pill formulas, they were even more unable to attract his attention, because all the pill formulas in the Dan scripture were there. The only thing that moved him was the medicinal ingredients and the pill fire. But in the end, the pill fire was only 1st grade, 2nd grade, and 3rd grade. There wasn't even a 4th grade pill fire, let alone the 5th grade pill fire that he desired. In the end, he gave up on the pill fire and only focused on the medicinal ingredients. "What exactly do you want?" Seeing that Qin Feiyong did not make a decision, Wang Hong gradually lost his patience. One had to know. Ordinary things couldn't enter this treasure trove at all. In other words, the things that could enter this treasure trove, other than gold coins, were all valuable treasures. But looking at Qin Feiyong's current appearance, it seemed that nothing could catch his eye. "Don't worry." Qin Feiyong smiled and walked towards the deepest part of the treasure trove. After a series of observations, he discovered that the deeper he went, the more precious the items were. A moment later, he stopped in front of the innermost row of iron shelves and raised his head to scan the jade boxes on them. Very quickly, Qin Feiyang discovered something unusual. On the other iron shelves, there were dozens of jade boxes piled up on each floor. Chapter 664. There must be something fishy going on. Qin Feiyang decisively grabbed a jade box and opened it. Just as the box was opened, a cold aura surged out. Qin Feiyang's eyes immediately lit up with joy. Inside the jade box lay a strange flower the size of a baby's fist. It was completely white as if it was carved out of white bones. Wasn't this the flower of death? At the same time, the Wolf King's eyes also shone brightly as he drooled. He didn't expect that there would be such a treasure hidden in this treasure vault. Looking at Qin Feiyang and Wolf King's eyes, Wang Hong frowned slightly and asked, "Do you know what this is?" "What do you mean?" "As one of the guardians of the treasure vault, you don't know about the flower of death." Qin Feiyang was stunned and shook his head. "I don't know. Senior, can you explain it?" "You really don't know?" Wang Hong looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang nodded. Wang Hong secretly heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. "This is just a very ordinary medicinal herb. It's not very useful." A man and a wolf looked at each other. "Flower of death is ordinary? Who are you trying to fool?" Qin Feiyang chuckled. "Senior, if you don't want me to take this flower of death away, you can just say so. Why lie to me? You know." Wang Hong was surprised. Wolf King pursed his lips. "Of course I know. We got one in the netherworld." Wang Hong suddenly felt awkward. He really didn't want Qin Feiyang to take away the flower of death. Because the flower of death was too precious, he lied to Qin Feiyang and said that it was just an ordinary medicinal herb. But he never expected that he would end up losing the rice used to lure it. Instead, he made himself so embarrassed. Qin Feiyang glanced at Wang Hong in amusement. Then, he casually grabbed another jade box. When he opened it, strands of multicolored light shot out. "Damn, this is the jade crystal flower," Wolf King exclaimed. "What? You even know about the jade crystal flower?" Wang Hong stared blankly at the man and the wolf. "Is it strange that we know?" Wolf King glanced at him indifferently and also grabbed a jade box. He opened it and immediately curled his lips in disdain. Inside the jade box was a blood ginseng. To others, the blood ginseng was a rare treasure that could only be encountered by chance, but to Wolf King, it was nothing at all. He immediately closed the lid of the box and put it back to its original position. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang suddenly frowned, stretched out his hand and said, "Let me see." Previously, when Wolf King opened the jade box, he also glanced at the blood ginseng, but didn't pay it much attention. However, just as Wolf King closed the box, he suddenly had a strange feeling. This blood ginseng seemed to be somewhat different from ordinary blood ginseng. Wolf King said disdainfully, "It's just a blood ginseng. What's there to see?" At the same time, at the side, Wang Hong stared at Qin Feiyang with a trace of nervousness in his eyes. "Cut the crap." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at Wolf King and took the initiative to grab the jade box. Then, he opened the lid and carefully looked at the blood ginseng. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes narrowed. Immediately after, his face was filled with ecstasy. The blood ginseng lay quietly in the jade box, emitting a hazy blood light. At first glance, it was no different from ordinary blood ginseng. But if one looked carefully, there was a shocking discovery. On the surface of the blood ginseng, there was a blood-colored pattern. The shape of this pattern was like a tiger. Moreover, according to Qin Feiyang's observation, there was no trace of engraving on the blood ginseng. This was enough to show that this tiger-shaped pattern was not man-made. It grew on its own. He was no stranger to this pattern. It was called the tiger-shaped spirit pattern. Only medicinal herbs that had reached 10,000 years old would give birth to this tiger-shaped spirit pattern. In other words, the blood ginseng in front of him was 10,000 years old. 10,000-year-old blood ginseng. How could this not make him excited? That was because refining the small creation pill required these 10,000 years old medicinal herbs. He originally thought that these medicinal herbs were basically impossible to find. But he did not expect to find one here. At the same time, Wang Hong, who was at the side, looked at Qin Feiyang's expression and could not help but feel weak. It was over. He must have been discovered by this brat. He really could not understand how this Qin Feiyang knew everything. One had to know. Medicinal herbs that were 10,000 years old were already peerless. Therefore, very few people in the world knew the characteristics of 10,000 years old medicinal herbs. Even when he saw this blood ginseng back then, he only knew that this was a 10,000 years old blood ginseng after hearing the old man's explanation. But Qin Feiyang could tell at a glance. Wasn't this too unbelievable? Could it be that this brat had seen it before? But that was impossible. Qin Feiyang was just a country boy. How could he have the chance to see this 10,000 years old medicinal herb? Just as Wang Hong was puzzled, Qin Feiyang closed the jade box, turned to look at Wang Hong, and said with a smile, "Senior, I want this blood ginseng." Wang Hong's face suddenly twitched. Wolf King was a little anxious and said with a voice transmission, "Little Qin Zi, you don't want the death flower and the jade crystal flower, but you want this blood ginseng. Is there something wrong with your head?" "You don't understand," Qin Feiyang said secretly. "What do you mean?" Wolf King frowned. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "This is a 10,000 years old blood ginseng. It's many times more precious than the death flower and the jade crystal flower." "What? A 10,000 years old blood ginseng?" Wolf King was dumbfounded on the spot and looked at the jade box with a dumbfounded expression. Seeing Qin Feiyang and Wolf King flirting with each other, Wang Hong could not help but frown and said, "Kid, do you want to think about it again?" Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Senior, are you trying to trick me again? Don't waste your time, I want it." "Bastard." Wang Hong cursed under his breath and nodded helplessly, "Okay, it's the mansion master who said so. Take it." Qin Feiyang smiled and put away the iron box without hesitation. He glanced at the other jade boxes and asked suspiciously, "Senior, why are there 10,000 years old medicinal herbs here?" Wang Hong said, "It said that the first mansion master left them behind." "I see." Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. If it was the first mansion master who collected it, then it wouldn't be anything strange. After all, the first mansion master and the first emperor existed at the same time. "Then, are there any other 10,000 years old medicinal herbs here?" Wolf King asked, looking at the jade boxes on the iron shelf with a green light in his eyes. Wang Hong's face darkened and he said angrily, "You've already taken the 10,000 years old blood ginseng. Why are you still asking so much?" "I'm just asking. I didn't say I wanted it. Why are you so stingy?" Wolf King pouted. "I'm stingy?" Wang Hong pointed at his nose and glared at Wolf King. However, he suddenly frowned and lowered his head in silence. Qin Feiyang and Wolf King looked at him curiously. A moment later, Wang Hong looked up at Wolf King and Qin Feiyang and said telepathically, "If you guys can agree to a request of mine, I'll make the decision in private and let you guys choose another one." The man and Wolf looked at each other with joy in their eyes. Wolf King said hurriedly, "What request? Tell us." Wang Hong said, "Give me the recipes for the potential pill and 9-melody yellow dragon pill." "What? Aren't you being too greedy?" Wolf King said angrily. Qin Feiyang's face was also filled with anger. The pill formulas of the potential pill and the 9-chew yellow dragon pill, any one of them could bring endless wealth. Wasn't he afraid of dying from overeating by asking for 2 recipes? Most importantly, this was the state capital's treasure vault. Everything here didn't belong to anyone. Even the old master, who was the mansion master, could not take it for himself. That was because this was a public asset of the entire spiritual state. But now, Wang Hong was using the things here to make a deal with him? Qin Feiyang really did not expect that Wang Hong, who had always been open and aboveboard, would be so scheming. Looking at Qin Feiyang and Wolf King's expressions, Wang Hong sighed deeply and said, "I know that you guys must be thinking that I'm a greedy villain. Aren't you?" Wolf King sneered. "No." Wang Hong shook his head and said, "I'm doing this for the mansion master." Qin Feiyang frowned. What did this have to do with the old master? Wang Hong's face showed a trace of worry and said, "There are many things that you don't know. One of them is that the old master is about to step down." Qin Feiyang said, "We know about this." Wang Hong was slightly stunned and asked suspiciously, "How did you know?" Qin Feiyang said, "The previous mansion master told us." I see. Wang Hong mumbled and asked telepathically, then did she tell you that the old master will be guarding the altar after stepping down? Qin Feiyang nodded. Wolf King said impatiently, we know all this. Just tell us, why do you want these 2 recipes? To help the old master enter the imperial capital. The old master has always had a wish to stay in the imperial capital and enjoy the rest of his life. But do you know? He has to wait until the next participant of the 9 states tournament wins before he can enter the imperial capital. But I don't have much confidence in the next 9 states tournament. Wang Hong said worriedly. It can't be. Aren't there many talented people in the inner palace? For example, Murong Jing. 10 years later, her achievements won't be any worse than Dongfang Wuhan and the others. Qin Feiyang said. I've also heard of Murong Jing. She's very talented in alchemy and cultivation. She's also very low-key. She's a good seedling. But as far as I know, she just broke through to the 2-star combat emperor not long ago. At this speed, can she break through to the War Master realm in 10 years? Wang Hong said. What? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He remembered that he and Murong Jing entered the inner palace together. Now, he was already a 1-star combat emperor, but Murong Jing had just broken through to the 2-star combat emperor. Wasn't this too slow? Can she be compared to you monsters? All of you have opened the door of potential. Wang Hong rolled his eyes. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, according to the cultivation speed of ordinary people, Murong Jing was already very outstanding. But compared to them, her talent was mediocre. So, my plan is to use the potential elixir and the Juku Yellow Dragon elixir to cultivate them. As long as we have the potential elixir and the Juku Yellow Dragon elixir, the spiritual state will definitely win the 9 states tournament in 10 years. By then, the old master will be able to fulfill his wish and enter the imperial capital to enjoy his old age. Chapter 665. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang finally understood. He cupped his hands and said, Senior, you really put in a lot of effort. I misunderstood you just now. Please forgive me. It's okay. Wang Hong waved his hand and sighed. All these years, the old man has treated me like family. Naturally, I have to do something for him. So, please help me. Senior, you know how to repay kindness. The old man has been good to me. Logically, I should help you, but at this point, Qin Feiyang frowned. Wang Hong immediately promised, don't worry. I won't tell anyone about the recipe. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and looked at Wang Hong. This is too important. Please give me a few days to think about it. Wang Hong nodded and smiled. He also knew that this request was a bit difficult, so he didn't urge him. Qin Feiyang didn't mention the treasure selection again. After all, he didn't promise anyone. How could he bring it up? 2 people and 1 wolf walked out of the treasury one after another. Immediately, a beautiful figure entered their sight. It was Ren Wushuang. After Wang Hong closed the stone door, he asked in confusion, Wushuang, why are you here? Ren Wushuang bowed to Wang Hong and said, I have something to talk to Qin Feiyang about. Qin Feiyang frowned slightly. He couldn't help but have an uneasy premonition. Wang Hong looked at the 2 meaningfully and smiled. Okay, you guys talk. With that, he opened a teleportation door and went to report to the old man. After the portal disappeared, Ren Wushuang immediately ran to Qin Feiyang and said, Feiyang, can you tell me where my father is now? As expected, Qin Feiyang guessed that Ren Wushuang came to him because of Ren Duxing. After a moment of silence, Qin Feiyang said, Sis, it's not that I don't want to tell you about Uncle Ren's whereabouts. It's Grandpa who doesn't want me to tell you. He doesn't want you to worry. Grandpa knows too? Ren Wushuang's face froze. Qin Feiyang nodded and added, but the old man only knows that Uncle Ren is still alive. He doesn't know where Uncle Ren is now. Ren Wushuang looked at him in confusion. Qin Feiyang said, because Uncle Ren doesn't want you to know where he is. Even so, you can't hide it from me. This is too much. After saying that, she squatted on the ground, hugged her shoulders, and cried. Sis, don't be like this, okay? If others see this, they will think that I am bullying you. Qin Feiyang said helplessly. You guys are bullying me, I am not a child. Why don't you tell me? Ren Wuxuang whispered, tears falling like rain. Qin Feiyang said helplessly, can you stop crying? Ren Wuxuang turned a deaf ear to it and silently shed tears. Her thin body was curled up there while shivering, and she seemed to be extremely helpless. Aya! Qin Feiyang, Wuxuang, what are you two doing here? At this moment, one figure after another streaked across the sky. It was third young Master Chao and the other commanders. Fan Jian was also among them. The 9 people landed on the square outside the castle and looked at the two of them curiously. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, nothing. Is that so? Then why is Miss Wuxuang crying? Fan Jian looked at Qin Feiyang strangely. Xue Huiyun frowned and said, Qin Feiyang, did you bully Wuxuang? Third young Master Chao said with a cold face, let me tell you, Wuxuang is the apple of our eye. If you dare to bully her, we will not forgive you. I didn't. Qin Feiyang quickly waved his hand. Wolf King stood at the side. Not only did he not help to explain, he even looked at Qin Feiyang with schadenfreude. Really? Third young Master Chao looked at him unkindly. Qin Feiyang was about to break down and said, sis, don't cry. If you keep crying, I won't be able to clear my name even if I jump into the Yellow River. Then do you want to tell me? Ren Wuxuang sent a sound transmission, her tone carrying a hint of threat. Qin Feiyang rubbed his aching forehead, looked at Wolf King beside him, and said angrily, can you help me out? This is between you two, what can I say? The Wolf King said indifferently, acting as if this matter had nothing to do with him. You win. Qin Feiyang glared at it fiercely, gritted his teeth, and sent a sound transmission to Ren Wuxuang. Okay, I'll take you to see him. Really? Ren Wuxuang's delicate body trembled. Qin Feiyang nodded. If he did not agree, he might really be beaten up by third young Master Chao and the others. Ren Wuxuang suddenly laughed through her tears, got up, wiped her tears, and looked at Xue Huiyun and the others. He didn't bully me, just sand got into my eyes. Sand got into your eyes? The 9 people looked at each other, obviously not believing. That, cough cough, Qin Feiyang coughed and said with a smile, everyone, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Then, he opened a portal and left quickly with Ren Wuxuang and Wolf King. What's going on? Third young Master Chao and the others looked at each other. Iron Chain Bridge in the Land of Ruins. Whoosh! 2 people and a wolf suddenly appeared out of thin air. Ren Wuxuang looked in front of her and said in surprise, isn't this the entrance to the Land of Ruins? That's right. Uncle Ren is down here. Qin Feiyang pointed at the canyon. Ren Wuxuang's eyes trembled, and she immediately landed on the bridge, looked down at the canyon and shouted, Father, I'm here to find you, can you come out and see your daughter? Her voice echoed in the canyon, carrying a deep longing and desire, and did not disappear for a long time. But in the canyon, other than the whistling of the storm, no other sound could be heard. Father, I know you don't want to see me, don't want me to know you're here, you must have your reasons, but have you ever thought about my feelings? Ever since you left, I've been looking for you every day. To find you, I even stayed in the Land of Ruins for more than 20 years. Do you think it was easy for me? But even so, I have never complained, because I know that this is what we should do as children. But what about you? Have you ever fulfilled the responsibility of a father? If you don't have this ability, why did you give birth to me? The more Ren Wuxuang spoke, the more emotional she became. In the end, she was almost screaming, and tears flowed like a spring. Qin Feiyang, who was standing at the back, could not help but let out a long sigh. He walked to Ren Wuxuang's side, looked down at the canyon and said, Uncle Ren, we're about to go to the imperial capital. Before we leave, you should come out and see your sister. Ren Wuxuang shouted, Yes, come out, I promise, I won't ask anything. Shuang, why are you doing this? A moment later, a long sigh sounded in the canyon. A black shadow swept out of the storm and landed on the Iron Chain Bridge. It was Ren Duxing. Father, it's really you. Looking at the familiar face, Ren Wuxuang's eyes trembled, and tears flowed down her face. She immediately ran up the iron chain bridge and went straight to Ren Duxing. Ren Duxing's eyes were full of love, and he opened his arms. When his daughter went into his arms, his eyes couldn't help but moisten. "Father, I missed you so much," Ren Wuxuang murmured. The familiar breath, the warm embrace, made her feel the fatherly love she had not felt for a long time. But hearing this, Ren Duxing was full of guilt. He whispered, "Shuang, father has wronged you. Can you forgive father?" "I've never blamed father." Ren Wuxuang shook her head. Ren Duxing's nose was sour, and 2 drops of old tears finally came out of his eyes. Wolf King looked at the father and daughter and murmured, "Little Qin Zi, are you jealous?" Who wouldn't be jealous of such a family? But not everyone can have it. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he looked up at the sky with a very complicated look in his eyes. After a while, he retracted his gaze, glanced at Ren Duxing, waved his hand, and took Wolf King into the castle. Looking at Fatso and Lu Hong who were still busy, Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "How is it going?" Fatso wiped the sweat on his forehead and said with a smile, "There are too many. It will take at least until tomorrow to sort it out." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "Then put it down first." "What's wrong?" Lu Hong was puzzled. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "We are going to the capital soon. I think it's time to tell you some things." Lu Hong and Fatso looked at each other, immediately put down the medicinal materials in their hands, got up, and looked at Qin Feiyang. Luo Qianxue and Lin Yi also opened their eyes one after another. Qin Feiyang looked at Lin Yi and said with a smile, "Haven't you always wanted to know my origin? Now I will tell you that I was indeed born in the capital." Lin Yi's delicate body trembled, but she quickly calmed down and waited for the following words. Qin Feiyang's gaze swept across everyone and the black dragon snake. He smiled and said, "My father is someone you all know, the current emperor of the great Qin Empire." What? Lin Yi and Luo Qianxue suddenly got up and looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. There were stormy waves in their hearts. The black dragon snake was also shocked to the extreme. As for Wolf King, Pangolin, Fatso, and Lu Hong, they were not surprised because they already knew this. The only thing they wanted to know was why Qin Feiyang came to the Iron Ox Town. After a long while, Luo Qianxue recovered and asked, "Are you really the son of the emperor?" "Of course." Qin Feiyang smiled and said. Hearing this, Luo Qianxue looked up and down at Qin Feiyang, then she actually knelt on the ground. Qin Feiyang's face changed. He hurriedly went up to hold Luo Qianxue and frowned. "Auntie Xue, what are you doing?" Luo Qianxue said in a panic, "You are the prince, of course I have to salute." Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and said, "Auntie Xue, aren't you treating me like this? Don't be like this, and now, I'm no longer a prince." "Not a prince?" Luo Qianxue was taken aback and wondered, why? Qin Feiyang smiled self-deprecatingly and said, "As early as more than 10 years ago, the emperor had already ordered to abolish my identity as a prince. If it weren't for my mother to plead for me, I'm afraid I would have already turned into a pile of soil." "What?" Luo Qianxue and Lin Yi were stunned. Fatso and the others were also trembling physically and mentally. It turned out that all this was related to the emperor. No wonder every time Qin Feiyang's father was mentioned, Qin Feiyang would be furious. However, why did the emperor order to abolish his son? Chapter 666. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and smiled faintly. "My talent was not bad back then. I suddenly became a 9-star martial master when I was 10 years old." A 9-star martial master at the age of 10? Lin Yi's face froze. This talent is not only not bad, it is simply monstrous. But this is even more strange. Qin Feiyang has such amazing talent. It can be said that his future is limitless, but the current emperor actually poisoned him. Is he stupid? Wolf King frowned and asked, "Little Qin Zi, what is the reason?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "I don't know the reason." "You don't know?" Wolf King, Fatso, and others looked at each other. Qin Feiyang said, "I remember that when I had a conflict with the eldest prince, my eldest brother, he killed me and seriously injured me." Upon hearing this, Fatso said angrily, As the eldest brother, he actually killed you. Isn't this too much? What's more, aren't you a 9-star martial master? Why can't you beat him? Haven't you heard of this saying? The most ruthless imperial family. In the imperial palace, there is no kinship at all, only power struggles. And the eldest prince is 8 or 9 years older than me. At that time, he was already a 5-star martial ancestor. I am a 9-star martial master. No matter how heaven-defying I am, I can't be his opponent. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Fatso suddenly said, I see. You continue. Speak slowly. Don't get too excited. Do I look excited to you? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. In the past, he was indeed very aggrieved and angry. Every night, he was awakened by nightmares. But now he figured it out. Whatever happened, no matter how much you resent or hate it, it is impossible to change anything. Only by facing it with strength, optimism, and courage can you live more at ease. In short, you can't let the past affect your heart. Gathering his thoughts, Qin Feiyang continued, although the injuries I suffered that time were very serious, the imperial palace did not lack top-grade healing pills. I woke up the next morning. But not long after I woke up, misfortune befell me. When he said the last sentence, Qin Feiyang's tone obviously changed. Fatso and the others also held their breaths, waiting for Qin Feiyang to continue. After I woke up, I was still reading the historical records in the pavilion outside the bedroom as usual. I remember that it was a rainy day. Just as I was engrossed in the movie, 4 of my father's personal bodyguards suddenly appeared and threatened to kill me. At that time, I wasn't mentally prepared at all. I was stunned. Father has always doted on me, how could he kill me? Besides, I didn't do anything wrong. But the 4 guards didn't explain anything. They pulled out their butcher's knives and slashed at my head. Qin Feiyang said, his hands couldn't help but clench. Although more than 10 years had passed, every scene and face at that time was clearly imprinted in his mind. At the same time, Fatso and the others couldn't help but feel cold all over. Killing without any reason. Was the emperor really so heartless? Lu Hong asked, and then? Of course I wasn't willing. Even if you want me to die, shouldn't you let me die with a clear understanding? I didn't hesitate to call for help from my mother. My mother is very strong. She rushed over in an instant and stopped the 4 guards. But at the same time, my father also came. But that kind face was no longer there. It was all indifference. Especially the way he looked at me. That kind of ruthless coldness, I still can't forget it. And no matter how I asked, he didn't say a word. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, his eyes as sharp as a blade. Fatso said, what about your mother? My mother didn't know the reason. She also asked, but he just wouldn't say. He was determined to kill me. My mother is the person who loves me the most. Of course she wouldn't allow him to do so. In a rage, she was ready to take me away from the imperial palace. Qin Feiyang said. Lu Hong said, where to? Qin Feiyang said, my mother's family. Because my grandfather has the ability to protect me. Is your grandfather very strong? Wolf King was surprised. Very strong. But I'm not very sure how strong he is. After all, I was still young at that time. And I've only seen him once since I was young, and it was when I was 5 years old. Now I don't even remember what he looks like. However, I heard from my mother that my grandfather's family is a hidden family. They are very powerful, and even the emperor has to be courteous to them. Qin Feiyang said, damn, your background is so strong? Fatso was dumbfounded. Not only did he have a mother who was the empress, but he also had a grandfather who even the emperor was afraid of. This was simply awesome. Since your grandfather is so strong, why didn't he come to save you back then? Lu Hong was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, I heard from my mother that my grandfather's family is very far from the imperial palace. At that time, things happened so suddenly that there was no time to inform him. Lu Hong asked, in the end, how did you escape? Upon hearing this question, Qin Feiyang's body and mind suddenly trembled. He closed his eyes and his face was full of pain. 2 drops of tears even flowed from the corners of his eyes. Lu Hong and the others fell silent and didn't disturb him, because at a glance, they knew that this story was Qin Feiyang's greatest pain. After a long time, Qin Feiyang opened his eyes and sighed. It was my mother who begged the emperor. At that time, my mother was ready to take me away from the imperial palace, but the emperor stopped her and fought with my mother. The emperor was stronger than my mother. In the end, my mother was seriously injured by him. Helpless, my mother knelt on the ground and begged him. Qin Feiyang clenched his hands together tightly, and his eyes were red. When he thought of the scene of his mother kneeling to the emperor in order to save him, his heart was bleeding. He could be killed. He could be humiliated. But humiliating his mother was out of the question. Phew. After a while, Qin Feiyang exhaled a long breath and calmed the anger in his heart. In the end, under my mother's bitter pleading, the emperor changed his mind and didn't kill me. However, he wanted to abolish my cultivation and expel me from the imperial capital, never to return. Moreover, my mother was not allowed to come to me. This is the details of my encounter. After telling the story, Qin Feiyang felt a lot more relaxed. Brother Feiyang. Linny looked at Qin Feiyang with tears streaming down her face. She never thought that Qin Feiyang had such an unbearable past. He must have had a hard time these years. Child, don't be sad. Although you have lost a lot, you have also gained a lot. Look at Wolf King, Fatso, and Lu Hong. They are all your companions. Luo Qianxue stepped forward and comforted him softly. Qin Feiyang glanced at them one by one and bowed. Thank you for your company over the years. Why are you so polite to us? Are you asking for a beating? Wolf King glared at him fiercely. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. Fatso suddenly said, Boss, have you ever thought about whether this matter has anything to do with the eldest prince? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. On the first day, you had a conflict with the eldest prince. But on the second day, the emperor, who has always loved you, turned against you. Why does Fat Lord feel that something is wrong? Fatso frowned. It should have nothing to do with him. That's because he was the one who injured me, not the other way around. Moreover, he was the one who provoked me first. If it really happened because of this, the emperor should punish him. Qin Feiyang said. That's true. Fatso nodded, frowning. He was puzzled. As for the reason, I will slowly investigate it when I enter the imperial capital. Now, I am telling these things not to win your sympathy, but to let you understand my next situation. Qin Feiyang said. Wolf King raised his eyebrows and said, What do you mean? I don't even know if I can survive this trip to the imperial capital. You are all my friends, even my family. I don't want to implicate you. So, I hope that you won't go to the imperial capital. Qin Feiyang's face had a trace of pleading. Are we the kind of people who are afraid of death? You treat us as friends and we treat you as friends. Between friends, shouldn't we enjoy joys and sorrows together? Let me tell you, if you say such things again, don't blame us for falling out with you. Fatso and Wolf King said angrily. Lu Hong's brows were tightly knitted, and she was a little unhappy. Qin Feiyang sighed. I don't want to lose you. We don't want to see you fight alone. Anyway, I must go to the imperial capital. You can't stop me even if you want to. Wolf King smiled coldly. Fatso nodded and snorted. You want to enjoy glory and wealth alone? Dream on. You, Qin Feiyang looked at the man and the wolf. He was quite angry, but more than that, he was touched. In life, one didn't need too many friends, as long as they were sincere. Luo Qianxue glanced at them and said with a smile, Feiyang, if you really treat them as friends, don't say such things in the future, because it will only hurt their hearts. Qin Feiyang looked at Luo Qianxue and couldn't help but frown. Okay, don't say anything. Let them go. If you really leave them in the spiritual state, they won't be able to cultivate in peace. Besides, I don't feel at ease leaving them here. Because except for you, no one can restrain them. At that time, I don't know what trouble they will cause. As for me, it's better not to go. With my little strength, I will only be a burden to you if I go. Luo Qianxue shook her head and smiled. Aunt Shui. Qin Feiyang's eyes were a little wet. In fact, he was most worried about Luo Qianxue, because Luo Qianxue was really good to him. He didn't want this woman who was like a mother to be hurt. Originally, he didn't know how to say it, but he didn't expect Luo Qianxue to be so considerate and bring it up herself. He looked at Fatso and the others. Looking at the stubbornness and persistence on their faces, he sighed deeply and said with a smile, "As long as you are not afraid of death, then go." TSK, Fat Lord even dares to enter the tiger's den, let alone the imperial capital? Fatso had a look of disdain. Keep bragging. Wolf King rolled his eyes at him, turned to Qin Feiyang, and said with a sneaky smile, "Hee, I am still waiting to be the guardian beast of the great Qin Empire. You guys?" Chapter 667. Qin Feiyang looked at Yi again. At this moment, she was lowering her head and grabbing her belt tightly with both hands. Her eyes were filled with struggle. Qin Feiyang didn't say anything. She needed to make this decision herself. He looked at the black dragon snake and the pangolin and asked, "Are you guys going?" "Of course." The pangolin said without hesitation. After tasting the benefits of opening the door of potential, it had already made up its mind to follow these fiends for the rest of its life. But the black dragon snake hesitated. Suddenly, it looked at Qin Feiyang and cautiously asked, "If this emperor says I'm not going, will you kill me to silence me?" Qin Feiyang laughed. "Although you and I haven't been together for long, I respect your choice, not to mention that my original intention was for you to stay in the spirit state." "If that's the case, then..." The black dragon snake struggled for a moment and gritted its teeth. "At most, I'll die, I'll go." It was taking a gamble. Although this trip to the imperial capital pointed to disaster, it was still an opportunity. If Qin Feiyang really became the emperor of the great Qin Empire, then it would be a meritorious minister. Wouldn't it have a meteoric rise in the future? Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at Lu Hong and Fatso. "Continue to organize the herbs." The two nodded. Then, Qin Feiyang appeared at the bridge with Wolf King and looked up at Ren Duxing and Ren Wushuang. The father and daughter stood on the iron chain bridge, talking and laughing, looking exceptionally warm. Sensing Qin Feiyang's aura, Ren Duxing also looked at Qin Feiyang and nodded with a smile. Qin Feiyang also revealed a smile. Ren Duxing looked down at Ren Wushuang and smiled. "Shuang, you should go back." Ren Wushuang's expression changed and she hurriedly said, "But I still want to accompany father for a while." Ren Duxing rubbed Ren Wushuang's head lovingly and said with a smile, "Silly boy, won't you have another chance in the future?" But Ren Wushuang still wanted to say something. Ren Duxing shook his head and said with a smile, "Don't hesitate. You've grown up now. You should understand that all good things must come to an end." Ren Wushuang pouted, feeling wronged, and said, "Then can you tell me why you're staying here?" "Didn't you just say that you won't ask anything?" Ren Duxing smiled. "All right." Ren Wushuang lowered his head, his eyes filled with reluctance. Alas! Seeing this, Ren Duxing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. With a wave of his hand, he swept up Ren Wushuang and flew towards Qin Feiyang and Wolf King. Several breaths later, the father and daughter landed at the end of the bridge, but Ren Duxing did not leave the iron chain bridge. "Uncle Ren." Qin Feiyang bowed. Ren Duxing sized up Qin Feiyang and nodded. "You broke through to 1-star War Master so quickly, not bad." Qin Feiyang laughed. "Uncle Ren's strength is also unfathomable. Before long, I can only look up to you." Ren Duxing shook his head and laughed. He lowered his head and looked at Ren Wushuang who was beside him, and said, "Shuang, I have some personal matters to discuss with Qin Feiyang, you should leave first." Ren Wushuang frowned and said angrily, "You have something to hide from me again, what do you take me for?" Ren Duxing said, "Shuang, don't be willful. Father didn't let you know for your own good." Pumph. Ren Wushuang coldly snorted, walked down the iron chain bridge, and walked into the distance. Before leaving, she glared fiercely at Qin Feiyang. "Who did I offend?" Qin Feiyang was a little depressed. After Ren Wushuang walked away, Ren Duxing said apologetically, "Feiyang, this girl of mine is like this, don't mind her." "Do I dare to mind?" Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly, sorted out his emotions, and asked suspiciously, Uncle Ren, what are you trying to say? Ren Duxing asked, how many people won the 9 regions war this time? Let me think. Wan Qiu, Feng Wuxie, the twin sisters, Ling Yu and the other 3, Tan Wu. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said, if we don't count the people from our spirit state, there are a total of 9 people. Ren Duxing said, then who are the people from our spirit state? Qin Feiyang said, Lu Xingqian, Dong Jingyang, sister, Shen Mei. Ren Duxing pondered for a moment and asked, then do you feel that there is something wrong with anyone? Something wrong? Qin Feiyang thought carefully for a moment and said, if there is something wrong, it is only Lu Xingqian. What do you mean? Ren Duxing was surprised. First, he is hiding his cultivation level. At first, we all thought he was a 7 stars combat emperor, but in the end, I found that he is stronger than us, a 3-star combat grandmaster. Second, in the 9 Nether Yellow Springs, he secretly helped the people of Kong and Yuzhou several times. Third, he seems to know everything. No matter what he encounters, he knows. Qin Feiyang said. Ren Duxing frowned. Why would he help the people of Kong and Yuzhou? I don't know. I asked, but he didn't say, but... When Qin Feiyang said this, his eyebrows also furrowed. Ren Duxing asked, but what? He told me that he means me no harm, and he also said that he owes me a favor. But I really can't remember when I helped him. Qin Feiyang was confused. You single-handedly destroyed the Lu family. He should hate you. It seems that there is something wrong with this person. Ren Duxing muttered and said, Feiyang, Uncle Ren has a request. What is it? Qin Feiyang was confused. Do you remember that I told you that among the people who participated in the 9 states battle, there is a high chance that Mu Tianyang's lackeys are among them? Ren Duxing said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank, and he said in surprise, you mean, this person is Lu Xingqian? I don't know. But he is the most worthy of our attention. So I want to ask you to do everything possible to grasp his whereabouts after entering the imperial capital. Ren Duxing said. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, Uncle Ren, to be honest, I really don't want to care about these things. Ren Duxing was silent for a moment and said, Feiyang, I know this will put a lot of pressure on you, but I really can't find a suitable person. Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly and said, well, I'll do my best. Just do your best. Ren Duxing smiled and said, remember, inform me as soon as you have any news. Qin Feiyang nodded. Ren Duxing waved his hand and said, then go work hard and help me take care of Shuang. I will goodbye. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said goodbye, then turned and walked toward Ren Wushuang. Ren Duxing looked at the 2 people and the wolf, then jumped into the canyon and disappeared in the storm. During the whole process, Wolf King didn't say a word, as if it was thinking about something. After walking for a while, it said, Little Qin Zi, I don't know if you want to hear something. What is it? Qin Feiyang was stunned and puzzled. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. We can cooperate with Mu Tianyang and use him to destroy your enemy in the imperial capital. Wolf King said, a cold light flashing in its eyes. Not bad, you know how to use your brain to think. Qin Feiyang looked at it in surprise and shook his head, but I won't do that, because cooperating with Mu Tianyang is tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin. Moreover, his goal is to destroy the great Qin Empire, and I just want revenge. Wolf King asked, when the time comes, what if he really wants to destroy the great Qin Empire? Public is public, private is private. I won't sit back and do nothing. Because no matter what happens, the power of the bloodline flowing in my body will never change. No one can take away the empire of the great Qin Empire. Qin Feiyang said, his voice sonorous and powerful. Wolf King's pupils contracted. Qin Feiyang's last sentence really gave it a big fright. It seemed that there was bound to be a bloody storm in the future. Feiyang, where is my father? At this time, Ren Wushuang ran over and asked anxiously. Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at the empty iron chain bridge and said with a smile, he should have left. Left? Ren Wushuang's face froze and she said angrily, he didn't even say goodbye to me, Does he still care about me, his daughter? Qin Feiyang sighed. Okay, don't complain, Uncle Ren doesn't have it easy. Ren Wushuang frowned, looked up and down Qin Feiyang for a moment, and said, Brother, tell me the truth, do you know everything about my father? What is it? Qin Feiyang looked confused. Ren Wushuang's forehead suddenly creased a row of black lines, and she said angrily, Stop pretending, tell me, why did he stay here? Oh my God, I really don't know. If you want to know, go ask your father, don't pester me all the time, okay? Qin Feiyang was helpless to the extreme. If he was willing to tell me, why would I ask you? Ren Wushuang complained, grabbed Qin Feiyang's arm, and said with a smile, Feiyang, can you just tell sister? If the hard way didn't work, then she would use the soft way. But Qin Feiyang didn't fall for it at all. He forcefully pried Ren Wushuang's fingers away, opened a teleportation door, and rushed in without looking back. Brat, I'm not done with you. Ren Wushuang stomped her feet angrily and immediately chased in. Prefecture City. East City Treasure Pavilion. In the lounge. This brat is back. Why didn't he come to find me? Do I have to take the initiative to find him every time? He really doesn't know how to respect the old and love the young. Yin Yuanming paced back and forth in the room, looking extremely anxious. This brat was naturally referring to Qin Feiyang. Not long after Qin Feiyang returned, he received the news and immediately returned to the lounge to wait. Of course. He wasn't missing Qin Feiyang, but those top-grade pills. But after waiting for so long, Qin Feiyang didn't come, and he couldn't help but feel resentment in his heart. Bastard, bastard! He cursed angrily and took out the image crystal. Swish! But at this moment, 2 people and a wolf appeared in the lounge out of thin air. Yin Yuanming was stunned. He turned his head and his face immediately surged with ecstasy. Who else could it be but Qin Feiyang? He immediately went up and said with a smile, Brother Qin, you're back. Why didn't you inform me? I could have gone to welcome you. Old fox, if you want the pills, just say it. Don't be so hypocritical, okay? Wolf King picked his nose and said disdainfully. Yin Yuanming's expression froze, and he said angrily, What are you talking about? Let me tell you, Wolf Cub, my feelings for Brother Qin can be witnessed by heaven and earth. Qin Feiyang's face twitched. He even used heaven and earth as a witness. This old fox was really going all out for the pills. You're bragging. Wolf King glanced at Yin Yuanming disdainfully and jumped to the ground. He knocked here and there, as if he was looking for something. Stop looking, there's no treasure here. Chapter 668. Qin Feiyang walked to the side of the tea table and sat on the chair. Yin Yuanming also went forward, picked up the teapot and poured tea, completely ignoring Ren Wushuang beside him. Ren Wushuang frowned and said, Steward Yin, is my presence so insignificant? Yin Yuanming was stunned. He turned his head and his face changed slightly. He hurriedly said, Oh, isn't this Miss Ren? When did you come? Qin Feiyang just picked up the teacup and took a sip. When he heard this, he directly spat it out. What kind of eyesight did this old fox have? She had been standing there for a long time and actually didn't notice? It seemed that Yin Yuanming was going to offend this Mississippi. As expected, Ren Wushuang's face suddenly darkened. She clenched her jade-like hands and stared fiercely at Yin Yuanming. Qin Feiyang coughed and kindly reminded him, She came with me. What? Yin Yuanming suddenly changed color and smiled apologetically. Miss Ren, I'm sorry, it's all my fault, please sit down. Ren Wushuang snorted coldly and sat opposite Qin Feiyang. Her face was very ugly. What is this great aunt doing here? Yin Yuanming was puzzled. He secretly wiped his sweat, turned around and walked to the side of the tea table, and warmly greeted her. Qin Feiyang put down the teacup and said with a faint smile, Don't be so polite, let's talk business. Business? Yin Yuanming was stunned and said suspiciously, Aren't you here to deliver the elixir? You only have eyes for the elixir? Qin Feiyang frowned. Nonsense, I'm a businessman. Naturally, I'm talking business. Do you think I'll talk about love with you? Yin Yuanming rolled his eyes. Qin Feiyang's face twitched and said helplessly, I just came back and didn't have time to refine the elixir. Now I'm here to ask you for a favor. What is it? Yin Yuanming put down the teacup and looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, I have a very important person that I want to keep in your treasure pavilion. Yin Yuanming asked. Her name is Luo Qianxue. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and Luo Qianxue instantly appeared out of thin air. Luo Qianxue bowed and said, Greetings, manager. You're welcome, you're welcome. Yin Yuanming waved his hands repeatedly. What a joke. This brat had already said that this woman was very important to him. How could he still dare to put on airs? After sizing up Luo Qianxue for a moment, Yin Yuanming turned to look at Qin Feiyang. He frowned and said, Brother Qin, based on our relationship, I will definitely help you with this small matter. But you also know that my treasure pavilion is a place to do business. Don't worry about it. Auntie Shui was the pavilion master of the precious treasure pavilion in Iron Ox Town. Later on, he even managed the treasure pavilion in Yen City. Aunt Shui knows the tricks of Zhenbao Pavilion like the back of her hand. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. Yin Yuanming was stunned and said with a smile, So she is one of us. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, I wonder if you have heard of Jiang Jingyi? Of course I have. He was the previous chief pavilion master of the Yen County. He was very responsible and very capable. Our chief pavilion master even planned to transfer him to the state capital. Unfortunately, he died young. Yin Yuanming sighed. Qin Feiyang said, Auntie Shui was his wife. What? Yin Yuanming suddenly stood up and looked at Luo Qianxue in disbelief. He asked, You are husband and wife? Luo Qianxue nodded, looking a little disappointed. I didn't expect to meet Jiang Jingyi's widow. Okay. I will go to the chief pavilion master later and arrange a position for you. Yin Yuanming said. Thank you. Luo Qianxue bowed and thanked him. I said you don't have to be so polite. Putting aside the relationship with Qin Feiyang, just talking about Jiang Jingyi, we have to take good care of you. Yin Yuanming smiled. Qin Feiyang said, You said it. If I am in the capital and hear that Auntie Shui is wronged, I will not forgive you. Yin Yuanming straightened his back and said, Okay, if that day comes, I will let you do whatever you want. Thank you. Qin Feiyang stood up and cupped his hands to thank him. If he wanted to keep Luo Qianxue in the spiritual state, he had to arrange a place for her. And Zhenbao Pavilion in the capital was undoubtedly the best place. He could rest assured if she stayed here. Yin Yuanming smiled and said, Brother Qin, we are done talking about Luo Qianxue. Shall we talk about the elixir now? Qin Feiyang said, Okay, give me a price. I will make it right away. So straightforward? Yin Yuanming was stunned, then he was overjoyed and said with a smile, Then I will say it. 3,000 red fire glaze elixirs, 500 potential elixirs, and 100,000 each of the other supreme-grade elixirs. Qin Feiyang's face darkened, and his veins bulged. Wasn't this an exorbitant demand? I say, are you looking for trouble? Wolf King also looked at Yin Yuanming with bad intentions. Don't misunderstand. We will provide all the herbs ourselves. You are only responsible for making the elixirs. Yin Yuanming said. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and frowned. Do you have so many herbs for potential elixirs and red fire glaze elixirs? Of course. To tell you the truth, the chief pavilion master has long expected that you will definitely enter the capital in the end. So, in the years when you participated in the Battle of the 9 States, the chief pavilion master personally went to the other 8 states to collect a large number of herbs. Yin Yuanming smiled sinisterly. Qin Feiyang and Wolf King looked at each other. They didn't expect the chief pavilion master to be even crazier than them. Qin Feiyang joked. Aren't you afraid that the prefecture masters of the other 8 states will find trouble with you after learning about this? We bought it with money openly. What right do they have to find trouble with us? Yin Yuanming was disdainful. You guys are awesome. Qin Feiyang gave them a thumbs up and said with a smile, but you also know my rules. The elixirs refined must be divided equally between us. This. Yin Yuanming frowned and said with a flattering smile, Brother Qin, you are going to the capital soon and may not come back in this life. Can you give us a discount? What's more, our friendship is so deep. Can you just treat it as a farewell gift to us before we part ways? He added. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and stretched out 3 fingers. 30, 70. This is my bottom line. Deal. Yin Yuanming nodded decisively. After all, after being together for so long, he knew Qin Feiyang very well. It was impossible for him to help the treasure pavilion refine elixirs for free. Therefore, he was already very satisfied to be able to negotiate a 30-70 split. Boom. At this time, a powerful aura suddenly descended over the city. At this moment, everyone in the city was alarmed. In the resting room, Qin Feiyang and the others were also bewildered. Boom! Following closely, another terrifying aura descended over the city one after another. Ren Wushuang frowned and said, "Could it be that someone from the capital came to pick us up?" It was the previous prefecture master who took you to the capital. The capital will not send anyone personally. Besides, no one from the capital will come if nothing particularly important happens. Besides, although these auras are powerful, they are still a lot worse than the people from the capital. According to my deduction, they should be at the same level as the prefecture master. Yin Yuanming said. At the same level as Grandpa, Ren Wushuang pondered for a while and said in surprise, "Could it be the prefecture masters of the other 8 states?" "It's possible." Yin Yuanming nodded and frowned, "But why did he come to our spiritual state?" Qin Feiyang said, "It should be for me." Yin Yuanming was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile, "I killed many of their people in the 9 levels of hell and even wiped out several states." Yin Yuanming looked at him in a daze and shook his head with a wry smile. "He is indeed a ferocious guy. Don't worry, with the prefecture master here, they won't dare to do anything to you. I'll go get the herbs now." After saying that, Yin Yuanming turned around and strode out of the lounge. After watching Yin Yuanming leave, Wolf King's eyes flashed coldly and said, "Little Qin Zi, do you want to take the opportunity to go to Yunzhou?" "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Wolf King sneered and said, "Fatso's blood feud, have you forgotten?" "Of course not." Qin Feiyang said. "What are you talking about? What blood feud does Fatso have?" Ren Wushuang looked at the man and Wolf in confusion. Wolf King smiled mysteriously and said, "Little girl Ren, there are some things you'd better not know." Ren Wushuang was about to get angry when Qin Feiyang said, "Sister, can you help me see if the prefecture master of Yunzhou is here?" Ren Wushuang snorted and said, "You don't want to tell me, why should I help you? If you don't go, I will. It's no big deal." Wolf King smiled disdainfully, asked Qin Feiyang for 2 portals, and left directly. "Bastard, wolf cub." Ren Wushuang stomped her feet in anger and glared at Qin Feiyang. She said, "If you don't tell me why my father stayed in the ruins, I'll keep pestering you." "It doesn't matter. It's quite eye-catching to have a beautiful woman by my side," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "You're shameless," Ren Wushuang said angrily, gnashing her teeth and glaring at him. Qin Feiyang didn't mind and smiled. With the sound of footsteps, Yin Yuanming came back with a Qiankuan bag in his hand. He glanced around the room and asked suspiciously, "Where's Ruffian Wolf?" Qin Feiyang said, "He went to ask for information." Yin Yuanming nodded and handed the Qiankuan bag to Qin Feiyang. He said with a smile, "When can I get the elixir?" Qin Feiyang glanced at the medicinal herbs in the Qiankuan bag and put them into the castle. He said with a faint smile, "When it's done, I'll get someone to send it to you." Okay. Yin Yuanming nodded repeatedly with a smile on his face. Swish. At this time, Wolf King appeared out of thin air and said, "That old witch is here. She's now in the old master's meeting hall. She's here to settle the score with us, so we'll go and raid her nest." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a sharp light. "Feiyang, although the Yunzhou prefecture governor is not here, there are still 10 commanders. Fatso's enemies are also very strong. It's better to be careful," Luo Qinshue reminded. Qin Feiyang said, Aunt Shui, I know. Chapter 669. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded, grabbed Luo Qinshue's hand, and said, Auntie Shui, when I go to the capital, I won't come to see you. You must take care of yourself. I will. Don't worry and go on an adventure. Luo Qinshu smiled, but her eyes were wet. After being together for so long, she had long regarded Qin Feiyang as her own son. Now that they had parted, she didn't know when they would be reunited. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel sad and said, When I settle down in the capital, I will definitely come back to pick you up. I'll wait for you. Luo Qinshu nodded, feeling gratified. She really couldn't figure out why the emperor wanted to harm such a sensible child. I'm leaving. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he resolutely let go of Luo Qinshue's hand, opened a portal, and left with Wolf King. Bastard, don't think about leaving me behind. Ren Wushuang said angrily and was about to chase after him. But at this time, Luo Qinshu grabbed her wrist, shook her head, and said with a smile, Child, don't chase after him. Feiyang is a very trustworthy person. Since he promised your father, no matter how you pester him, he won't say anything. Ren Wushuang said anxiously, but Luo Qinshu smiled and said, Okay, stop talking. Stay here and chat with me. But Ren Wushuang nodded, but in her heart, she cursed Qin Feiyang for being a bastard. Yin Yuanming, who was next to them, looked surprised. Didn't Ren Wushuang's father die a long time ago? But from their conversation, why was it that this Ren Duxing was still alive? Also, Qin Feiyang and Ruffian Wolf actually wanted to raid the Yunzhou Mansion Master's lair. Were they really not afraid of death? No. All the medicinal materials are with them. They can't die in Yunzhou. Muttering to himself, Yin Yuanming looked up at Ren Wushuang and smiled. I have something to discuss with the Chief Pavilion Master. You guys take your time. Without waiting for their response, he hurriedly left. Meanwhile, in the sky above a valley in the cloud state, swish! Qin Feiyang and Wolf King appeared out of thin air. The valley was surrounded by mountains on all sides, and there were no entrances or exits. One could only enter from a high altitude. Within the valley, it was about half a mile long. The ground was very flat and covered with lush green weeds. Between the bushes, there were also wild flowers in full bloom, their fragrance assailing their nostrils. Furthermore, there was a clear stream that meandered through the entire valley. From time to time, a small fish would jump out, adding some liveliness to the valley. In the east of the valley, there was a small forest. The trees were not tall, but they were lush and full of life. Through the gaps between the leaves, he could faintly see an old wooden building. Behind the small wooden building, there was a cemetery that emitted a sorrowful aura. Qin Feiyang glanced at the valley and waved his hand. Fatso immediately appeared beside him. He had heard the conversation between Qin Feiyang and Wolf King in the castle, so he was already prepared. At this moment, looking at the valley below, his entire body suddenly exuded a sense of sorrow and a dense killing intent. Because this was the place where his father and family were buried. Who is it? Suddenly, a vigilant shout sounded. Following closely, accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, an old man in black rushed out of the valley and landed in front of the two men and the wolf. The old man was skinny and had white hair. His eyes were extremely gloomy, but when he saw Fatso, it was as if an iceberg had melted. His old face was full of smiles. Fatso said, Uncle Hai, I'm back. That's right. This person was the housekeeper of the Situ family, Situ Hai. Situ Hai walked in front of Fatso and reached out his trembling hand to touch Fatso's face. He said, Child, it's been a few years since we last met. How have you been these years? Very good. Fatso nodded repeatedly and said with a smile, Uncle Hai, let me tell you a piece of good news. I've passed the Great Nine States battle. What? Situ Hai's old body trembled. He said in surprise, You're not lying to me? Why would I lie to you? I'll be able to enter the imperial capital soon. Fatso said, the heavens didn't destroy my Situ family. Situ Hai immediately looked up to the sky and laughed, tears flowing down his old face. Back then, when the Situ family was exterminated, he was so desperate, thinking that the Situ family would never be able to return to the past. However, he never expected that the child with the worst talent and the least hope would not only succeed in turning the tide and transform into a one-in-a-million genius, but he also completed the Great Nine States battle and obtained the qualification to enter the imperial capital. In his heart, a raging flame of hope was ignited. Sooner or later, the Situ family would rise again and even surpass the glory of the past. Suddenly, he knelt in the void and looked at Qin Feiyang. He said, "Little brother, thank you for helping Tianyu. This old man has nothing to repay you with. Old man, please get up. Fatso and I are brothers. It's only right for me to help him." Qin Feiyang quickly went forward and helped Situhai up. Situhai said, "It's Tianyu's blessing to have a brother like you." "Uncle Hai, what are you talking about? I'm not bad either, okay?" Fatso grumbled unhappily. Yes. You're not bad at all. Every descendant of the Situ family is a genius." Situhai laughed. "It's not as exaggerated as you say." Fatso scratched his head awkwardly. "Let's go. We'll go down and tell your father and mother this good news. They'll definitely be proud of you when they hear about it in the underworld." Situhai grabbed Fatso's hand and flew down. Fatso said, "Boss, wait for me." Qin Feiyang nodded. After Fatso and Situhai entered the cemetery, Qin Feiyang lowered his head and muttered. Wolf King asked curiously, "What are you thinking about?" Qin Feiyang said, "I feel that with our strength, it's not enough to avenge Fatso." "What do you mean?" Wolf King frowned. "Just like what Aunt Shui said, although the Yun State's mansion master isn't here, there are still the 10 great commanders, the precious treasure pavilion and the sacred palace's hall masters. For example, the Pill Hall's hall master. We've fought with him before. As a 3-star battle sect, he's extremely powerful. However, I'm not worried about these people. The person I'm worried about the most is the previous mansion master of the Yun State." Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Wolf King's pupils shrunk. The ugly old woman said that she was even more powerful than the old man. Then, the previous mansion master of the Yun State must be ridiculously powerful. If they alerted this person, not only would they not be able to avenge Fatso, but they would also be consigned to eternal damnation. Wolf King said, "Why don't we wait a little longer?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "The arrow is already on the bow. We have to shoot it." After saying that, he took out the image crystal. "What are you doing?" Wolf King was suspicious. "Find someone to help us. With him around, it'll be hard for us to die." Qin Feiyang said with a smile. A strand of battle chi entered the image crystal. Soon, a figure appeared. It was Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen asked with a smile, "Brother Qin, do you have any orders?" Qin Feiyang said, "There's something I'd like to ask you for help with." "What is it?" Lu Xingchen was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, "Let's talk about it when you're here. I'm in the Yun State now." What? Lu Xingchen was dumbfounded. He said speechlessly, "You've just come back and you're already in the Yun State. You really can't stop. Give me the coordinates. I'll go there immediately." "Thank you." Qin Feiyang thanked him. After giving the coordinates to Lu Xingchen, he turned off the image crystal. At the same time, in the cemetery. "What? You came back this time to destroy the Xia, Yuan, and He families?" Situhai looked at Fatso in shock. Fatso nodded. His eyes flashed with a cold light. "You can't do that. You're not strong enough yet. You'll be courting death if you go there." Situhai said anxiously. Fatso smiled and comforted him, "Uncle Hai, don't worry. If I'm not confident, I won't do it. Now that you've obtained the qualification to enter the imperial capital, your future is bright. I can't let you lose your life because of this. We'll definitely take revenge for this, but not now. Tianyu, listen to Uncle Hai's advice. Don't be stupid. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Situhai tried his best to persuade him. Fatso was the only hope of the Situ family. So no matter what, he had to protect Fatso well. Fatso shook his head and said expressionlessly, "I've made up my mind. Uncle Hai, don't try to persuade me." He knelt in front of his parents' tombstones and said firmly, "Father, Mother, all the clansmen, please rest assured. I'll definitely make those damned bastards pay with their blood." After that, Fatso suddenly got up and flew towards Qin Feiyang and Wolf King. "Tianyu, listen to me, don't be impulsive," said Hai hurriedly chased after him. When Fatso flew in front of Qin Feiyang, he immediately said, "Boss, we can go now." Qin Feiyang laughed. "There's no rush, let's wait for someone first." "Who are we waiting for?" Fatso was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, "Lu Xingchen." Fatso frowned and said, "Would he be so kind to help us?" "Who said I'm not that kind? In fact, I'm also a very loyal person." At this moment, a faint laugh sounded, and Lu Xingchen appeared out of thin air. "He really came?" Fatso was surprised. Lu Xingchen nodded to Qin Feiyang, then looked at Fatso and said, "Don't you know that it's very immoral to speak ill of others behind their backs? About this, I apologize." Fatso laughed dryly. Lu Xingchen shook his head and laughed. At this time, Sidu Hai caught up and said anxiously, "Tianyu, you really can't go. Can you listen to me for once?" Glancing at Sidu Hai, Lu Xingchen looked at Qin Feiyang and frowned. "What's the matter?" Qin Feiyang briefly explained the situation. After listening, Lu Xingchen's face darkened. He glanced at the two men and the wolf and said, "This is not a child's play. Have you thought about it?" "Of course." Fatso nodded without hesitation. Lu Xingchen pondered for a moment and nodded. "Okay, I'll help you. It's also a favor to Qin Feiyang. Although I've always disliked you, I really have to thank you this time." Fatso cupped his hands and said. Lu Xingchen waved his hand and smiled. "It's no big deal. Let's go." "Are you all crazy?" Situ Hai said angrily. "Uncle Hai, you can rest assured. We will definitely be able to get away safely." Fatso laughed. Situ Hai was extremely angry, but in the end he sighed and said, "Fine, do as you wish, but you have to bring me along." Fatso frowned. "Although I'm not strong enough, I've been paying attention to the movements of the three great families all these years. I know their background and can definitely help you. Moreover, I also want to see the destruction of the three great families with my own eyes." Sidu Hai said. "This?" Fatso looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and said with a smile, "It's okay. If you want to go, go." "Thank you, little brother." Sidu Hai cupped his hands and thanked him, then took out a teleportation door and quickly opened it. Subsequently, Chapter 670. Yunzhou City. A huge mansion was located in the central area of the East City. It was magnificent and extraordinary. Above the gate of the mansion, there was a golden plaque. It was made of gold. On it, there were two bold and powerful words. Xia family. The Xia family's status in Yunzhou was comparable to the Lu family in Lingzhou, because the Xia family's ancestor, Xia Changfeng, was the governor of the East City. Moreover, because Xia Changfeng was deeply loved by the governor of Yunzhou, the Xia family was even more powerful in the East City. Even if it was just a servant of the Xia family, the heads of the top families outside had to be respectful to them. It could be said that in the East City, the Xia family was the master, controlling the fate of countless people. At this moment, in front of the gate of the Xia family's mansion, a large group of people had gathered and were noisy. "For brothers, I beg you, ask young Master Xia to let my granddaughter go. She's still young. You can't hurt her. I'll kowtow to you, I beg you to do her a favor." In front of the crowd, a white-haired old man knelt in front of the gate. The old man's clothes were ragged, his body was covered in blood, his old face was bruised and swollen. But he seemed to have forgotten his pain. Looking at the four guards standing on both sides of the gate, he kept begging and kowtowing. His head was broken, blood flowing all over the ground. And that pair of weak old eyes were full of anxiety. However, the four Xia family guards remained unmoved. In fact, their faces were filled with impatience. Swish! Suddenly, four people and a wolf landed in the sky above the Xia family's gate. It was Qin Feiyang and the others. They did not hide their aura. As soon as they appeared, the people below noticed and immediately looked up. What? How dare they stand in the sky above the Xia family's gate? Don't they know that this kind of behavior of looking down on the Xia family will bring about a fatal disaster? The pupils of the group of people shrank. At the same time, the four guards also looked up at Qin Feiyang and the others. Their faces suddenly became cold. How dare you stand in the sky above the Xia family's gate? You must have eaten the heart of a leopard. Get down here immediately, kowtow and apologize. The four people shouted. Qin Feiyang and the others, who were scanning the Xia family mansion, raised their eyebrows and looked down at the crowd. In the end, their gazes all landed on the four guards. Wolf King chuckled and said, "This Xia clan is really impressive. This is nothing strange. The Xia family has always liked to bully others. Do you see the old man kneeling at the door? He must be one of the victims." Sidu Hai sneered. He didn't hide his disgust at all. "Let's go down and take a look." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and brought Wolf King and Fatso to the old man's side. Seeing this, the four guards thought that Qin Feiyang and the others were scared. One of them sneered, "At least you know what's good for you. Quickly kneel down and apologize." However, Qin Feiyang and the others simply ignored them. Fatso squatted on the ground and asked, "Old man, why are you kneeling here?" "The young master of the Xia family took away my granddaughter. My granddaughter is only 15. What a sin." The old man cried out sadly. Sure enough, Sidu Hai sighed deeply. The fatty's eyes were also filled with rage. He abruptly raised his head to look at the four guards and shouted, "How dare you bully men and seize women in broad daylight? Do you still have any respect for the law?" "The law? Ha, damn fat pig, you can't even protect yourself now, and you still want to fight for him? Let me tell you, in this East City, my Xia family is the law." The four people laughed with ridicule. "You're courting death." Fatso slowly got up, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Little brother, don't do anything." Seeing this, the old man hurriedly grabbed Fatso and said, "Little brother, thank you, but you'd better stay out of it, because you can't afford to offend the Xia family. Did you hear that? The Xia family is not something you can offend. In this place, even if you are a tiger, you have to lie there obediently. Kneel down for me." The four guards shouted. Their overbearing attitude showed that they did not put these people in their eyes at all. Lu Xingchen laughed and said, "Brother Qin, they are more arrogant than you." Qin Feiyang's face twitched and said helplessly, "Can you not drag me into everything?" The two of them whispered and were seen by a guard. The guard frowned and shouted, "What are the two of you whispering about? I told you to kneel down, didn't you hear me? Do you have to force us to fight?" Lu Xingchen shrunk his neck and said timidly, "Big brother, I'm a coward. Don't scare me." "Scare you? Huh." The four guards laughed and the disdain in their eyes deepened. How dare they meddle in other people's business with such guts? They really overestimated themselves. Wolf King shook his head and laughed, "Look at how proud they are. They won't be proud for long." Fatso snorted and looked down at the old man. He smiled and said, "Old man, don't be afraid. Tell me, when did they kidnap your granddaughter?" The old man glanced at them. Seeing that they had an extraordinary temperament and unfathomable aura, his panicked heart gradually calmed down. The old man said, "She was captured not long ago." Fatso asked, "How was she captured?" "Not long ago, my granddaughter and I passed by here. The young master of the Xia family happened to be returning from outside. Although my granddaughter is only 15, she is beautiful. When he saw my granddaughter, he had evil thoughts." The old man said angrily, "He is worse than a beast." "Old man, don't worry. I will go and rescue your granddaughter now." Fatso comforted him and turned to the four guards. He shouted, "Take me to that beast immediately." "Who are you calling a beast?" The four guards immediately frowned. "You are courting death." Fatso's eyes flashed with killing intent. He waved his hand and 3 streams of battle chi appeared and disappeared between the 3 guards' eyebrows. "Ah!" 3 cries of agony immediately echoed in the air. There was a bloody hole in between the eyebrows of the 3 guards. Blood was gushing out. "Murder! He killed someone in the Xia family." The crowd behind all opened their eyes wide and looked at Fatso in shock. One must know. This was the Xia family. Although he only killed the servants of the Xia family, he would still be punished by the Xia family for this. However, as for the remaining guard, he was filled with terror at this moment. Because when Fatso attacked, he realized that he had kicked an iron plate this time. Fatso took a step forward and landed in front of the guard. He smiled and said, "Fat Lord doesn't want to say it again." Okay. As long as you don't kill me, I will take you there immediately." That guard immediately turned around and ran into the mansion, scared witless. Fatso smiled coldly and stepped into the gate of the Xia family. He followed the guard unhurriedly. Qin Feiyang and the others smiled at each other and followed in. They actually barged in so openly? The crowd in front of the gate looked at the backs of Qin Feiyang and the others. They were all stunned. Who are they? How can they be so audacious? I've never seen or heard of them. But one thing is for sure. They will not have a good ending. That's right. In this city, even the Mo family, Yuan family, and Yi family, who are as famous as the Xia family, do not dare to barge into the Xia family. The crowd discussed animatedly. For a moment, the place was in an uproar. In the mansion. Or you. Stop right there. In a long corridor, more than 10 guards of the Xia family stood in front of Qin Feiyang and the others. Each of them looked fierce. But Fatso did not say anything and directly attacked. His battle chi surged out like a tidal wave. Wherever it went, flesh and blood splattered and screams could be heard. No one was left alive. When he saw that, the guard who led the way was scared out of his wits and collapsed to the ground. What strength! What vicious methods! Who is this malefic? Fatso frowned and said, "If you don't get up, you'll reunite with them." The guard shuddered and hurriedly got up. He ran into a garden and followed a small path. The Xia family was heavily guarded. Basically, there was a sentry every 3 steps and a sentry every 7 steps. However, those guards were all killed mercilessly by Fatso. Along the way, the ground was filled with corpses. Blood dyed the garden and the ground red. The air was filled with a pungent smell of blood as well. It was as though the place had turned into a hell. "Hurry, hurry, hurry," informed the family head and the elders. When the guards in the distance saw Fatso killing in all directions as though there was no one around, their expressions changed and they fled in panic. "How dare you!" All of a sudden, a loud roar sounded. An old man in black rushed out from a hall and stood in the air. He shouted, "I'm the butler of the Xia family. If you don't want to die, surrender immediately." A small fry dares to jump out. "You really don't know what you're talking about." Fatso sneered. Without even looking, he waved his hand and the black dragon battle chi soared into the sky. The old man in black was instantly splattered with blood. What? Even the butler was killed? Seeing that, whether it was the guards of the Xia family or the servants, they could not help but feel chills down their spines. They were terrified to the extreme. "How far is it?" Fatso frowned and was a little impatient. The guard hurriedly said, "After walking out of this garden and passing through a small bamboo forest, we will reach the Intoxicated Heart Lake where the young master is." Intoxicated Heart Lake. A cold light flashed in Fatso's eyes. In the blink of an eye, a wave of battle chi swept out like a sharp blade and instantly cut the guard's throat. Blood splattered 3 feet on the spot. Following that, Fatso stepped on the return to 1 step and crazily slaughtered along the way. Qin Feiyang and the others followed behind him and just silently watched this scene. Not long after, they passed through the small bamboo forest and stopped in front of a lake of about 100 feet. The lake was very calm. The lake water was very clear. On the opposite shore, there was a small, exquisite attic. Faintly, a helpless cry for help could be heard coming from the attic. Fatso jumped up and instantly landed on the opposite shore of the lake. He kicked open the door of the attic and walked in. "Who are you? How dare you ruin my good thing? Do you want to die?" Immediately, an angry shout rang out in the attic. But before the voice died away, accompanied by a scream, a 15 or 16-year-old boy with a bare bottom flew out of the window on the second floor and fell into the lake with a thud. After a while, Fatso also flew out of the attic with a girl and landed beside Qin Feiyang and the others. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at the girl. This girl was about 1.65 meters tall. Her skin was delicate and white and her figure was petite and exquisite. She was indeed a little beauty. At this moment, there were a few blood-red palm prints on both sides of her cheeks. Her eyes were teary and she looked pitiful. When she saw Qin Feiyang and the others, she also looked frightened. What a poor little girl. Sidohai sighed. Qin Feiyang frowned and looked at Fatso and asked, "Was she?" "No. When I went in, that little bastard had just taken off his pants and was directly kicked away by me." Fatso sneered. "That's good." Qin Feiyang breathed a sigh of relief. He looked down at the girl and said with a smile, "Little girl, don't be afraid. We're all here to save you." Seemingly infected by the smile on Qin Feiyang's face, the girl calmed down and asked timidly, "Where's my grandfather?" "He's outside. Come, I'll take you there." Qin Feiyang stretched out his hands. The girl looked at Fatso. No matter who encountered such a situation, they would subconsciously believe the person who saved them. And before, it was Fatso who saved her, so she trusted Fatso more. Fatso put down the girl, rubbed her head and said with a smile, "He's my boss. He won't hurt you." The girl nodded and walked to Qin Feiyang's side. "You bastards, don't even think about leaving." But at this moment, a flustered and exasperated roar came from the other side of the lake. As soon as she heard this voice, the girl was so scared that her face turned pale. She quickly hid behind Qin Feiyang and the others, her thin body trembling. Qin Feiyang and the others also looked up and saw that the boy who fell into the lake had climbed ashore. At this moment, he was standing on the shore, staring at them with resentment. He didn't realize that he was still naked. Wolf King laughed and said, "Shouldn't you go put on your pants first and then threaten us?" The boy was stunned. He looked down and his face suddenly changed. He hurriedly turned and ran to the attic. "Don't wear it, you're going to die soon anyway." Fatso sneered, took a step forward, landed behind the boy, grabbed the boy's arm, and directly twisted it up like a little chick. The boy exclaimed and roared, "Damn Fatso, do you know who I am? Do you know the consequences of offending me? You haven't even grown your hair yet, and you dare to threaten the Fat Lord?" Fatso slapped him in the face. The boy suddenly spat out blood and half of his face swelled up. "Put down my son." At this moment, a thunderous roar exploded. Following closely, a middle-aged man wearing a purple robe broke through the air and stood above the lake, staring angrily at Fatso. The boy hurriedly shouted, "Father, kill him quickly." Obviously, this person was the patriarch of the Xia family. "Shut up," Fatso coldly shouted and slapped the boy's face again, causing him to see stars. Patriarch Xia clenched his fists and said word by word, "I told you to put him down, didn't you hear me? What if the Fat Lord doesn't let go?" Fatso laughed disdainfully. Patriarch Xia said sternly, "Whether you let go or not, you will die today." "So it's like that. Since I'm going to die sooner or later, I might as well kill him and let him accompany me in death." Fatso laughed and grabbed the boy's neck. With a squeeze, the boy immediately suffocated. "Father, save me." He stretched out his hand and struggled desperately, calling for help. At the same time. Chapter 671. Fatso laughed. "I thought you didn't care." Patriarch Xia's face was gloomy and said, "Who are you? Why do you want to deal with my son? If he has offended you, I apologize to you on his behalf." "Apologize?" "Ha!" Fatso looked up to the sky and laughed. He suddenly looked at Patriarch Xia, his eyes bursting with a strong cold light, and said, "This matter is not something that can be made up for with an apology." Patriarch Xia's heart trembled. He looked down at the youth and said angrily, "What exactly did you do?" "Woo-woo." The young man wanted to speak, but the fat man had a death grip on his throat, so he couldn't speak. Patriarch Xia looked at Fatso and pleaded, "Sir, can we make things clear? If my son is really in the wrong, I am willing to compensate you for all your losses. I'm afraid you can't afford it. Fatso smiled coldly. In fact, the two of them were not talking about the same thing. Fatso was talking about the blood feud of the past. But Patriarch Xia thought that the youth had offended Fatso. Patriarch Xia said confidently, "Don't worry, my Xia family is powerful, there is nothing that my Xia family can't afford." "Ha, what a big tone," Fatso laughed. Shua. At this moment, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and with the girl, he flew to Fatso's side, and secretly said, "We'll talk about your matter later, first help her get justice." From the little girl's clothes, it could be seen that her family was not very well off. As for the Xia family, Patriarch Xia had personally admitted that the Xia family was powerful, so of course, he had to make him bleed. "All right." Fatso nodded, looked at Patriarch Xia, and said, "Your precious son almost ruined her, how do you think you should compensate?" Patriarch Xia looked at the girl and said, "So it's just because of this matter. Speak, what do you want?" "Just because of this matter?" It seems that in the eyes of the Xia family's patriarch, this is only a small matter. But do you know? For a woman, what is the most important thing? That is chastity. What's more, she's only a 15-year-old child. Do you know how much damage this has done to her? Qin Feiyang said angrily. All right. I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that. I apologize to you all. Just tell me, what do you want? Although it was an apology, there was no sincerity in it at all. In fact, there was even a hint of mockery in his eyes. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. "Give her 1 billion gold coins and we'll drop the matter." "What? 1 billion? The Xia family guards and servants who were gathered in the distance all glared at him. 1 billion gold coins, who knew how many young girls he could buy? Wasn't his appetite a little too big? The girl was also dumbfounded. In her entire life, she had never even seen 1,000 or 2,000, let alone 1 billion. Looking at Patriarch Xia, he was also tongue-tied. He knew that he would be ruthlessly extorted today, but he didn't expect that he would ask for 1 billion right off the bat. Did he think that the Xia family's wealth was free? It was also accumulated little by little. He looked gloomily at Qin Feiyang and said, "Your Excellency, I advise you not to push your luck." Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly, 2 billion. You, Patriarch Xia clenched his hands, almost going crazy. Unexpectedly, it didn't decrease but increased instead. Did he think that there was no one in the Xia family? Qin Feiyang said, "If you dare to say another word, it will be 3 billion. Patriarch Xia gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I'll give it to you. But please keep your promise and release my son as soon as you get the gold coins." Qin Feiyang said impatiently, "Don't talk nonsense. Go and prepare." Patriarch Xia took a deep breath and shouted, "Grand Elder, quickly bring 2 billion gold coins." He really gave it? The guards and servants looked at each other. He has to give it. Yes, the young master is the patriarch's lifeblood. If he doesn't agree, what if they really kill him? So, he lost 2 billion gold coins in one go. This young master really knows how to cause trouble. Who is to blame? It's all because the patriarch usually indulges him too much. As long as he is disciplined a little, he wouldn't have fallen to today's situation. The servants discussed softly. Whoosh! About 100 breaths of time. Accompanied by the sound of breaking through the air, 10 figures rushed over like lightning. Among these 10 people, there were men and women, and they looked rather old. But everyone's eyes were exceptionally spirited, and the aura emitted from their bodies was stronger than Patriarch Xia's. Obviously, they were the 10 elders of the Xia family. The leader was an old man in white, with a ruddy complexion and white hair, full of spirit. However, at this moment, his gaze was somewhat gloomy. Moreover, among these 10 people, his aura was the strongest. He was a 1-star war master. Swish! The old man in white landed in front of Patriarch Xia and looked gloomily at Qin Feiyang and the others. He frowned and said, "Patriarch, are you really going to give it to him?" Patriarch Xia nodded and said, "But if you want to take it away, it won't be that easy." The old man in white suddenly realized and took out a Qianquan bag from his bosom. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Young man, it's not too late to regret now." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "In my dictionary, there is no such word as regret. Quickly throw it over." Pumph. The old man in white snorted and threw the Qingquan bag to Qin Feiyang with force. Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand and caught it. He smiled and said, "Thank you." Patriarch Xia said, "Cut the crap, quickly let him go." Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear and looked down at the young girl. He smiled and said, "Little sister, I'll send you to your grandfather now." "Thank you, big brother." The young girl was very sensible, but her face was full of panic. Because the eyes of Patriarch Xia and the 10 elders made her feel afraid. "Big brother is here, don't be afraid." Qin Feiyang comforted her with a smile and then flew towards the Xia family's gate with the young girl. Shua. But at this time, the great elder took a step forward and stood in front of Qin Feiyang. He gloomily said, "You haven't let him go and you want to leave?" Qin Feiyang lightly said, "My people are also here, what's the hurry? Can I trust you? What if you take her and run away?" The great elder sneered. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "But I also don't trust your Xia family. What if I let your young master go and you all besiege us?" The great elder's eyes darkened and said, "I don't want to listen to this nonsense. In short, before I let him go, none of you are allowed to leave." Qin Feiyang sighed and said, "You're making it difficult for me." The great elder sneered and said, "You're also making it difficult for me." "Is that so?" Qin Feiyang pursed his lips and smiled. He looked down at the young girl and said with a smile, "Little sister, close your eyes." The young girl obediently closed her eyes at once. The great elder looked at the young girl and looked at Qin Feiyang. He frowned and said, "What do you want to do?" "What do I want to do?" Qin Feiyang laughed and said, "I didn't want to kill in front of this little girl, but there's no other way. You're too insensible." Finished. Qin Feiyang's eyes instantly became extremely sharp, like pieces of blade. Following closely, he raised his arm and pointed his index finger in the air. Boom! An invisible force gushed out like a torrent. In an instant, it swept across the sky and drowned the great elder. Before the great elder of the Xia family could react, accompanied by a shrill scream, blood splattered across the sky, and not even his bones were left. "What?" Patriarch Xia's heart trembled. The other 9 elders were also dumbfounded. The people below, even their eyeballs were about to pop out. How powerful was the great elder, but he was actually killed in one move. Was this a dream? However, Qin Feiyang acted as if he had done an extremely ordinary thing. There was not the slightest ripple in his heart. He turned his head and looked at Fatso. He smiled and said, "Do it." Finished. Qin Feiyang took the young girl and flew towards the door without looking back. At the same time, Fatso smiled sinisterly. His big hand suddenly shrank and directly crushed the young boy's neck. Before dying, the young boy let out a painful scream. This scream made Patriarch Xia and the others suddenly come back to their senses. They hurriedly looked over. When they saw the dead young boy, they immediately gritted their teeth and cracked their eyes. "Why did you kill him? Why did you have to be so vicious?" Patriarch Xia's eyes were red as he roared hysterically. "Why?" Fatso muttered to himself. His 5 fingers loosened and the young boy's body chased down. With a thud, it finally fell into the lake, splashing waves. It was also at this moment. Fatso suddenly raised his head, sweeping his gaze across the Xia family and the others, and laughed sinisterly. "This is what you deserve. Today, your Xia family's people will all die." Boom! As the sound of his voice faded, Fatso's body trembled, and the aura of a 2-star war master erupted like a volcano. "So strong. Quickly inform the ancestor." The 9 great clan elders' expressions changed as they shouted at Patriarch Xia. Patriarch Xia's face also turned pale. He hurriedly took out an image crystal and sent a message to Xia Changfeng. Fatso did not stop him. So, an illusionary figure appeared. This was an old man. He wore a long black robe and had a head of thick black hair. His dark eyes were like a pair of eagle's eyes that emitted a sharp light. The old man in black looked at Patriarch Xia and asked, Why are you looking for this old man? His voice was very calm, but it carried a great sense of majesty. Patriarch Xia said in a panic, "Someone came to my Xia family to cause trouble and even killed my son and the great clan elder." What? The old man in black was shocked and shouted, "Who has the guts to cause trouble in my Xia family?" "Xia Changfeng, it's me." Fatso took a step forward and landed beside Patriarch Xia. His large hand shot out and grabbed Patriarch Xia's neck with lightning speed. Patriarch Xia only had the cultivation of War Emperor, so in front of Fatso, a 2-star War Master, he naturally had no way to resist. At the same time, the old man in black's gaze darkened as he said sinisterly, "Who are you? Why do you want to touch my Xia family's people?" Fatso looked at the shadow and laughed. "If you come over personally, Fat Lord will tell you." The old man in black said in a deep voice, "All right, this city lord will be there right away. If you have the ability, don't run." "Don't worry, I definitely won't. Not only will Fat Lord not run, he will also kill all the elders of your Xia family in front of you." Fatso laughed. Boom! The black dragon battle chi surged, transforming into a torrent that rushed into the sky. In the blink of an eye, a pitch-black giant hand appeared out of nowhere, emitting an aura that could destroy the world, enveloping the 9 elders of the Xia family. The 9 clan elders immediately panicked. "You dare!" At the same time. Chapter 672. Then open your eyes wide and watch. Does Fat Lord dare or not? Fatso grinned. The pitch-black giant hand above his head was like a towering mountain. It fiercely descended and headed for the 9 elders. "Run!" Xia Changfeng anxiously roared. Immediately, the 9 elders fled in panic like birds startled by the twang of a bow. But at this time, Fatso's body emitted a terrifying pressure. The 9 of them were immediately imprisoned in the void, unable to move at all. They could only watch as the giant hand descended. "Ancestor, save us!" The 9 elders desperately cried for help from Xia Changfeng. "No matter who you are, don't even think about leaving the capital alive today." Xia Changfeng angrily roared, and the figure instantly dissipated. Hearing this, Fatso's eyes flashed coldly. He muttered in a low voice, "Then let's see if you have the ability." Immediately, he did not show any mercy. The giant hand formed by the black dragon battle chi fell with a loud bang. The 9 elders were smashed to pieces in despair. Their blood dyed the sky red. Miserable screams echoed in the air above the Xia family, not dispersing for a long time. The Xia family head, who was captured by Fatso, was scared out of his wits when he saw this scene. What terrifying strength! How come he had never heard of such a terrifying person before? At the lake below, Sidahai, who was standing behind Lu Xingchen and the Wolf King, clenched his fists as he looked at the fatty who was slaughtering everyone in the sky. His old face was full of excitement. At first, he was very worried. But who would have thought that Fatso would kill the 9 elders of the Xia family with just a wave of his hand? He never would have thought that Fatso had already grown to such a level. If this continued, he might really be able to destroy the Xia family today. At the same time, the streets around the Xia family had become a sea of people. Because the commotion was too great, the entire East City was alarmed. Without exception. Looking at Fatso, who was standing in the air above the Xia family, everyone's face was full of shock. Outside the Xia family's main gate, it was also packed with people, and it was bustling with noise. That old man had already stood up. He raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang and the girl who were flying towards him. His blood-stained old face was filled with joy. Qin Feiyang landed in front of the gate with the girl. In an instant, the place quieted down. "Grandpa!" The young girl immediately threw herself into the old man's arms and sobbed. "Child, it's okay now. Don't cry." The old man patted the young girl's shoulder and comforted her while looking gratefully at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang walked in front of the old man and handed him the Qiankuan bag. He smiled and said, "Old man, take this Qiankuan bag and leave." "Young man, thank you. However, I absolutely cannot accept this Cosmos sack." The old man hurriedly waved his hands. Qin Feiyang stuffed it into the old man's hands and said with a smile, Take this wealth and live a good life. This won't do. The old man cried out anxiously. Qin Feiyong smiled faintly and said, Keep it. You deserve it. The old man hesitated. Suddenly, he took the young girl and knelt on the ground with a plop, saying, Young man, this old man really has no way to repay today's kindness. Please accept a bow from us grandfather and grandson. Qin Feiyong hurriedly stepped forward and helped the two of them up, saying, It's just a small matter. Don't be so polite. He rubbed the young girl's head and said with a smile, Take good care of Grandpa in the future. I will. The young girl nodded obediently. Qin Feiyong waved his hand and said with a smile, Go. Big brother, I will remember you for the rest of my life, and that fat brother. The young girl smiled shyly, supported the old man, and turned to walk towards the crowd. The crowd in front also automatically retreated and made a path. But Qin Feiyong suddenly noticed that there were some people in the crowd who looked at the Qiankuan bag in the old man's hand with a hint of greed in their eyes. Immediately, Qin Feiyong frowned. These people were obviously jealous of this wealth. After all, 2 billion gold coins was not a small amount. Many people could not earn it in several lifetimes. And this grandfather and grandson pair, without the strength to truss a chicken, would probably not be able to escape death in the end. Thinking of this, he said with a smile, Old man, wait. The grandfather and grandson stopped. The old man looked back at Qin Feiyong and asked, Young man, do you have any orders? Qin Feiyong said, I don't know if you trust me. Of course I trust you. The old man nodded. Qin Feiyong said, Well, I'll send you to a place. There, as long as you don't show your wealth, there won't be any trouble. Don't show your wealth. The old man pondered over this sentence and suddenly came to a realization. He looked at the crowd in front of him vigilantly, turned to Qin Feiyong, and bowed, Thank you, young man. Qin Feiyong smiled, took out a teleportation door, and quickly opened it. The grandfather and grandson pair thanked him again and again before walking into the teleportation door. Seeing the grandfather and grandson pair leave, the people who were tempted by the wealth couldn't help but feel a trace of disappointment. When the teleportation door disappeared, Qin Feiyong soared into the sky, flying towards Fatso and the others. At this time, a black-clothed old man appeared in the air above the lake, full of killing intent. It was Xia Changfeng. As soon as Xia Changfeng appeared, he scanned the surrounding void. Seeing that there were no signs of the 9 elders, he immediately looked towards Fatso and shouted, Where are they? Sorry you're late. They're already dead. Fatso laughed mischievously. Damn it. Xia Changfeng was furious. Fatso looked Xia Changfeng up and down, and said playfully, Xia Changfeng, it's only been 10 years since we last met. How come you've become so old? Xia Changfeng frowned. What do you mean? Have we met before? Of course we have. It's just that you've forgotten about Fat Lord. But Fat Lord has never forgotten about you. Fatso's expression changed, and a cold light flashed. He twisted his hand, and with a painful scream, the Xia family head's throat was crushed on the spot. Why are you so ruthless? Xia Changfeng roared, his eyes bloodshot. Puma. Fatso lowered his head as if thinking about the past. Xia Changfeng, do you still remember me? At this time, Situ Hai soared into the sky, standing next to Fatso, hatefully glaring at Xia Changfeng. Xia Changfeng suspiciously looked at Situ Hai, and suddenly seemed to remember something. His gaze fiercely trembled, and he angrily said, You're Situ Hai. Ha, you still remember me? I thought you'd also forgotten about me. Situ Hai laughed like a madman. Who is Situ Hai? On the streets around the Xia family, some people suspiciously asked. I think I've heard this name before, but I can't remember. Some people frowned. Another person said, I know this Situ Hai. He's the Situ family's housekeeper. I also remember. 10 years ago, the Situ family was like the sun at noon in our capital. They were the strongest family and no one could compare. But later, the palace master found out that the Situ family's ancestor had rebelled and ordered the extermination of the family. From then on, the Situ family became history and was gradually forgotten by people. But I never thought that the Situ family's housekeeper would still be alive. Now that he's returned, it should be for revenge. But the Situ family's extermination was due to the crime of rebellion. What does it have to do with the Xia family? Everyone was puzzled. In the sky above the lake, Qin Feiyang, Wolf King, and Lu Xingchen were all silently standing behind Fatso, looking at Xia Changfeng. Xia Changfeng was also silently looking at Siduhai, his expression uncertain. This place fell into a deathly stillness. Only Siduhai's crazy laughter reverberated between heaven and earth, unable to calm down for a long time. And that laughter was filled with resentment, anger, and unwillingness. Ha! Fatso suddenly shook his head and laughed. It's been 10 years. Fat Lord left his hometown and suffered pain and torture, but you're free and unfettered in the capital, enjoying glory and wealth. Xia Changfeng, don't you feel uneasy? Fatso raised his head to look at Xia Changfeng, his entire body exuding an unresolvable sadness. Xia Changfeng's pupils shrank, and he said in a deep voice, "Who are you?" "Fat Lord, I'm a descendant of the Situ family. Fat Lord's father is the Situ family's patriarch who died tragically at your hands, Siduhong. Now, you better listen carefully to Fat Lord. Fat Lord's name is Situ Tianyu." Fatso shouted. His gaze was like a sharp blade, overbearing. His aura was ostentatious, his long hair and clothes rustling in the wind. At this time, he was like a demon god descending to the world, his entire body filled with a bone-chilling coldness. Sidu Tianyu? Xia Changfeng frowned. This name was somewhat familiar. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind. Sidu Hong did indeed have such a son, but he remembered that Situ Tianyu's talent was very mediocre, and he would never be able to become a great person. But now, after only a dozen years, how did he become so strong? Fatso smiled. Do you remember now? Xia Changfeng shook his head. No, with your talent, it's impossible to break through to battle master so quickly. Or you speak. Xia Changfeng practically roared out those last words. Fatso chuckled. You still remember my mediocre talent? Looks like you haven't had a good time these years. Xia Changfeng's face immediately twisted. He had indeed had a hard time these years. Because he knew that the Situ family still had some fish that had escaped the net, he was afraid that the Situ family would come to find him for revenge. Therefore, he had been very careful these past 10 years. At the same time, he had also been tracking down the remaining fish that had escaped the net, and Siduhai was his main target. But after so many years, there had been no news at all. This was like a thorn that had been stuck in his heart, making him unable to calm down. Fatso suddenly smiled and asked, Xia Changfeng, do you regret it now? Xia Changfeng's 10 fingers tightly clenched together, the killing intent in his eyes undisguised. Why are you looking at Fat Lord? Fat Lord asked you if you regret it, didn't you hear? Fatso couldn't help but roar as he spoke. Killing intent burst out from his eyes. Boom! His index finger pointed in the air, and a black dragon battle chi appeared, roaring like lightning. Accompanied by an earth-shaking explosion, a third of the Xia family's residence was instantly turned to ashes. Chapter 673. Seeing this scene, Xia Changfeng clenched his fists, his face twisted, and his body overflowed with hostility. He didn't care about the guards and servants. Even if they all died, it didn't matter. Because the Xia family was rich and powerful, as long as they made a call, a large number of people would rush into the Xia family, willing to be cattle or horses. But those direct descendants were the future pillars of the Xia family. In order to train them, the Xia family had spent a lot of effort and money, but now, in just an instant, countless people had died. His heart was bleeding. Now do you know the taste of heartache? Back then, watching you mercilessly slaughter my Situ family, Fat Lord's heart was also bleeding. Fat Lord can't remember how many people there were in the Situ family at that time. But Fat Lord remembers that blood dyed the earth, corpses were everywhere, and there were screams of despair. Those sinister faces of yours are just like those demons. They're disgusting and nauseating. Now, Fat Lord will ask you again. Do you regret it? Fatso took a deep breath and looked at Xia Changfeng with a faint smile. Xia Changfeng laughed sinisterly. I only regret that I didn't kill you back then. Is that so? Unfortunately, there's no medicine for regret in this world. Fatso shook his head, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Boom. He stretched out his arm and waved it, causing black dragon battle chi to flood downwards. You dare. Xia Changfeng's expression changed, and he hurriedly sent out a palm. Battle chi surged, turning into a torrent that rushed towards the black dragon battle chi. Boom. The two streams of battle chi collided like comets, creating a deafening explosion. Both of them took a step back. Two-star battle ancestor? I didn't think that after so many years, your cultivation would only improve a little. You really disappoint, Fat Lord. Fatso shook his head. Little bastard, don't think that just because your cultivation is the same as mine, you have the qualifications to challenge me. Let me tell you, you're still too inexperienced. Xia Changfeng's hair stood on end, and his battle chi surged. Clang. In an instant, a black war blade appeared out of nowhere. It was several dozen zhang in length as it hovered in the air, emitting an exceptional sharpness. Fatso's pupils shrank as he patted his chest and exclaimed, Is this a battle art? It's so powerful. Fat Lord is so scared. However, there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. What kind of person was Xia Changfeng? Naturally, he could tell that Fatso was toying with him. A trace of ruthlessness immediately appeared on his old face. Little bastard, if you keep hiding, this city lord really won't be able to find you. But you're too stupid. You actually came to me on your own accord. Now, I will send you to the underworld to reunite with your clansmen. He smiled sinisterly and waved his hand. Clang! The black blade trembled in the air, creating a deafening sound. Then, with an astonishing sharpness, it slashed towards Fatso. Fat Lord is stupid? Fatso stared blankly for a moment before he raised his head and laughed. You dare to spout such arrogant words with your meager strength? Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Fatso activated the dragon transformation art and instantly transformed into a dragon warrior. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions. He took a step forward, causing the void to tremble as he punched the black blade. Clang! The blade disintegrated on the spot. Xia Changfeng spat out a mouthful of blood as he looked at Fatso in shock. This aura had actually reached the level of a 6-star battle ancestor. Old man, today, Fat Lord will destroy your Xia family and bury you with my Situ family. Fatso roared towards the sky as his dragon claws shot out. Waves of black dragon battle chi blasted into the mansion below like waves of lightning. Rumble. Crack. In just an instant, the entire Xia family was razed to the ground and turned into ruins. Everyone in the Xia family had been reduced to ashes along with the destruction of the Xia family mansion. It's gone, it's all gone, Xia Changfeng muttered to himself as he looked at the ruins below. He was unable to accept this cruel reality. Little bastard, you should be cut into pieces. Suddenly, Xia Changfeng raised his head to look at Fatso, his old eyes filled with killing intent. Chirp. Immediately after, following a sharp chirp, a huge monster soared into the sky from behind him. It was a falcon with a wingspan of over 100 meters. Its body was completely black and cast a large shadow. It was Xia Changfeng's battle soul. Die, you bastard! Xia Changfeng roared hysterically. The falcon immediately swooped down, its entire body filled with an imposing aura. That pair of eagle eyes was emitting a frightening and ferocious light. Fatso raised his head to look at the falcon, his eyes filled with disdain. He leapt up and stepped on the falcon's head. The falcon let out a mournful cry as it disintegrated. What? Xia Changfeng's eyes widened in anger. His battle soul had been destroyed with a single step. Even if he was strong, he couldn't be this strong. While Xia Changfeng was in a daze, Fatso stepped forward and landed behind him. He whispered in Xia Changfeng's ear, Old man, it seems like you've exhausted all your abilities. That Fat Lord should send you on your way. Xia Changfeng immediately quivered, his back unable to stop a chill from running. He began to flee without hesitation. He didn't even have the courage to turn around and look at Fatso. His heart was filled with fear. However, just as he took a step forward, a heart-wrenching pain came from his back. He felt a large hand burrowing into his body and grabbing his heart. In that instant, it was as if he had been struck by lightning, his body and mind trembling. He didn't need to think to know that the owner of that hand was Fatso. "Don't, child, I was wrong. Please be merciful and spare my life." Xia Changfeng begged, his old face filled with panic. Because if Fatso used even the slightest bit of force, he would die on the spot. Fatso said in bewilderment, "Back then when you slaughtered my family, they also begged for mercy. Why didn't you show mercy?" "Back then, I did participate in that matter. But the real masterminds were those two old bastards from the He and Yuan families. At most, I could only be considered an accomplice. If you want revenge, you should go find them." Xia Changfeng panicked. Fatso frowned. "Is that so?" "It's really like that. I can swear to the heavens." Xia Changfeng nodded, anxiously saying, "Then touch your conscience and tell me, did my Situ family rebel back then?" While speaking, Fatso gave Qin Feiyang a meaningful glance. Qin Feiyang understood and secretly took out an image crystal, quietly activating it. But Xia Changfeng stammered, unable to say a complete sentence for a long time. Fatso said, "As long as you tell the truth now, Fat Lord will spare your life." "Really?" Xia Changfeng was delighted. "Fat Lord always keeps his word. Besides, you don't have a choice now." Fatso sneered. "I'll tell you everything. Back then, your Situ family didn't rebel. I clearly remember that it was those two old bastards from the He and Yuan families who saw that your Situ family was getting stronger and stronger, so they had evil intentions and framed your Situ family. They were also the ones who instigated the mansion master to destroy your Situ family." Xia Changfeng, who had fallen into panic, finally spat out the truth and cleared the Situ family's name. Qin Feiyang also waved his hand, and a white stream of light flew out of the image crystal and swept into the sky. A huge image unfolded in the sky above the East City. It was the scene recorded earlier, including the conversation between Xia Changfeng and Fatso. At this moment, the entire East City fell into a deathly silence. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the image in the sky. After a while, the image ended. The East City immediately boiled over. So it turns out that the Situ family was framed back then. The Yuan, He, and Xia families are really despicable. They framed the loyal and spread rumors to mislead the public. They must pay with their blood. That's right. Although this matter happened more than 10 years ago, we can't let the loyal and the people of the Situ family die with grievances. The people were filled with righteous indignation. They had never seen such a despicable and shameless person. The Situ family could become stronger and stronger because they were capable. What was the meaning of slandering them and framing them behind their backs? Even if they were jealous, they couldn't be so despicable. At the same time, Fatso also closed his eyes, and 2 drops of tears rolled down his cheeks. These were tears of joy. Siduhai was also muttering to himself, and tears were also streaming down his face. My Situ family has been wronged for more than 10 years, and today, we've finally cleared our name. Patriarch, elders, clansmen, you can rest in peace in the netherworld. Hearing these words, Qin Feiyang, Lu Xingchen, and Wolf King couldn't help but sigh. The greatest pain in life was being wronged. Although the Situ family had been exterminated more than 10 years ago, they still carried the crime of betrayal. One could imagine how many people had cursed them behind their backs all these years. Now that the truth was out, as the only descendant and steward of the Situ family, how could they not be happy and excited? However, Xia Changfeng was extremely anxious at this moment. This was because Fatso still hadn't let go of him. Seeing that Fatso didn't speak for a long time, Xia Changfeng finally couldn't help but take the initiative to ask, "Tianyu, can you let me go now?" Swish. Fatso opened his eyes, and 2 rays of cold light shot out. He clenched his 5 fingers and squeezed Xia Changfeng's heart without hesitation. Ah! Xia Changfeng immediately let out a painful howl that resounded through the sky. Back then, you slaughtered so many of my Situ family's people, and now you still want to live? Is that even possible? Fatso sneered and pulled back his hand. Xia Changfeng was powerless to chase after him. Little bastard, don't be so proud. Soon, you'll come down to accompany me. He bitterly looked at Fatso, his face twisted as he hysterically screamed. Finally, with a bang, Xia Changfeng fell into the ruins and died on the spot. The people who will accompany you will not be me, but the Yuan family and the He family. Fatso muttered. He glanced at Xia Changfeng's corpse, then looked at Sidu Hai and said, Uncle Hai, go to the Yuan family. Sidu Hai nodded heavily and immediately opened a teleportation gate. Chapter 674. Boom! But at this moment, 10 terrifying auras suddenly descended. Qin Feiyang and the others looked over and saw 10 silhouettes appearing out of thin air not far away from them. There were men and women, old and young among the 10 people, and the aura they exuded was also different. But without exception, they were all war masters. Greetings, 10 great commanders. As soon as the 10 people appeared, the crowd on the streets around the Xia family knelt on the ground and kowtowed. 10 great commanders. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. The 10 great commanders glanced at the Xia family below and their faces suddenly darkened. Swish! The 10 of them looked at Qin Feiyang and the others in unison, and their eyes flashed with a shocking light. One of them stood out. This was a burly man about 9 meters tall. His upper body was exposed, and his bronze-colored skin and bulging muscles were filled with a wild aura. Moreover, this person's aura was stronger than the other 9 people. The burly man looked at Qin Feiyang and the others and said in a deep voice, Who are you? Why are you doing such a heartless thing? Without asking for the reason, you just said that Fat Lord is heartless. You are really the same as that old witch. In that case, Fat Lord will show you what it means to be truly heartless. Fatso laughed angrily and did not say another word. He turned around and stepped into the portal. Sidu Hai coldly glanced at the 10 people and also stepped into the portal without looking back. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't meddle in other people's business. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and walked in with Lu Xingchen and Wolf King. The 10 great commanders were stunned. In the face of their interrogation, not only did they not tell the truth, but they also turned around and left. And before they left, they even threatened them? This was too arrogant. After one of them came back to his senses, he immediately said angrily, How dare they? They have no respect for the law. Yes, we can't let them go. The others nodded in agreement. However, at this moment, the portal had already dissipated. They did not know where to find Qin Feiyang and the others. The burly man suddenly said, Did you guys notice that the black-clothed old man and the white-clothed young man are somewhat familiar? The black-clothed old man was referring to Sidu Hai. As for the young man in white, he was referring to Qin Feiyang. The other 9 people thought about it seriously. One of the middle-aged women said in surprise, Now that you mention it, it does seem a little familiar. Boom! At this moment, a deafening sound came from the direction of the South City. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, shaking all directions. What happened? The 10 commanders looked over, their eyes filled with bewilderment. At this moment, someone below said, Lord Commander, I vaguely heard that they were going to the Yuan clan. What? Their expressions changed. The Yuan clan was in the South City. Could it be that the sound just now came from the Yuan clan? Let's go and take a look. The burly man shouted. One of the commanders immediately opened a portal. I didn't think that the Situ clan still had such a monster alive. Yeah, Xia Changfeng didn't even have the strength to fight back in front of him. His strength is truly terrifying. I'm afraid that the continent city is going to change today. The people below began to discuss again. The Situ clan. Hearing these discussions, the eyes of the 10 commanders trembled. The burly man reached out with his hand, and a supreme force appeared. A middle-aged man on the street below instantly flew up uncontrollably and landed in front of the burly man. The burly man immediately asked, Is the Situ clan you're talking about the one that was exterminated more than 10 years ago? It's the Situ clan. The middle-aged man nodded in panic. The Situ clan still has someone alive. The burly man's expression froze. The other 9 people also looked at each other. Suddenly, one of the white-haired old men shuddered and said in surprise, "I remember now. That black-clothed old man was the steward of the Situ clan, Situhai." Another commander said, "I also remember. That's right, it's him. It seems that they've come for revenge." The burly man's gaze sank as he looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and asked, "Who is the monster from the Situ clan you were talking about?" The middle-aged man said, "It's that fatso. He's called Situ Tianyu. He looks to be around 20 years old, but he's even stronger than Xia Changfeng." "What? Stronger than Xia Changfeng in his 20s? The hearts of the 10 commanders shook. The middle-aged woman looked at the burly man and said, "We must hurry and capture them. Otherwise, the continent city will really change. Let's go." The burly man waved his hand and led the 9 people into the teleportation gate. The middle-aged man saw this and hurriedly called out, "Commander, wait." He wanted to tell the 10 commanders that the Situ clan had been wronged, but it was too late. The 10 of them had already entered the teleportation gate and disappeared. Back to Qin Feiyang and the others. As soon as Fatso arrived above the Yuan clan, he waved his hand. Black Dragon Battle Chi roared out and bombarded the Yuan clan. In that instant, the originally glorious and imposing Yuan clan turned into ruins. The people of the Yuan clan were also annihilated along with the destruction of the Yuan clan mansion. But they did not see the Yuan clan's ancestor appear for a long time. Fatso scanned the ruins and frowned. "Uncle Hai, how strong is old dog Yuan now?" Situ Hai said, "As far as I know, he is also a 2-star war master." "So weak?" Fatso was slightly startled, then sneered, "Then let's go to the He clan." Situ Hai frowned. "Uncle Hai, you don't know. In my current dragon warrior form, with a casual wave of my hand, I can unleash the strength of a 6-star war master. A mere 2-star war master, I'm afraid he would have already been smashed to pieces." Fatso said disdainfully. "So strong?" Situ Hai's gaze trembled. He thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Tianyu, we still can't be careless. What if he's lucky enough to not die? Or maybe he's not at home right now and is outside. If he's outside, then there's nothing I can do now. I can only wait until later to slowly find him." After Fatso finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a black dragon battle chi shot into the ruins below like lightning. Boom! Following a loud sound, even the ruins of the Yuan clan were gone, turning into a huge sinkhole. Fatso looked at Situ Hai and said, "The 10 great commanders should be here, let's go." Upon hearing the 10 great commanders, Situ Hai did not dare to stay any longer. He immediately opened the teleportation gate and the group entered in a single file. Just as the few of them left, the 10 great commanders appeared behind them. Looking at the Yuan clan being destroyed in one day, the 10 people's faces were ashen. The tall and sturdy man shouted angrily, "Find them immediately, we must find them." "Where are we going to find them?" The other 9 people had helpless looks on their faces. The continent was so big, if these people wanted to hide, it would be impossible to find them in a short period of time. Suddenly, the middle-aged woman said, "I remember that back then, other than the Yuan clan and the Xia clan, the He clan also participated in the destruction of the Situ clan. Do you think they went to the He clan?" "Yes, it's the He clan." The tall and sturdy man quivered and roared, "Quick, quick, let's go to the He clan in North City." The middle-aged woman waved her hand and opened a teleportation gate. Whoosh! The 10 of them immediately turned into streams of light and rushed into the teleportation gate. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in the sky above the He clan and immediately saw Qin Feiyang and the others standing in the void not far away. Fatso, on the other hand, was currently raising his arm and pointing his index finger at the He clan below, battle chi surging at his fingertips. At the same time, his eyes were filled with a strong cold light. Seeing Fatso's posture, the tall and sturdy man's expression changed abruptly, and he roared, "Stop!" Fatso raised his head and looked at the tall and sturdy man. He grinned and said, "Sorry you're late." Before his voice died away, The black dragon battle chi surging at his fingertips suddenly shot out, carrying an aura of destruction as it blasted into the mansion below. Boom! A deafening loud noise suddenly resounded in this place. The He clan's mansion also occupied a very large area, and the magnificent hall showed its magnificence and extraordinariness. But in just an instant, all of this was gone. The patriarch of the He clan, the 10 elders, countless disciples, including those servants and guards, all died before they could figure out what was going on. The 10 commanders were dumbfounded. The He clan was destroyed just like that? The next moment, the 10 of them looked at Fatso, their eyes flashing fiercely. However, Fatty didn't pay any attention to them. His eyes were fixed on the ruins below. He was looking for the He clan's patriarch. Who did it? All of a sudden, an angry roar exploded in the ruins below. A red-haired old man with disheveled hair and a dirty face soared into the sky, his entire body covered in blood. But when he saw the 10 commanders, the red-haired old man couldn't help but be stunned. "Old dog, long time no see." At this time, Fatso sneered. The red-haired old man raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Fatso. He frowned and said, "Who are you?" Fatso said with a smile, "You've seen me when I was young." See? The red-haired old man looked up and down at Fatso for a moment and said angrily, "Who the hell are you? Did you do all of this?" "Yes, it was Fat Lord who did it." "As for who Fat Lord is..." Fatso's eyes turned cold. "Listen carefully, Fat Lord is Sidohong's son, Sidu-Tianyu." "What?" "Sidohong." The red-haired old man's eyes trembled. "Do you remember now? Fat Lord has already destroyed the Yuan and Xia clans, and I killed Xia Chongfeng. Now it's your turn." Fatso said, "You killed Xia Chongfeng?" The red-haired old man was surprised. Fatso licked his lips and said with a smile, "Yes, he died very miserably. Fat Lord personally crushed his heart. Tell me, how do you want to die?" "Sidu-Tianyu, don't go too far. Back then, it was because your Situ clan rebelled that they were exterminated," the burly man shouted angrily. "Shut up." Fatso shouted coldly and suddenly looked at the burly man. His eyes were incomparably crazy. "What do you know? What qualifications do you have to talk nonsense here?" The burly man frowned. Whoosh. Chapter 675. The burly man frowned and looked at the patriarch of the He clan. The patriarch of the He clan felt a little guilty. He pretended to be calm and looked at Fatso. "Everyone in Yunzhou knows about the Situ clan's rebellion. What do you mean by that?" "Old dog, you're still lying." Before Fatso could say anything, Sidohai roared. "I didn't do anything wrong. What's there to lie about? But you killed everyone in the He clan. How are you going to settle the score?" The He clan's patriarch stared at them with a cold glint in his eyes. Sidohai was so angry that smoke was coming out of his head. He framed the Situ clan and made them suffer for more than 10 years. Now, he was playing the blame game. He was so shameless. "What about me? Let me tell you. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation, don't even think about leaving." The patriarch of the He clan sneered. "Old dog, I'll kill you," Sidohai roared. He had completely lost his mind and lunged at the patriarch of the He clan. Fatso frowned. He grabbed Sidohai's arm and shouted, "Uncle Hai, calm down." Sidohai roared, "He still won't admit it. How can I calm down?" Fatso smiled. "Have you forgotten? We have evidence now. He has to admit it even if he doesn't want to." "That's right. We have evidence." Sidohai shuddered. He turned to Qin Feiyang and said, "Little brother, please show us the evidence." "We have evidence." The patriarch of the He clan narrowed his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. He took out the image crystal and waved his hand. The recorded image appeared in the sky again. The patriarch of the He clan's face turned pale when he saw the image. The crowd gathered on the street below also roared with righteous indignation. "Tidakai, how are you? Not only did you lie to all of us, but you also lied to the mansion master. How should you be punished?" As soon as the image ended, the 10 great commanders looked at the patriarch of the He clan. "I didn't do it. Xia Changfeng is slandering me. The He clan's ancestor hurriedly shook his head. He looked at the burly man and said, "Brother, you must believe me. I am innocent." The burly man shouted, "The evidence is conclusive, and you're still quibbling. You're really stubborn. Take him down." The other 9 commanders nodded and immediately surrounded the He clan's patriarch. Seeing this, the old ancestor of the He family panicked. Suddenly, he turned to look at Fatso and roared, "Little bastard, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me." Boom. His aura erupted as he charged towards Fatso without looking back. His eyes were brimming with killing intent. 3-star war sect? Fatso was startled for a moment before he disdainfully said, "You're a bit stronger than that trash Xia Changfeng. But if you want to drag Fat Lord down with you, you're still lacking." He took a step forward, advancing instead of retreating. Die. When the two of them met, they roared at the same time and punched each other with all their might. Boom. The 2 fists fiercely collided. Xia Changfeng screamed miserably and was sent flying on the spot. Following closely, his body exploded in the air, and blood dyed the sky red. So strong, the pupils of the 10 commanders shrank. A mere 2-star war sect had actually killed a 3-star war sect in an instant? This was too crazy. However, they did not know that Fatso, in his dragon warrior state, could unleash the strength of a 6-star war sect with just a raise of his hand. Although the He family's ancestor was a 3-star war sect, because he was too impatient earlier, he did not use any battle arts. With just his flesh and blood, how could he be a match for Fatso? However, after killing the He family's ancestor, Fatso's killing intent did not dissipate. Because he still had his greatest enemy. That was the Cloud State Palace chief. However, he also knew that with his current strength, he was still not a match for the Cloud State Palace chief. Taking a deep breath, he turned around and landed beside Qin Feiyang, smiling, "Boss, we can go now." Qin Feiyang nodded. "You are not allowed to leave." However, at this moment, the tall and sturdy man waved his hand, and the 9 commanders immediately surrounded Qin Feiyang and the others. But Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Although the He family, Yuan family, and Xia family framed the Situ family in the early years, you have violated the rules of the state capital by killing so many people in the state capital. You must wait for the palace chief to return and personally decide. Please rest assured that the palace chief will handle this impartially. The tall and sturdy man said. "Ha, that old witch will handle this impartially? Are you joking?" The fatty laughed out loud. His laughter was full of sarcasm. The tall and sturdy man's face darkened as he shouted, "Don't be rude to the palace chief." Calling her an old witch, Fat Lord has already shown mercy. If you really want to say it, she's not even as good as an idiot. She's simply an idiot. Fatso coldly snorted, his words were merciless. Killing intent flashed in the tall and sturdy man's eyes as he waved his hand and said, "Take him down." Boom! The aura of the 9 great commanders exploded. At this moment, Lu Xingxin's mind moved and the group instantly disappeared without a trace. Where did he go? The 9 great commanders were shocked and hurriedly scanned the void around them. The tall and sturdy man was also bewildered. How could they disappear into thin air? He seemed to have heard of such a situation before. It's him. All of a sudden, the tall and sturdy man exclaimed as a strong cold light burst out from his eyes. The other 9 great commanders looked at him in shock. Qin Feiyang. The tall and sturdy man said word by word. Yes, it's him. No wonder I found him familiar. I didn't expect him to be so bold as to come to Yun's state to cause trouble. The 9 commanders also came to a sudden realization. According to the palace chief, Qin Feiyang's hiding treasure can't be moved. It must still be here. Watch carefully, I'll inform the palace chief immediately. As the tall and sturdy man spoke, he took out an image crystal and infused his battle chi into it. After a while, the illusory figure of the Yun State Mansion Master appeared. The palace chief looked at the tall and sturdy man and frowned. What are you doing? The tall and sturdy man said, My lord, Qin Feiyang and the others came to Yun's state and destroyed the He, Xia, and Yuan families. What? The palace chief was enraged and shouted, "Why didn't you stop them?" My lord, it's not that I didn't stop them, but they were too fast. We couldn't stop them in time. The tall and sturdy man smiled bitterly. The palace chief scolded and shouted, "Where are they now?" The tall and sturdy man said, "They're hiding in that hiding treasure now." The palace chief was overjoyed and nodded. "Very good, you guys stay there and guard. I'll go back immediately." "Yes." The tall and sturdy man responded respectfully and turned off the image crystal. His eyes were filled with killing intent. In a secret chamber, Qin Feiyang and the others stood side by side and looked at the image in front of them. This was Lu Xingqian's space divine item. They had not left, so they saw the message between the tall and sturdy man and the palace chief clearly. Lu Xingqian stared at the tall and sturdy man in the image and frowned. "Brother Qin, why do I feel that there's something wrong with this man?" "I have the same feeling too." Qin Feiyang nodded thoughtfully. He turned to Situ Hai and asked, "Who is he?" Situ Hai said, "His name is Mo Jun, the father of the Mo family's patriarch." "The Mo family?" Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Is there someone called Mo Wushan in the Mo family?" "Mo Jun is Mo Wushan's grandfather." Situ Hai said. "No wonder." Qin Feiyang suddenly came to a realization, and the corners of his mouth pursed into a sneer. Wolf King said, "Little Qin Zi, I caught a trace of murderous intent in his eyes just now. It might be directed at us." "It's not a possibility, it's a fact. Because Mo Wushan died in our hands. Once he has the chance, he will definitely come after us." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "That's not right. We just came back from the 9 underworlds. Mo Wushan and the others all died in there. Mo Jun couldn't have received the news so quickly." Fatso said suspiciously, "Don't forget, Wan Qiu and Feng Wuxie are still alive. And Tanwu, when he returns to He province, he will definitely tell us the truth. Apart from Feng province and Yu province, the people from the other provinces basically died in our hands. Think about it. When the palace chiefs of He province, Kong province, and Serene province learn about this from Tan Wu and the others, won't they hate us? So, they will definitely tell these things to the palace chiefs of the other provinces as soon as possible. That's why the palace chiefs of the 9 provinces came to our spiritual state one after another." Lu Xingqian smiled faintly. "That makes sense." Fatso nodded. "But what puzzles me is, why did the palace chiefs of Feng province and Yu province come to our spiritual state? To join in the fun." Lu Xingqian frowned. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "When we go back and see the old master, we'll know when we ask him." Lu Xingqian nodded and looked at Qin Feiyang, asking, "What about now? Do we go back or continue to observe?" Qin Feiyang said, "Let's wait a little longer. I want to know how they plan to deal with us." Spiritual state. At the palace master's mansion. At this moment, the Yunzhou palace master was standing in the conference hall, raging at the old master. "Old man Ren, you heard it all. This is the young man of your spiritual state. He's simply lawless." She was about to explode in anger. After learning about the death of Mo Wushan and the others, she was already furious. She thought to herself that this time, she must make Qin Feiyang pay the price. But she never expected that as soon as she came to the spiritual state, this Qin Feiyang would actually go and raid her nest? This was too much. Then he looked at the old man. His head was lowered, and his brows were tightly knitted together. He did not say a single word. Previously, when Mo Jun sent a message to the Yunzhou palace master, the Yunzhou palace master didn't avoid it, so he heard it all. Not only did he hear it, but the other palace masters in the conference hall also heard it and were all in disbelief. Because they all knew that the Xia family, the He family, and the Yuan family were super families in Yunzhou. Moreover, the ancestors of the 3 families were highly valued by the Yunzhou palace master, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were his right-hand men. But this Qin Feiyang actually destroyed the 3 great clans in an instant. Wasn't this clearly going against the Cloud State's mansion master? Chapter 676. Seeing that the old man was silent, the Yunzhou mansion master quickly lost his patience and shouted, "Say something, don't think that silence will solve this." The old man looked up at her and then lowered his head in silence again. To be honest, he was very angry now. He even wanted to call Qin Feiyang over and give Qin Feiyang a few slaps. Wasn't this causing trouble for him? Couldn't they just stop? Old man Ren, this is not a small matter, you can't cover up for Qin Feiyang anymore. Yes, if you don't deal with it impartially today, we will report it to the emperor and ask him to make a decision. The two white-haired old men said one after another. One of them was the Kunze mansion master, and the other was the Changzhou mansion master. Their purpose of coming to the spiritual state was naturally to settle the score with Qin Feiyang. Because the blonde and green-haired young men were forced to jump into the sea of misery by Qin Feiyang. The old man raised his eyebrows and suddenly stood up. He looked at the Cloud State's manor head and said, "This old man will go with you to Cloud State to investigate this matter thoroughly. If Qin Feiyang really killed the innocent, this old man will definitely not protect him." "I was waiting for you to say that." The Yunzhou mansion master sneered, opened a portal, and stepped aside. He looked at the old man and said, "Please." The old man snorted and strode into the portal. The Yunzhou mansion master looked at the others and smiled. "Everyone, why don't you come to Yunzhou for a visit?" "That's what I was thinking." The Kunze mansion master nodded and smiled. Then, the group of giants stepped into the portal one after another. Yunzhou, above the He family. Seeing the old man appear, Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. Why did the old man come in person? The old man glanced at the ruins below and shouted, "Qin Feiyang, come out." "What should we do?" Fatso was a little flustered. Wolf King rolled his eyes at him and said, "We have evidence in our hands, what are you afraid of?" Fatso said in realization, "Yes, what am I afraid of?" At the same time, the Yun State mansion master and the others appeared one after another. Seeing the He clan in ruins, they couldn't help but frown. The Yunzhou manor lord looked around and shouted, "Qin Feiyang, I know you're still here. Stop hiding and come out." "Who said I was going to hide?" Before he could finish his words, Qin Feiyang's faint laughter rang out. Qin Feiyang and the others appeared in front of the old man out of thin air. "Lu Xingchen is here too?" The old man frowned and looked at Qin Feiyang angrily. "Tell me, what's going on?" Qin Feiyang shrugged and said, "I didn't do it. It was Fatso." The old man then looked at Fatso. Fatso said, "I'm here for revenge." "Revenge?" The old master frowned. Fatso had told him about this before, so he also knew that the Situ clan was wronged. But there was no evidence. Who would believe it? Fatso looked at the Yunzhou manor lord and sneered, "Old witch, don't you feel guilty at all? Who are you talking to? Did you eat a leopard's guts?" The Yunzhou manor lord's face was gloomy. He actually called her an old witch in front of so many people. Was he deliberately embarrassing her? "What? Are you upset that I called you an old witch? Then can Fat Lord call you an idiot?" The fatty's face was full of mockery. "You're courting death." The Cloud State manor lord was enraged. A terrifying aura surged towards Fatty. But then, the old man waved his hand and blocked the pressure of the Yunzhou manor lord. He said in a deep voice, "No one is allowed to do anything before the matter is clarified." The Yunzhou manor lord said angrily, "The truth is right in front of us. What else is there to investigate?" "The truth? What right do you have to say that?" Back then, the Xia clan, Yuan clan, and He clan worked together to frame the Situ clan. Why didn't you investigate the truth? Fatso shouted. The Yunzhou manor lord raised his eyebrows and asked, "What do you mean?" "You don't know. To think that you're the manor lord of a state. You're just an old fool." "Fat Lord, let me tell you, the Situ clan has never had the intention to rebel." Fatso sneered. The Yunzhou manor lord said angrily, "Nonsense." Fatso said, "If Fat Lord is not talking nonsense, are you going to repent in front of the graves of my parents and clansmen?" Mo Jun's expression changed slightly when he heard that. He hurriedly said, "Sir, shut up for this seat." The Yunzhou manor lord shouted coldly. He looked at Fatso and said, "If the Situ clan is really wronged, I have nothing to say even if you kowtow and apologize, let alone repent." Mo Jun sighed in his heart. Initially, he wanted to tell the Yunzhou Manor Lord the truth. However, the furious Yunzhou Manor Lord did not give him a chance to speak at all. This was great. He was looking for trouble for himself. At the same time, Fatso looked at the Yunzhou Manor Lord in surprise and asked, "Do you mean what you say?" The Yunzhou Manor Lord said angrily, "Nonsense, I'm the Manor Lord of a state. How can I go back on my words?" Fatso laughed. Qin Feiyang and the others laughed as well. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and took out the image crystal. The image recorded in the image crystal immediately unfolded in the void in front of them. The Yunzhou Manor Lord was dumbfounded. How was this possible? The old man was all smiles and secretly gave Qin Feiyang and the others a thumbs up. Moreover, the old man also secretly sent a voice transmission to them. As long as they had evidence, there was nothing to be afraid of. The Feng State Manor Lord sighed. "I didn't expect the Situ family to be framed. What a pity." The old man glanced at the Feng State Manor Lord and nodded. Yes, the Situ family was loyal and devoted, but in the end, they all died an unnatural death. However, those despicable villains are still alive today. Whose fault is this? The other Manor Lords all looked at the Yunzhou Manor Lord. The Yunzhou Manor Lord's old face was livid and red. He wished he could find a hole to hide in. At the same time, he looked at Mo Jun angrily. "Can you blame me for this? You didn't want me to say it?" Mo Jun was helpless. Fatso sneered. "Old witch, do you feel guilty now? Is it wrong for Fat Lord to seek revenge?" The Yunzhou Manor Lord was silent. What else could she say? She had already lost face. The old man said, "I think this matter should be reported to the Emperor. Let him see how foolish the Yunzhou Manor Lord is." The other Manor Lords were shocked. This matter was not a big deal, but it was not a small one either. If they did not make a fuss about it, the Emperor would not care. However, if they did, the consequences would be severe. The Yunzhou Manor Lord alone would definitely be removed from his position and investigated. He might even be executed on the spot. In other words, this old man Ren was determined to get rid of the Yunzhou Manor Lord. The Yunzhou Manor Lord was also shocked. He stared at the old man in shock and anger. "Did I say something wrong? Even the Emperor is punished the same as the commoners when he breaks the law, let alone us Manor Lords." The old man said lightly. The Yunzhou Manor Lord's eyes turned cold. He shouted, "Old man, don't go too far." "Am I? I'm just stating a fact." The old man sneered. "Old man Ren, we're all old friends. Why do you have to be so ruthless? Yes, let's forgive and forget. I think we should just let this matter go. If there's no other way, let her compensate the Situ family." The other Manor Lords tried to persuade the old man. The old man frowned and turned to look at Fatso. He asked, "What do you think?" Fatso shook his head and said, "I don't want any compensation. I don't want this old witch to kowtow and apologize in front of the graves of my family members because she doesn't deserve it. I just want her to announce to the world that the Situ family is innocent." "That's reasonable." Everyone nodded and looked at the Yunzhou Manor Lord. The Yunzhou Manor Lord lowered his head and his expression was uncertain. It was easy to announce to the world. She just needed to give the order. However, once she announced to the world, the entire Yunzhou Manor would know that she had done something stupid. By then, many people would curse her behind her back. In short, once this matter was announced to the world, she would lose her dignity and reputation. The old man said meaningfully, "Is your life more important or your reputation more important? You have to think carefully." The Yunzhou Manor Lord's eyes trembled. He gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I'll announce to the world later." But Fatso said without any room for discussion. But the Yunzhou Manor Lord looked coldly at Fatso and shouted, "Mo Jun, go and do it immediately." It was obvious that the Yunzhou Manor Lord was on the verge of exploding. The 10 commanders responded respectfully and immediately turned to leave. After the 10 commanders left, the Kunzu Manor Lord said, "Now that the Situ family's matter is settled, Let's talk about the 9th level of hell. Senior, I'm confused. In the 9th level of hell, everyone relies on their own abilities. What else is there to talk about? Qin Feiyang looked at the Kunzu Manor Lord in confusion. It does depend on one's own abilities. But the people of Kunzu have already reached the other side. Why do you still force them to jump into the sea of bitterness? The Kunzu Manor Lord shouted. And my Changzhou? The Changzhou Manor Lord's face was as dark as water. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and asked, Seniors, are you talking about the golden-haired and green-haired people? Golden-haired? Green-haired? Don't they have names? Are you that ill-mannered? The Kunzu Manor Lord was furious. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly as he smiled and said, I'm sorry. My father died early and didn't teach me anything about manners. Besides, I really don't know their names, and I'm not interested in knowing. The two immediately clenched their fists, and their eyes were frighteningly gloomy. If you ask me, you're just jealous of the victory of the spiritual state. That's right. Those two good-for-nothings and Mo Wuxian were killed by us. But do you know what they did to us? Qin Feiyang sneered. The other manor lords were silent. You don't know? Let me tell you. At that time, Mo Wuxian and those two good-for-nothings reached the other side before us. Guess what? They immediately attacked and killed us. You have to know that we were still in the sea of bitterness, and except for me, everyone else was confused by the illusion. May I ask everyone, is this method of theirs vicious or not? If it weren't for our brilliant methods, we would have been buried in the sea of bitterness. I'm just like that. If you don't provoke me, I don't want to provoke you either. But if anyone provokes me, even if they're God, I won't let them off easily. Chapter 677. The hearts of the authorities present shuddered. Whether it was courage or courage, this man was far beyond his peers. If he didn't die prematurely, he would definitely become a great figure in the future. No! You're lying. Suddenly, the Yuzhou prefecture governor said, Behave atrociously? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and turned to look at the Yuzhou prefecture governor. Senior, what do you mean? The Yuzhou prefecture governor said, Wan Qiu told me in person that you were jealous of Mo Wuxian and the others who reached the Nirvana realm first, so you killed them. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, Are you sure it was Wan Qiu who said it? Of course. Don't tell me that I'm going to start a rumor and create trouble? The Yuzhou prefecture governor said angrily. Qin Feiyang immediately looked at Lu Xingchen with a cold light in his eyes. If it weren't for Lu Xingchen who interceded for Wan Qiu would have been dead. How could he have the chance to sow discord? Lu Xingchen also frowned and looked quite angry. Seeing that Qin Feiyang didn't say anything, the Yuzhou prefecture governor sneered. Are you speechless because your lie has been exposed? What a joke! Although I, Qin Feiyang, am not a good person, I have always been upright. Whereas this Wan Qiu is narrow-minded and two-faced. You actually still believe his nonsense, truly laughable to the extreme. Qin Feiyang was so angry that he laughed. What did you say? The Yuzhou prefecture governor's eyes darkened. What? Did I touch your sore spot? It seems that the people of Yuzhou are really like Wan Qiu, including you. Qin Feiyang sneered. How dare you? The Yuzhou prefecture governor was furious. He roared and pounced on Qin Feiyang. But at this time, the Fengzhou prefecture lord stepped forward and stood in front of Qin Feiyang, blocking the pressure of the Yuzhou prefecture lord. What are you doing? The tranquil state prefecture master asked angrily. My apologies. Unlike you, I didn't come here to make trouble for Qin Feiyang. Feng State's chief said with a smile. Then what are you doing here? The governor of Yuzhou province frowned. The governor of Yun State and the others looked at the governor of Feng State in confusion. The governor of Feng State narrowed his eyes and said, I'm here to settle accounts with Yunzhou, Kunzu, and Changzhou. What do you mean? The chiefs of Yun State, Kun State, and Chang State could not help but frown. And me. At this moment, the Yu State prefecture lord also stood out and looked at the Yun State prefecture lord and the other two with hostility. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, There are still good people in this world. Lu Xingchen said, That's right. Compared to some shameless old fogies, these two seniors are more worthy of respect. Stop flattering me. We won't fall for your tricks. Hearing their words, the Feng State Prefecture Lord and the Yu State Prefecture Lord could not help but roll their eyes. The Feng State Prefecture Lord looked at the three of them and said in a deep voice, "As far as I know, the truth is as Qin Feiyang said. Wan Qiu is lying." The Tranquil State Prefecture Lord said angrily, "Don't make irresponsible remarks." "I'm making irresponsible remarks? Let me tell you, when Wan Qiu and the other two killed Qin Feiyang, Zhao Yu and Luo Dan from Feng State were also there. And if it weren't for Qin Feiyang's help, they would have been buried in the sea of bitterness. You must give me an explanation for this matter today." The Feng State Prefecture Lord shouted. The Yu State Prefecture Lord said, "Ling Yu and Feng Ran from Yu State were also there." Everyone looked at the Tranquil State Prefecture Lord. Was Wan Qiu really lying? The old master said, "In my opinion, why don't we call Wan Qiu here and confront him face to face?" Qin Feiyang said lightly, "We should have called that trash here long ago. Then we wouldn't have to waste so much time." But before his voice died away, the Crane State Prefecture Lord said, "There's no need to confront him. I can prove that Wan Qiu is lying." Everyone looked at the Crane State Prefecture Lord again. The Crane State Prefecture Lord said, "What Tan Wu of Crane State reported to me is exactly the same as what Qin Feiyang said." The Tranquil State Prefecture Lord said angrily, "Then why didn't you say so earlier?" "I didn't want to say. That's because our He province's people were all killed by Qin Feiyang and them. But there was no other way. Before I left, Tan Wu begged me again and again, telling me to distinguish between public and private affairs." The Crane State Prefecture Lord sighed. He really couldn't figure out what Qin Feiyang did to make Tan Wu defend him like this. Distinguish between public and private affairs. Hearing the Crane State Prefecture Lord's words, the Kong State Prefecture Lord couldn't help but feel ashamed. "Fine. I'll also distinguish between public and private affairs for once. What Feng Wuxie and Xuening told me when they came back is the same as what Qin Feiyang said." The Kong State Prefecture Lord said. Obviously, he didn't want to tell the truth. "Damn bastard, how dare you lie to me? See how I'll deal with you when I get back." The Tranquil State Prefecture Lord was furious. "Now do you see Wan Qiu's character clearly? Of course, I also understand that I can't blame you for this matter. Because, it's not that you're too stupid, it's because Wan Qiu is too cunning." Qin Feiyang chuckled. Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, the Tranquil State Prefecture Lord's face eased a lot. There was even a hint of a smile. He thought that although this kid was arrogant, he still respected him and knew to give him a way out. But when he heard the last sentence, his old face suddenly turned green and red. This was a disguised insult to him. This little bastard was simply going too far. But now he was in the wrong. What could he do? If the old man wasn't here, he could still teach Qin Feiyang a lesson. But now, the old man was watching from the side and wouldn't give him the chance. He looked at Qin Feiyang gloomily and said coldly, "I hope you can always be so lucky." How could Qin Feiyang not hear such sarcasm? But he didn't take it to heart at all. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Thank you for your kind words, senior." The Tranquil State Prefecture Lord snorted coldly, opened a portal, and walked in without looking back. He didn't have the face to continue staying in this place. After that, the Prefecture Lords of Kun Prefecture and Changzhou also opened the portal reluctantly and left one after another. But the Prefecture Lords of He Prefecture, Kong Prefecture, Feng Prefecture, and Yu Prefecture didn't leave. Qin Feiyang looked at the Prefecture Lords of He Prefecture and Kong Prefecture and cupped his hands. "First of all, I would like to thank the two seniors for helping me out. Secondly, I'll say the same thing. In the netherworld, everyone relies on their own means. If it's just because of this matter, then I'll give you a piece of advice. In the future, you'd better not participate in the battle of the 9 prefectures. Because at that time, there will still be people who will die." The implication was that one should be able to afford to lose. If one couldn't afford to lose, then don't gamble. If one couldn't afford to lose, then one had to gamble. This was their own problem. Hearing this, The prefecture lords of He Prefecture and Kong Prefecture looked at each other and sighed at the same time. As the masters of a prefecture, how could they not understand these principles? But in their hearts, they were unwilling. In the end, the two didn't say anything more. They opened the portal, turned around, and left silently. The prefecture lord of Feng Prefecture said with a smile, "Little brother, we're leaving too. When you enter the imperial capital, you must get along well with Zhao Yu and the others." The prefecture lord of Yu Prefecture also smiled. Qin Feiyang nodded and cupped his hands. "Seniors, take care." The two smiled, opened a portal each and left quickly. In this way, only the old man, Qin Feiyang, and the prefecture lord of Yun Prefecture were left here. The old man glanced at the prefecture lord of Yun Prefecture, opened a portal, and said with a smile, "Let's go too." "Wait." But at this moment, the prefecture lord of Yun Prefecture hurriedly shouted, "Is there anything else?" The old man glanced at her indifferently. The prefecture lord of Yun Prefecture ignored the old man and looked directly at Fatso. "Although I killed your clansman by mistake, you are still a person of Yun Prefecture. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, isn't it time for you to return to your roots?" "Return to my roots?" Fatso was slightly stunned and looked at the prefecture lord of Yun Prefecture strangely. At the same time, the old man raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "Old man, this is your fault." The prefecture lord of Yun Prefecture said angrily, "Is it wrong for me to let him return to his roots?" "It's not wrong to let him return to his roots. But your fault is that you have bad intentions. If he didn't pass the 9 states tournament, if he didn't have the achievements he has today, would you have let him stay in Yun Prefecture? Obviously not." The old man sneered. The prefecture lord of Yun Prefecture remained silent. "Let me tell you, although Fatso was born in Yun Prefecture, he has always lived in the spiritual state. Besides, he is an inner palace disciple of the spiritual state, and it was the spiritual state that trained him. Now you want to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor? No way. Feiyang, let's go." The old man waved his hand and walked into the portal first. Lu Xingchen and Qin Feiyang also walked in. But Fatso looked at the city below with a complicated expression. Sidu Hai glanced at Fatso and said with a smile, "Tianyu, I won't force you to make any decision. Just do what you think." In fact, Sidu Hai really wanted Fatso to return to his roots. Because if Fatso chose to stay in Yun Prefecture, the Situ family would definitely rise again. It might even surpass the glory of more than a decade ago. But he also knew that Fatso's heart was no longer in Yun Prefecture. "Uncle Hai, thank you." Fatso looked at Sidu Hai gratefully. He clenched his hands tightly and said with determination, "I swear that in the future, there will be a place for the Situ family in the imperial capital." With that, Fatso turned around and stepped into the portal. The imperial capital. Sidu Hai's eyes trembled, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. It turned out that this child's goal was the imperial capital. But it made sense. With this child's talent and ability, Yun Prefecture could no longer accommodate him. "Good luck, child." He looked up in the direction of the spiritual state and murmured to himself with a gratified smile on his old face. At the same time, seeing Fatso leave without any hesitation, the Yunzhou mansion master couldn't help but feel angry, but she didn't say anything. She looked at Sidu Hai and said with a smile, "You can stay in the city from now on. I'll arrange a place for you to rebuild the Situ family." She couldn't stop Fatso from leaving. Therefore, she could only settle for the next best thing, which was Sidu Hai. As long as Sidu Hai stayed in the city, it was equivalent to tying Fatso and Yun Prefecture together. But Sidu Hai was not tempted by the Yunzhou mansion master's temptation. "No need. I'm old and don't have the energy. As long as you don't disturb my peaceful life." With that, Sidu Hai opened a portal. Seeing this, the Yunzhou mansion master was furious and sneered. "Do you really think that the Situ family can have a place in the imperial capital? Don't be naive." "I believe in Tianyu," Sidu Hai said with a smile. Then he walked into the portal without looking back. Looking at the portal that disappeared, the Yunzhou mansion master clenched his fists and shouted, "Mo Jun, come here immediately." She was already humble enough, but she was still rejected. This was infuriating. Mo Jun flew over and bowed. "My lord, what are your orders?" The Yunzhou mansion master said, "Go and look for him immediately. You must find Sidohai's hiding place." Mo Jun said in shock, "My lord, are you going to kill Sidohai?" The Yunzhou mansion master sneered, "If I really wanted to kill him, I would have done it earlier." Mo Jun frowned and said, "I don't understand. Since you're not going to kill him, why do you still want to find out where he's hiding?" "I was the one who ordered the destruction of the Situ family back then. Do you think Fatso will let me go? Now, it's because he's not strong enough. One day, when his strength surpasses mine, he'll definitely come and settle the score with me. At that time, Sidohai will be an important bargaining chip in my hand," the Yunzhou mansion master said with a chilling smile. Mo Jun came to a realization and bowed, "My lord, you're wise. I also have a request. If that day really comes, please kill Qin Feiyang and avenge my grandson, Mo Wuxian." "I will." Chapter 678. Spiritual State. In a courtyard of the mansion master's mansion, the old man sat in the pavilion and looked at Qin Feiyang and the others with a livid face. Qin Feiyang and the others stood in front of the old man obediently, not daring to even breathe loudly. "Ha!" Suddenly, Old Master Li laughed in relief. They looked at each other. They all thought that the old man was going to punish them, but he laughed instead. Fatso whispered, "Do you think the old man is having a stroke?" "You're the one who's having a stroke." The old man stopped laughing and glared fiercely at the fatty, saying, "I laughed because I remembered the faces of the Yun State Manor Lord and the other old bastards back then. So, it doesn't mean that I'm not angry." Fatso pursed his lips. "It's not our fault. Why are you angry? Still complaining? This matter is indeed not your fault, but before you go to Yunzhou, shouldn't you inform me first? Do you know how worried I was when I heard that you were causing trouble in Yunzhou?" The old man said angrily. They scratched their heads and laughed awkwardly. "But fortunately, you're smart enough to get the evidence first. Otherwise, even I can't protect you today." The old man snorted. Fatso said proudly, "Of course, we never do things that we're not sure of." "Forget it." The old man rolled his eyes at him and said, "This matter is over, so this old man won't pursue it anymore. However, this old man hopes that you won't cause any more trouble for me before we enter the imperial capital." The few of them stood up straight and replied respectfully. Looking at their serious faces, the old man couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. He looked at Fatso and said, "Do you still want to kill the Yunzhou mansion master?" Fatso nodded without hesitation. "I won't persuade you because she deserves it. But you have to act according to your strength. After all, she's not simple." The old man reminded. Fatso said, "I understand. It's good that you know." The old man smiled and waved his hand. "You can go now. The previous mansion lord has already gone to the imperial capital to report the situation of the Great War of the 9 States to the emperor. I estimate that she will come and take you to the imperial capital in a few days. Do what you need to do, don't leave behind any regrets." "All right." Qin Feiyang and the others nodded. But just as they turned around, the old man said, "Qin Feiyang, wait a moment before you leave. This old man has a few words to say to you." Qin Feiyang was stunned. He nodded and said to Fatso and Wolf King, "You guys go to Uncle Yan's place. I'll find you later." "All right." Fatso nodded. He immediately opened the portal and left with Wolf King. Lu Xingxin also returned to the inner hall. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the old man and said with a smile, "Don't tell me you want me to take good care of my sister again?" The old man rolled his eyes and sighed. "This old man only has one granddaughter. I really can't rest assured. And this old man can't trust the others. I can only rely on you." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I will take good care of her." "With your words, this old man can rest assured. One more thing. Can you tell me the whereabouts of your Uncle Ren now?" The old man looked at him nervously. This, Qin Feiyang hesitated. After a moment, he said with a smile, "He is in the canyon below the ruins." What? The old man suddenly stood up, his eyes full of shock. Don't worry, he will be fine. As for why he is there, I promised him that I won't tell anyone, including you. Qin Feiyang said. A person must keep his word. This old man understands. Actually, this old man doesn't really care about the reason. I just want to know that he is safe. The old man said with a smile. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He smiled bitterly and said, You are really indifferent. The old man shook his head and said, It can't be helped. I am old and there are many things that I can't do. Go about your business. Qin Feiyang looked at the old man deeply. He turned around and opened a portal. Just as he was about to walk in, he suddenly thought of something and turned to the old man and asked, After you retire, do you plan to let Wang Hong take over the position of mansion master? Yes. His ability is the strongest among all the commanders. Most importantly, he is just like this old man. He has a just and fair heart. This old man has already asked the previous mansion master to recommend him to the emperor. The old man said with a smile. Qin Feiyang nodded and didn't stay any longer. He turned around and stepped into the portal. After arriving at the sacred hall, he drank with Yan Nanshan until evening. Only then did Qin Feiyang leave with Fatso and Wolf King. Following that, they went to visit Lu Yun and chatted until late into the night. When they returned to the inner hall, most of the inner hall disciples had gone to cultivate. There was dead silence everywhere. In the sky, the full moon hung high in the sky and the stars twinkled. Under the moonlight, the entire inner hall seemed to be covered in a layer of silver. 2 men and 1 wolf stood above the Pillfire Hall and scanned the mountains and rivers below. Fatso asked, Boss, do you remember how long we have been in the state capital? I've been too busy. I can't remember. Qin Feiyang shook his head. That's right. I've been so busy that I can't even remember the time. It's obvious how much we have experienced here. To be honest, we are about to leave. I really can't bear to leave. Fatso sighed. How pretentious. Wolf King rolled his eyes. It's not pretentious. It's emotional. Because once we leave, we don't know when we will return. It was rare that Fatso didn't bicker with Wolf King. His brows were filled with sadness. Then stay here and take a good look. Give me the herbs. I'll refine the pills. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. The herbs are with Lu Hong. Fatso responded and asked with a voice transmission, Boss, aren't you going to visit the mermaid princess? Qin Feiyang's body stiffened. Fatso said, It's been so many years. I'm sure she misses you. Even I can't see any hope. How can I give her hope? Qin Feiyang laughed self-deprecatingly. He shook off Fatso's hand and stepped into the air without looking back. The Wolf King glanced at Qin Feiyang's back and said angrily, I say, you damn fatty, why do you have to bring it up? Did Fat Lord say something wrong? Boss actually likes the mermaid princess very much. Fatso snorted through his nose. You're right. Little Qin Z does have feelings for the mermaid princess. But you also know that he doesn't dare to face this feeling now. So, don't mention this again in the future. When he finishes all his grudges in the capital, he will naturally go to her. Wolf King said, Got it. Fatso nodded. After pondering for a while, he said, I guess the biggest problem for boss now is E. That's right. This little girl is indeed a headache. Wolf King sighed. If it's up to Fat Lord, just accept them all. Anyway, boss is the future emperor of the Great Qin Empire. It's normal for him to have many wives and concubines. Fatso said. Wolf King rolled his eyes at him and said, Love is not as simple as you say. Let nature take its course. It's really troublesome. Tell me, why do we have to be in love? Fatso wondered. Damn, I'm not human. How would I know? Wolf King cursed angrily. Suddenly, he stared at a place below and said in surprise, Isn't that Lu Xingchen and Shen Mei? Fatso was stunned and hurriedly asked, Where? Wolf King pointed to the square outside the cultivation hall and said, There. Fatso hurriedly looked over and found Lu Xingchen and Shen Mei at the edge of the square. Why are the 2 of them stuck together? And in the middle of the night? It's not normal, Fatso thought for a while and said with a smile, Do you want to go take a look? Of course. Wolf King smiled sinisterly. Then, one man and one wolf stealthily sneaked in that direction. Pill Fire Hall. Pill Refining Room 1. This was originally Dongfang Wuhan's pill refining room, but now that he was dead, it naturally fell to Qin Feiyang. After wandering around the pill refining room a few times, Qin Feiyang entered the castle and looked at Lu Hong with a smile. Have you sorted out the herbs you swept in the Butterfly Valley? Lu Hong nodded. Qin Feiyang asked with a smile, what's the result? I've collected 2 portions of 9 turn dragon blood pills. Now, I'm only missing 2 portions of dragon blood. I've also collected 3 portions of spirit sea pills. There are 4 portions of essence soul pills. There are also a lot of herbs for potential pills, 9 Chu yellow dragon pills, and red fire colored glass pills. In short, it's not bad, Lu Hong said with a smile. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed. This was not just not bad, it was a great harvest. I've also divided the herbs Yin Yuan Ming gave us, according to the 30-70. For the 3,000 portions of red fire-colored glass pills, we should have 900 portions. For the 500 portions of potential pills, we should have 150 portions. For the rest of the pills, we should have 30,000 portions each. I've put all the herbs in this Jiankuan bag. As Lu Hong spoke, she took out a Jiankuan bag from her arms. Qin Feiyang looked at the Jiankuan bag and said with a smile, keep these herbs first and give them to me when I need them. Lu Hong put away the Jiankuan bag and took out another Jiankuan bag, saying, the herbs in here are all for Yin Yuan Ming. There are a lot of them. I'm afraid it will take at least half a month. Half a month? Qin Feiyang frowned. 2,100 portions of red fire-colored glass pills. 350 portions of potential pills. As for the other pills, such as healing pills, bone-replenishing pills, regeneration pills, and so on, there are 70,000 portions of each. In total, there are more than 500,000 portions of herbs. I think it's impossible to refine them in half a month. Lu Hong shook her head and said with a smile, this old fox is really greedy. Qin Feiyang was a little annoyed. With his current refining speed, he could refine 1 pill every 10 breaths. This was already very fast. However, even if he didn't stop and rest, he could only refine 300,000 pills in half a month at most. And the old man said that he would probably enter the capital in a few days. There was no time at all. Lu Hong asked, why don't we return all these herbs to him? Forget it. We can't go back on our word since we've promised him. Besides, if we really return them, we won't be able to earn the 900 portions of red fire-colored glass pills and 150 portions of potential pills. This is also a huge fortune. Let's see how many we can refine. Chapter 679. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. In these 7 days, the news of Qin Feiyang and the others returning from the 9 Nether Yellow Springs had already spread throughout the major cities of the state capital. Many people with power and influence came to pay him a visit out of admiration. However, not only did they not see Qin Feiyang, but they also did not see Lu Xingchen, Dong Xingyang, and the others. In the eyes of these people, Qin Feiyang and the others seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. In fact, everyone was cultivating in seclusion to adjust their state. After all, they had been fighting in the 9 Nether Yellow Springs all these years and were always in a state of high alert. Therefore, both physically and mentally, they were quite tired. Now that they were about to go to the capital, they naturally had to adjust. As for Qin Feiyang, he stayed in the alchemy room all day these 7 days, so busy that he was sweating profusely. At noon that day, all of a sudden, the image crystal in his chest started to move. Qin Feiyang ignored it. After refining the pills in the furnace, he took out the image crystal. Buzz. The figure of an old man appeared. It was the old man. The old man frowned and said, "What are you doing?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "I was refining pills just now." "What's wrong?" The old man said, "Pack up quickly and gather at the Butterfly Valley." Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and asked, "You're going to the capital now?" The old man nodded. "This?" Qin Feiyang hesitated for a moment and said, "Can you wait a few more days? I still have some pills that haven't been refined." "Come right away." the old man said without any room for discussion. After that, he directly turned off the image crystal. Qin Feiyang shook his head with a wry smile and sent a message to Yin Yuanming. When Yin Yuanming learned of the situation, he immediately opened the portal and descended into the alchemy room. I say, Brother Qin, aren't you being too unreasonable? In any case, you should at least finish refining before leaving. As soon as Yin Yuanming appeared, he couldn't help but complain. Qin Feiyang said helplessly, I want to, but old master won't let me. Why don't you talk to old master? Yin Yuanming's face twitched. Wasn't looking for the old master the same as looking for a scolding? Yin Yuanming asked, how many have you refined? A few 100,000. Qin Feiyang wasn't sure either. Because he had been refining for the past 7 days, he had not counted. So little? Yin Yuanming frowned. You still think it's not enough? Let me tell you, you're lucky to have met me. If it were anyone else, you would give them hundreds of thousands of sets of herbs at once. Who would want to refine it for you? Besides, I haven't rested since I came back from the netherworld. Do you think it's easy for me? Qin Feiyang said unhappily. Yes. I've troubled you. Yin Yuanming smiled embarrassedly. Old man? Qin Feiyang's face darkened. He pointed to a Qiankuan bag next to the furnace and said, the medicinal pills are all inside. Yin Yuanming grabbed the Qiankuan bag and checked it carefully. His face was filled with ecstasy. They were all medicinal pills with 3 Dan veins. Moreover, red fire-colored glass pill and potential pill were both refined. As long as these 2 medicinal pills were refined, it didn't matter if the other medicinal pills were refined or not. Qin Feiyang joked, do you feel better now? Yin Yuanming chuckled. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him, took out another Qiankuan bag from his bosom, and said, these are the remaining medicinal herbs. Yin Yuanming hurriedly waved his hand and said, no need. Just take it as a farewell gift for you. Originally, he thought that it was only a medicinal pill with 2 Dan veins. But now that he looked at it, it was actually all 3 Dan veins. The value was completely different. Farewell gift? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Then, he couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. At the same time, Yin Yuanming also put away the Qiankuan bag, and his expression became serious. Brother Qin, although I have never been to the imperial capital, but I can imagine that it is definitely crueler than the state capital. After you go, no matter what happens, you must not be reckless. Thank you. Also, please help me take good care of Aunt Snow. Qin Feiyang said. Don't worry. Yin Yuanming smiled and cupped his hands. Then I will take my leave. Let's meet again if fate wills it. Let's meet again if fate wills it. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands. Yin Yuanming opened a teleportation gate, took a deep look at Qin Feiyang, and then turned and walked in. When the teleportation gate dissipated, Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal again and sent a message to Fatso and Wolf King. These 2 fellows, ever since they separated that night, had never appeared again. It was unknown where they had been fooling around these past few days. A moment later, Fatso and Wolf King materialized. Behind them were endless mountains and rivers. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, where are you? Fatso said, the mountains outside the city. Why? Qin Feiyang said, let's go to Butterfly Valley immediately. The old man is already waiting for us there. Fatso said, go to the imperial capital? Qin Feiyang nodded. Fatso was refreshed and said, okay, we will go there right away. We will bring 2 friends along with us. Friends? Qin Feiyang was taken aback, but before he could ask, Fatso turned off the image crystal. What friends? Muttering in confusion, Qin Feiyang put away the image crystal and took out a teleportation gate. But just as he was about to open the teleportation gate, he suddenly stopped and lowered his head to ponder. Finally, he entered the castle and looked at Lin Yi. At this moment, Lin Yi and Lu Hong stood together. It was unknown what they were talking about, but there was a smile on their faces. Qin Feiyang asked curiously, what are you talking about? Why are you smiling so happily? Lu Hong smiled and said, nothing, just some topics between women. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at Lin Yi again. Before he spoke, Lin Yi said, you don't have to say anything. I have decided to stay. Qin Feiyang murmured, and an inexplicable sadness rose in his heart. Although Lin Yi said it straightforwardly, her dim eyes exposed her true thoughts deep in her heart. In fact, she wanted to go to the imperial capital. To be exact, she wanted to be with him. Lin Yi smiled and said, "Brother Feiyang, you don't have to think about me. I will live well in the spiritual state." But this smile was stiff. Looking at this smile, Qin Feiyang's heart suddenly felt a burst of pain. Lin Yi calmly stretched out her hands and smiled, "Brother Feiyang, this farewell may be forever. Can I hug you one last time?" Qin Feiyang sighed secretly and stepped forward. The two hugged each other. At this moment, Lin Yi was obsessed with him like never before. She couldn't help but burst into tears, blurring her vision. But she did not cry. She wept silently. After a while, she forced a smile and whispered, "Brother Feiyang, when you go to the imperial capital, you must take good care of yourself." "I will. You have to take care of yourself too. If you encounter any trouble, let the old man find a way to inform me. I will definitely rush back as soon as possible." Qin Feiyang reminded, and his nose couldn't help but sour. Lin Yi nodded, quietly wiped away her tears, got up, pushed Qin Feiyang away and smiled. "Don't let the old man wait for a long time. Send me out." Sighed. Qin Feiyang sighed again and appeared in the alchemy room with Lin Yi. Immediately, Lin Yi took a few steps back and looked at Qin Feiyang silently. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the portal opened. It was at this moment he suddenly felt that he was simply a bastard. He should feel lucky to have a woman who likes him so much. He should cherish her. But yet, time and time again, he had made the other party cry. He couldn't wait to slap himself a few times. "I really don't know how lucky I am." Lin Yi smiled and said, "What are you thinking about? Why aren't you going? If the old man gets angry, the consequences will be very serious." Qin Feiyang's mind trembled, and he suddenly made a decision. He turned to look at Lin Yi and said, "If I can survive in the imperial capital, I will definitely come back to find you." After saying that, he turned around resolutely and walked into the portal. At the same time, Lin Yi also smiled. Like a blooming flower, she was particularly beautiful. Butterfly Valley. Ren Wushuang, Lu Xingchen, Dong Jingyang, and Shen Mei were all present. Fatso and Wolf King also came. Only Qin Feiyang had not arrived yet. The old man, the former mansion master, and Wang Hong stood together, frowning tightly. They seemed very unhappy. Swish! Suddenly, there was a shock in the void, and a white figure appeared out of thin air. Fatso hurriedly said, "Boss is here." The old man looked up, and his old face suddenly became angry. He said, "I asked you to come immediately. What are you waiting for?" The ugly old woman followed and said, "I asked you to go to the imperial capital, but you are still so slow. You might as well not go." Qin Feiyang's face changed. He hurriedly admitted his mistake and said, "I'm sorry. I was delayed by something." The old man rolled his eyes at him and looked at everyone. "Since everyone is here, I will announce one thing." "What is it?" Everyone was puzzled. The old man said, "Wang Hong has now been officially appointed as the mansion master of the spiritual state. Remember to call him mansion master in the future. Don't call him commander anymore." Sure enough, Qin Feiyang murmured. Dong Jingyang and the others looked a little shocked. Especially Ren Wushuang. She glanced at Wang Hong, then looked at the old man and asked, "Grandpa, what about you?" The old man smiled and said, "Grandpa is old. It's time to put down the burden. I will stay here in the future and guard this altar." But Ren Wushuang still wanted to say something. The old man waved his hand and said, "Don't say it. This is the rule. After going to the imperial capital, remember to work hard. Don't embarrass Grandpa." Ren Wushuang nodded. "Then let's go. I hope you can all make a name for yourself in the imperial capital." The old man smiled. Before leaving, everyone was a little sad. Dong Jingyang bowed and said, "Old man, thank you for your nurturing over the years. No matter where I go in the future, I will never forget that I am a member of the spiritual state." Lu Xingchen and Shen Mei also nodded. The old man smiled and said, I am satisfied that you all have this heart. Go. Old man, take care. Grandpa, take care. Then, they turned around and followed behind the ugly old woman as they walked towards the small wooden building. But at this moment, Wang Hong sent a voice transmission. Qin Feiyang, what do you think of the matter I told you last time? Chapter 680. Who? Wang Hong was taken aback and asked secretly. Qin Feiyang said, Li. She is now in alchemy room number 1 in the inner hall. I will have to trouble you to take care of her for me in the future. Thank you. Wang Hong said gratefully in secret. With our relationship, it's too polite to thank me. Let's go. Take care. Qin Feiyang responded with a smile, then took Fatso and Wolf King, turned around, and chased after Lu Xingchen and others. Looking at the back of the group of people, the old master sighed. Our spiritual state finally has someone going to the capital. It's not easy. Yeah. Wang Hong nodded and smiled again. I believe this will be a good start. In the future, our spiritual state will definitely have many talents. By the way, you and Qin Feiyang were flirting with each other just now. Did you say something secretly? The old master asked. Wang Hong shook his head and smiled. It's nothing. I just told him to keep a low profile in the capital. Really? The old master looked at him suspiciously. Do you think I will lie to you? Wang Hong smiled bitterly. That's true. According to his character, if no one restrains him, I don't know what kind of trouble he will cause in the capital. But this kid is not an ordinary person. Let's not worry about him. The old master smiled. Wang Hong nodded. Swish. At this moment, a middle-aged man descended in front of the old master and Wang Hong. Jiang Qianqing? Wang Hong was taken aback and puzzled. What are you doing here? Jiang Qianqing smiled. I'm here to say goodbye to you too. Goodbye? The old master and Wang Hong looked at each other and looked at Jiang Qianqing suspiciously. I only appeared to protect one person, and this person has now entered the capital. Naturally, I don't need to continue to stay in the spiritual state. Jiang Qianqing smiled faintly. Protect who? The old master was surprised. It doesn't matter who it is. What matters is that he has returned to the capital. Jiang Qianqing smiled faintly and said nothing more. He opened a portal and left without looking back. What's the situation? The two elders looked at each other. They had always thought that Jiang Qianqing was a rogue cultivator, but they never expected that he had come with a purpose. Meanwhile, outside the gates of the temple, a golden-haired woman was walking on a wide street. This woman looked to be in her 20s, and she wore a light golden dress. She had a devastatingly beautiful face and a devilish figure. Her skin was like white jade, suffused with a sparkling luster. Her soft golden curly hair was like a wave that slowly drifted behind her. But where did this beauty come from? Amazing! She's simply a goddess. When the disciples of the temple saw this woman, they could not help but stop and take a few more glances. Very soon, the woman walked to the bottom of the stone stairs in front of the sacred hall's gate. Immediately, a young man in white ran up to her and said with a smile, Miss, are you here to sign up? I can show you the way. No, thank you. The blonde woman replied politely. The young man in white was puzzled. If you're not here to sign up, then why are you here? The blonde woman pondered for a while and said, I want to find someone. A man or a woman? The young man in white asked. A man. The blonde woman said. Damn, that bastard's luck is so good. He actually made such a great beauty personally come to find him? The young man in white was indignant. The other men around were also jealous. At this moment, the blonde woman asked, Do you know Qin Feiyang? What? She's here to find Qin Feiyang? Everyone present was greatly shaken. The uneasiness and jealousy in their hearts disappeared. The young man in white asked carefully, May I ask, what's your relationship with senior brother Qin? The blonde woman hesitated and said with a smile, We're friends. Everyone's heart trembled. Even if they were just friends, they did not dare to touch them. Back then, Jing Chuan and Wang Fei had touched Lu Hong. In the end, they were tortured to death by ruffian Wolf here. That was a lesson in blood. The young man in white's eyes immediately became respectful and said with a flattering smile, "Miss, senior brother Qin was indeed in the sacred palace before, but now he has entered the inner hall." Inner hall? The blonde woman was startled and asked doubtfully, "Where is the inner hall?" The young man in white shook his head and said, "I don't know either, because only by becoming a disciple of the sacred palace and breaking through to the War Emperor realm will one be qualified to go to the inner hall." A trace of disappointment crept into the golden-haired woman's alluring eyes. "What are you all doing here? Don't you have anything to do?" At this moment, a cold shout sounded. A middle-aged man in black stood in the sky. His aura was like a vast ocean, unfathomable. "Greetings, Elder Yen." Upon seeing this person, the disciples present all bowed and greeted him. That's right. This person was Yen Nanshan. Do you all think that you're very strong now and don't need to cultivate? If that's the case, then all of you should get out of the sacred palace. Because the sacred palace doesn't need people like you who don't want to improve. Yen Nanshan shouted with a cold face. No. We'll go and cultivate now." The group of disciples' faces changed drastically and they immediately dispersed. "Miss, Elder Yen and Senior Brother Qin have a good relationship, you can ask him for help." The young man in white whispered to the blonde woman and immediately fled in fear. Because Qin Feiyang and the others' departure was not announced to the public, other than the various big shots, the other people in the continent's capital did not know that Qin Feiyang had left. They thought that he was still in the inner hall. After the disciples left, Yen Nanshan lowered his head and looked at the blonde woman with a trace of surprise in his eyes. This little girl didn't look very old, but she was already a one-star war emperor. He coughed and said with a serious face, "Miss, this is the sacred palace. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. If you're here to register, then pass the first test. If not, please leave immediately." After saying that, he turned around and left. "Senior, wait." The blonde woman hurriedly said. "What's the matter?" Yen Nanshan stopped and lowered his head to look at the blonde woman. The blonde woman cupped her fists and said, "I would like to ask Senior to bring me to see Qin Feiyang." Yen Nanshan was stunned and landed in front of the woman. He frowned and said, "Who are you to Feiyang?" I'm his friend." The blonde woman said. "Friend?" Yen Nanshan looked at the blonde woman. He was not the same as the group of disciples just now. He had seen countless people and he could tell that the woman was not telling the truth from her tone. Yen Nanshan said with a straight face, "Leave." The woman suddenly became anxious. "Because you're not honest." Yen Nanshan said and pretended to turn around and leave. "Senior," I said, "actually, I missed him too much, that's why I came to find him." The woman stammered. Her cheeks were already flushed red by the time she finished speaking. Yen Nanshan was stunned. What kind of relationship was that? This brat sure hid it well. Yen Nanshan cursed in his heart and said with a smile, "Young lady, you're late. Feiyang is already on his way to the capital." The blonde woman's face turned pale. Yen Nanshan said, "If you have anything to say, you can tell me first. I'll pass it on to him when I have the chance." The woman said, "Can't I meet him personally?" Yen Nanshan shook his head. "No, unless you go to the capital too. But that's impossible." The woman said anxiously, "Then what do I have to do to enter the capital?" Yen Nanshan said, "Become an inner palace disciple and pass the Great 9 States competition. However, there are still 10 years until the next Great 9 States competition." 10 years. The blonde woman's face turned paler and she murmured, "Why didn't he come to see me when he left the spiritual state? Was it really my wishful thinking?" The woman turned around and left with a look of disappointment. However, she stopped after taking 2 steps and lowered her head as if she was struggling with something. Suddenly, she turned around and looked at Yen Nanshan with a determined look in her eyes. "Senior, I want to enter the inner palace." Yen Nanshan looked at her deeply and smiled. "What's your name?" The blonde woman thought for a moment and said, "Senior, just call me Yu." "They follow me." Yen Nanshan nodded and turned to walk up the stone stairs that led to the entrance of the palace. The woman took a deep breath and followed him resolutely. In the passage leading to the teleportation altar, Qin Feiyang and the others were moving as fast as lightning. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang felt a sharp pain in his heart. He immediately stopped and touched his chest. His eyes were filled with bewilderment. This pain came from the concentric knot. At this moment, he could clearly sense the mermaid princess's current emotions. There was disappointment, sadness, and helplessness. He did not understand why the mermaid princess would suddenly have such emotions. Fatso noticed Qin Feiyang's strange behavior and asked suspiciously, "Boss, what's wrong?" Qin Feiyang did not answer, his eyes flickering. "No. I have to go to the Sea of Despair to take a look." He was worried. He was afraid that something would happen to the mermaid princess. But just as he turned around, those strange emotions disappeared again? What's going on? Qin Feiyang was confused. Could it be that the mermaid princess already knew that he was leaving the spiritual state? But that couldn't be. The mermaid princess was in the Sea of Despair, isolated from the world. How could she have received the news? At this moment, the ugly old woman said angrily, "Qin Feiyang, tell me, what are you trying to do? If you don't want to go, just say it." "I'm sorry." Qin Feiyang quickly turned around and apologized. "Don't waste time, let's go." The ugly old woman glanced at him coldly, then turned around and continued to rush forward. Lu Xingchen and the others glanced at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Then, they immediately unleashed their fastest speed and followed after him. Fatso frowned and said, "Boss, what's wrong with you? Why do you look uneasy?" "It's nothing, let's go." Qin Feiyang smiled and chased after Lu Xingchen and the others. Although he didn't know why, from the emotions transmitted by the concentric knot, the mermaid princess's life was not in danger. As long as her life was not in danger, he could leave with peace of mind. Strange. Fatso and Wolf King looked at each other and quickly chased after him. Soon. Chapter 681. Looking at the altar in front of them, everyone was extremely excited, including the ugly old woman. Because once they stepped on the altar, it was equivalent to staying in the imperial capital forever. This was a matter that would bring glory to their ancestors. But, in the depths of Qin Feiyang's eyes, there was an astonishing cold light. It had been more than 10 years. He had been looking forward to this day for more than 10 years. Now that he had finally reached this final step, his heart was unable to calm down. And the past hidden in the bottom of his heart also uncontrollably surfaced in his mind. His heart felt as if it was being cut by a knife. Fatso was standing beside Qin Feiyang. He quickly noticed Qin Feiyang's abnormality and quickly reminded him secretly, "Boss, calm down, don't be rash." "I know." Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Although his heart was filled with anger, it was not to the extent of losing his mind. Buzz. At the same time, the ugly old woman activated her battle chi and continuously poured it into the teleportation altar. Looking at the awakening altar, Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and secretly said, "Where have you two been fooling around these past few days?" "Outside the city, didn't I tell you?" Seeing Qin Feiyang calm down, Fatso and Wolf King also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. They were afraid that Qin Feiyang would not be able to hold back and directly barge into the imperial palace as soon as he entered the imperial capital. At that time, they were afraid that they would lose their lives before even seeing the emperor. Qin Feiyang frowned. "I'm asking you, what are you doing outside the city?" Fatso laughed. "It's nothing, just fooling around in the mountains with the lion-head eagle and the blood eagle." Lion-head eagle, blood eagle? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and asked, "The two little friends you mentioned are them?" "That's right. Who else do you think it is?" Fatso and Wolf King nodded. Qin Feiyang looked around, then looked at Ren Wushuang and asked suspiciously, "Then where are they now? Why don't I see them?" "We're here." "How is it? Isn't it a huge surprise?" Before he finished speaking, Lionhead Eagle and Shuang came out from Ren Wushuang's bosom and laughed mischievously at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang looked at them and was speechless. What kind of surprise was this? Wolf King said telepathically, "Little Qin Zi, this isn't a surprise, but there's something you'll definitely be surprised to hear." "What is it?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Wolf King snickered, Lu Xingchen and Shen Mei are together again. What? Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. Wolf King thought to himself, Big Bro and Fatso saw it with our own eyes and heard it with our own ears. It can't be fake. When did this happen? Qin Feiyang frowned. It was 7 days ago that night. However, now it's just Lu Xingchen who is pursuing Shen Mei unilaterally. Shen Mei hasn't agreed yet. Wolf King said. Qin Feiyang glanced at Lu Xingchen and Shen Mei's backs and said telepathically, I don't think Shen Mei will agree. After all, Lu Xingchen once hurt her. Not necessarily. That night, we saw with our own eyes that he knelt in front of Shen Mei and begged her to forgive him. And now Lu Xingchen is very good at dealing with women. I guess Shen Mei will return to his arms soon. Fatso sneered. He actually knelt? Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. After all, now Lu Xingchen was a person with strong self-esteem. Even if a knife was put to his neck, he might not be able to force him to kneel. Could it be that this person really liked Shen Mei? Of course. If this person really liked Shen Mei, it could be considered a good thing. But he was afraid that Lu Xingchen would want to use her to do some shady business. After all, this was a person with a criminal record. It seemed that he had to find time to talk to Ren Wushuang about this matter and let her remind Shen Mei to avoid another tragedy. At this time, with a low buzzing sound, the transmission altar was completely activated. Let's go! The ugly old woman called out and took the lead to jump onto the transmission altar. Lu Xingchen and the others followed closely behind. Qin Feiyang also temporarily put aside the matter of Shen Mei and Lu Xingchen and jumped onto the altar. Fatso and Wolf King also rushed up. Immediately, the group of figures quickly faded. In the end, as if evaporating into thin air, they disappeared without a trace. The light of the transmission altar also quickly dimmed. The capital. In a sealed space. This space was more than 1,000 feet long. 9 blood-red altars were neatly arranged on the ground, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. Next to the 9 altars, there was a black stone tablet with different words engraved on it. Lingzhou, Fengzhou, Hezhou, Yuzhou, and so on. At this moment, a group of people gathered next to these altars. Most of them were familiar faces to Qin Feiyang. There was Wan Qiu. There was Tan Wu. There was Xiao Yu, Ling Yu, Feng Ranran, Luo Dan. There was also Feng Wuxie and the twin sisters. But they didn't say anything. They lowered their heads and thought about their own matters. Next to them, there were 5 old men. These 5 people didn't say anything. They all closed their eyes as if they were recuperating from their injuries. The aura they exuded was unfathomable. Suddenly, Wan Qiu raised his head and glanced at the crowd. He said impatiently, How long do we have to wait? When everyone is here, someone will naturally come to pick us up. One of the old men said calmly. He didn't open his eyes when he spoke. Everyone is here except for the Lingzhou. They're really dawdling. Wan Qiu snorted. Zhao Yu snorted. It's not like we're in a hurry to reincarnate. What are you in a hurry for? Wan Qiu raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhao Yu. Did I say anything about you? Why are you talking so much nonsense? Whoever talks the most nonsense knows best. Zhao Yu smiled disdainfully. A cold glint flashed across Wan Qiu's eyes. Buzz. At this moment, one of the altars shone brightly. Following that, figures appeared one after another. It was Qin Feiyang and the others. The group jumped off the altar one after another. The ugly old woman looked at the 5 old men and cupped her hands with a smile. Sorry to have kept you waiting. The 5 of them finally opened their eyes, and rays of light burst out. One of the old men glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others, then looked at the ugly old woman and said unhappily, Why do you people from the Lingzhou always take so long to do things? Something came up at the last minute. Sorry. The ugly old woman smiled apologetically and didn't forget to glare at Qin Feiyang. She was obviously blaming him. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly and looked at the 5 old men. His pupils shrank slightly. The aura of these 5 people was almost on par with the ugly old woman. Obviously, they were the previous masters of Hezhou, Yuzhou, Fengzhou, Yuzhou, and Kongzhou. The 5 old men were also sizing up Qin Feiyang, as if they wanted to see through him. But in the end, They could only see through Qin Feiyang's cultivation. As for the rest, they couldn't see anything. It felt like there was a mysterious veil covering Qin Feiyang's body. The five of them withdrew their gazes in disappointment and continued to chat with the ugly old woman. At the same time, Ling Yu and the other three also went forward and chatted with Qin Feiyang and the others. As for Wan Qiu, Feng Wuxie, and the other two, they looked at Qin Feiyang and the others with a sharp gaze. As for Tan Wu, he didn't greet anyone or say a word, seeming a little lonely. While chatting, Qin Feiyang looked around. It was fine if he didn't look. But when he looked, his eyes were filled with surprise. This place looked so familiar. It felt like he had been here not long ago. He thought carefully for a moment and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He remembered. It was the illusion of the Bridge of Helplessness. Back then in the illusion, he had been to a place called the pagoda. And the space on the first floor of the pagoda, be it the size or layout, was exactly the same as here. The things in the illusion were the same as the real world? This made Qin Feiyang feel incredulous. He even wondered if the pagoda really existed and this place was the pagoda. Clang. Suddenly, a loud explosion jolted Qin Feiyang awake. He turned to look. There was a stone door in front of him. At this moment, the stone door was slowly opening and rays of sunlight shone in through the gap. Through the gap, one could vaguely see a person standing outside the door. At this moment, everyone quietened down and looked at the stone door that was opening. As the gap between the stone door grew larger, the person standing outside the stone door gradually entered everyone's sight. When he saw that person's face clearly, Qin Feiyang felt like a bolt out of the blue and his mind rumbled. It was an old man. He was wearing a pure white robe and had white hair and a white beard. He exuded an otherworldly aura. Qin Feiyang had seen this person before. It was the old man who guarded the pagoda in the illusion. When the stone door was completely opened, the ugly old woman and the others immediately walked to the old man and bowed. Greetings, old Qin. They looked extremely respectful. Even the way they address him is the same? Qin Feiyang frowned. He remembered that in the illusion, Qin Zhong and Qin Yi also called this old man Old Qin. Yes. Old Qin nodded and looked past the ugly old woman and the others to Qin Feiyang and the others. When they made eye contact with Old Qin, Qin Feiyang and the others felt as if they had fallen into a bottomless abyss and couldn't help but feel cold all over. The ugly old woman shouted, "What are you all doing there? Hurry up and salute Old Qin." Greetings, Old Qin. Everyone quivered and bowed respectfully one after another. Old Qin glanced at them one by one and suddenly locked his eyes on Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. Could it be that he had seen through his identity? If the illusion was really the same as the real world, then this was the back mountain of the Imperial Palace. And this old Qin, as a member of the Imperial Palace, must know what he looked like when he was young. So, his heart was in his throat. Old Qin looked at Qin Feiyang for a moment and asked, "You are the Qin Feiyang who killed everyone in the 9 underworlds?" "That's me." Qin Feiyang nodded and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he hadn't been discovered. "The 2 palace lords of the spiritual state have praised you, saying that you have great talent and are a rare talent. But being talented doesn't give you the right to be arrogant. This old man has a piece of advice for you. You'd better behave when you come to the capital, because this place has no lack of powerhouses and geniuses." Old Qin said. The 2 mansion lords he was referring to were naturally the old man and the ugly old woman. Qin Feiyang frowned slightly and said, "Thank you for your advice, Old Qin. I will remember it." Wan Qiu looked at Qin Feiyang gloatingly. "This is the price of being arrogant. Let's see if you dare to be arrogant in the future." But then, Old Qin suddenly looked at Wan Qiu and sized him up and asked, "You are Wan Qiu?" "Yes, I am." Wan Qiu hurriedly replied respectfully. Old Qin said, "Do you feel good seeing Qin Feiyang being taught a lesson?" Wan Qiu's expression froze and he quickly shook his head. "I don't." "You better not. Although Qin Feiyang is arrogant, no one says that he isn't good at anything else. As for you, you started rumors and created trouble to frame Qin Feiyang. Your intentions are worthy of death." If this had happened in the imperial capital, you would have been dead long ago. Old Qin said expressionlessly. Hearing this, Wan Qiu was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He nodded repeatedly and said, Old Qin is right. I promise that I won't do it again. This time. On the other hand, Qin Feiyang and the others looked at him gloatingly. The saying that evil people have their own retribution was true. Old Qin glanced at Wan Qiu coldly and said, Come out. Immediately, a group of people came out in a line. Outside, there was a small square paved with black stones. There were traces of severe weathering. It was obvious that it had been there for many years. Everyone stood in the square and curiously looked around. On all sides, there was an endless mountain range. The mountains rose and fell, and the ancient trees towered into the sky. In the mountain stream, one could also sense countless terrifying auras. This was the aura of a fierce beast. Moreover, it was not a normal kind of terror. Every aura made them feel the threat of death. One must know, they were all war masters. Just the aura alone made them feel this way. One could imagine how terrifying the strength of the fierce beasts lurking in the mountain stream was. After Qin Feiyang came out, he immediately turned around and looked behind him. Immediately, he was dumbfounded. In front of him, there was a huge ancient pagoda. It was dark all over and exuded an ancient aura. On the front of the ancient pagoda, there were two majestic words engraved on it. Pagoda. Sure enough, it was the same as in the illusion. Fatso saw Qin Feiyang staring at the pagoda, and also looked at it suspiciously, and sent a sound transmission, Boss, what's so good about this pagoda? Qin Feiyang said, There's nothing good about this pagoda, but this place should be the back mountain of the imperial palace. What? Fatso's gaze trembled as he scanned the surrounding mountains and rivers. He really didn't expect that the entrance would be located in the back mountain of the imperial palace. Fatso said again, Why would you say that it should be? Could it be that you can't be sure? The back mountain is the forbidden area of the imperial palace. I never came here when I was young. But last time in the illusion of the Bridge of Helplessness, I came here. Qin Feiyang thought. Illusion? Fatso was stunned, and said disdainfully, Boss, is there something wrong with your head? You even believe in the illusion? Qin Feiyang said, The problem is, everything here is exactly the same as in the illusion. There's such a thing? Fatso was extremely surprised. Illusions were all illusions. Normally speaking, they would not match with the real world. But the illusion that Qin Feiyang saw was exactly the same as the one here, which was unbelievable. At this time, Old Man Qin closed the stone door of the pagoda, opened another teleportation gate, and said, There's nothing to see, hurry up and register at the temple. Temple? Chapter 682. A group of people descended in front of a stone staircase. The stone staircase was more than 10 meters wide and more than 20 meters high. There were about 50 to 60 steps, and it was filled with an ancient aura. And on top of the stone staircase, there was a stone tablet. The stone tablet was more than 10 meters tall, and it was completely white as if it was made of white jade. There were two big words engraved on it. Temple. These two words were like iron hooks and silver strokes, exuding a majestic aura. Behind the stone tablet, there were many magnificent halls. Some were tens of meters tall, some were hundreds of meters tall, and some were even towering into the clouds. This is the temple? Everyone glanced at the buildings, and their eyes were filled with curiosity, including Fatso and Wolf King. Only Qin Feiyang didn't have the slightest ripple. After all, he was born in the imperial capital, and he wasn't unfamiliar with the temple. Fatso asked secretly, Boss, do you know what this temple is for? What else can it be for? It's nothing more than the same as the temple, cultivating talents to serve the great Qin Empire. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice, and there was a trace of disdain in his tone. I see. Fatso muttered and said again, Then is the temple also divided into the martial arts hall and the Dan hall? Definitely. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then is there a spiritual power restriction? Fatso asked. The Dan hall of the temple had a spiritual power restriction, and only those who had reached level 5 of spiritual power could enter. I don't know about that. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Fatso was stunned and said in surprise, "You're not from the imperial capital, how can you not know?" "Must I know if I'm from the imperial capital?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. Actually, the temple had a very high status in the imperial capital, because the master behind the temple was the current emperor. Therefore, even the children of the feudal lords would fight to enter the temple. Even the princes of the imperial palace would enter the temple. However, Qin Feiyang was different at that time. First, although all the princes were the children of emperors, Qin Feiyang was lucky to have an empress as his mother. It was common knowledge. The status of celestial empress would be higher than those concubines in the imperial harem. As such, at that time, Qin Feiyang's position in the imperial palace was also higher than the other princes. Second, at that time, Qin Feiyang was deeply favored by the emperor. The emperor often taught him cultivation personally, so there was no need for him to enter the temple. Or rather, even if he wanted to enter the temple at that time, the emperor and empress would not allow it. Therefore, Qin Feiyang only had a general understanding of the temple. As for the details, he had no idea. Of course, in the past, he had disdained to inquire about these things. Suddenly, the sound of steady and powerful footsteps came from the top of the stone stairs. A middle-aged man in black entered the line of sight of Qin Feiyang and the others. This burly man was about 1.9 meters tall and had bulging muscles all over his body. He was filled with a wild aura. Seeing this person, everyone's pupils shrank, because they could not see through this person's cultivation at all. At the same time, the burly man also lowered his head and looked at Qin Feiyang and the others. There was no expression on his rough face. No one knew what he was thinking. Dong Xingyang looked at the black-robed old woman and said in a low voice, "Senior, do you know who he is?" "I don't know." The black-robed old woman shook her head. Without knowing the other party's identity, she did not know how to address him. Therefore, for a moment, the ugly old woman and the others were also at a loss. The middle-aged man suddenly said, "Are you people from the 9 great regions?" His voice was very loud and clear, shaking everyone's eardrums. The ugly old woman and the others nodded respectfully. The middle-aged man said, "My name is Yu Ming, the law-enforcing elder of the Temple Law Enforcement Hall. I am here to pick you up." "Greetings, Elder Yu Ming." The 6 of them immediately bowed. Qin Feiyang and the others also bowed in greeting. "Follow me," Yu Ming said lightly, then turned and left. The ugly old woman and the others led Qin Feiyang and the others up the stone stairs in a hurry. Wolf King asked suspiciously, "Little Qin Zi, what is the Law Enforcement Hall?" "The Law Enforcement Hall exists to maintain the order of the temple," Qin Feiyang said. The number of disciples in the temple was uncountable. Therefore, in order to maintain the order of the temple set up a law enforcement hall. And each person in the law enforcement hall was very powerful. Moreover, they controlled the life and death of the disciples of the temple. They even dared to kill the children of the feudal lords. Therefore, their status in the temple was very high, and they were also the most feared existence of the disciples of the temple. "I'll go." They even dared to kill the children of the feudal lords. Fatso and Wolf King were stunned. They have such power because the law enforcement hall is directly under the jurisdiction of the temple master. And the temple master is the state preceptor. Qin Feiyang said. "State preceptor?" Fatso was puzzled. The state preceptor is the person with the highest status in the Great Qin Empire, except for the emperor and the empress. Moreover, he is the master of the current emperor. Qin Feiyang said. "The master of the emperor?" Fatso and Wolf King looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. Wolf King asked, "Is this state preceptor stronger than the current emperor?" "I don't know. This state preceptor is very mysterious, and he is elusive. I only saw him once when I was a child." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Fatso said, "Fat Lord is sure that this person's strength must have reached the level of heaven and earth, and he is likely to be an obstacle to your revenge in the future. If he really dares to meddle in other people's business, then I won't show mercy. Qin Feiyang sneered. Heard. Fatso and Wolf King couldn't help but shake their heads and laugh. They had never doubted Qin Feiyang's ability. Although he was definitely not a match for this state preceptor now, in the future, he would be able to trample this person under his feet sooner or later. Fatso said, "Boss, the law enforcement hall is so terrifying, it should be very difficult to enter the law enforcement hall." I don't dare to say how difficult it is. But as far as I know, the number of people in the law enforcement hall has always been limited to 99. Plus the hall master of the law enforcement hall, it's exactly 100. Qin Feiyang said. Fatso said, "In other words, even if you are qualified, you can't enter the law enforcement hall? Unless someone in the law enforcement hall dies." Qin Feiyang nodded. "I'm afraid not. After all, this is the imperial capital, who dares to touch them?" Fatso shook his head and said. During the conversation, the group had already climbed up the stone stairs, and a square entered their sight. The square was very big, but it was empty. It was especially cold and cheerless. On the opposite side of the square sat an ancient hall. The great hall was about 10 meters tall and was completely pitch black. Through the door, one could vaguely see a white-haired old man sitting inside. Yu Ming led them straight into the great hall. The layout of the hall was also quite simple. There was only a desk and 2 chairs. As for the white-haired old man, he was sitting at the desk, dozing off with his eyes closed. Yu Ming walked to the table, knocked on the table and said, "Old man, someone is here, register them." The white-haired old man slowly opened his eyes, looked at Yu Ming, then looked at Qin Feiyang and the others, and said indifferently, "Report your name and cultivation." The ugly old woman asked, "Do we want it too?" "Nonsense. If you don't tell me your name, how can I register you? And how can I give you an identity token?" The white-haired old man said without raising his head, his tone somewhat impatient. "Blue 9 Star War sect." The ugly old woman hurriedly said. "What?" Qin Feiyang, Fatso, and Wolf King's eyes all trembled. He never thought that this old witch would actually be a 9-star war sect. She was only one step away from becoming a war saint. At the same time, the white-haired old man took out a white token from the drawer under the desk. The white-haired old man's fingertips surged with battle chi as he waved the token a few times. Then, he threw the token onto the table and said, "Next." The ugly old woman consciously stepped forward and grabbed the white token. Then, she retreated to the side and looked at the token in her hand with an excited expression. Because as long as she obtained this identity token, she would be able to stay in the imperial capital forever. The previous palace masters of He Prefecture, Yu Prefecture, Feng Prefecture, Kong Prefecture, and Yu Prefecture also stepped forward one after another and received their respective identity tokens. Moreover, they were all 9-star war sect. It was Qin Feiyang and the others' turn. Qin Feiyang was not in a hurry, and first let Lu Xingchen and the others receive their identity tokens. About 100 breaths passed. Everyone had gotten it. Only Qin Feiyang and Wolf King were left. Qin Feiyang, 1-star war sect. Qin Feiyang consciously walked forward. The white-haired old man didn't ask anything and directly gave the identity token to Qin Feiyang. Following that, the white-haired old man closed his eyes and began to doze off. Wolf King frowned and asked, "Where is brother's identity token?" "There are no berserk beasts." The white-haired old man replied indifferently. Wolf King said angrily, "Damn, you are looking down on us berserk beasts?" Shwa! The white-haired old man suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 cold rays of light shot out. At this moment, not only Wolf King, even Qin Feiyang and the others felt as if they had fallen into hell. They couldn't help but feel goosebumps all over their bodies. Even the ugly old woman and the others were the same. But very quickly, the white-haired old man closed his eyes again. Qin Feiyang immediately glared at Wolf King fiercely and said angrily in his heart, "This is not the sacred palace, behave yourself." "Got it." The Wolf King pursed its lips, feeling a lingering fear. The old man in front of him looked very ordinary. There was no aura on his body, but it was obvious that he had hidden his cultivation. Yu Ming also looked at Wolf King meaningfully and asked, "Are there any alchemists among you?" The ugly old woman nodded and said, "Yes, Qin Feiyang is." The next, alchemists, report to the Dan Hall. Martial artists, report to the Martial Arts Hall. Remember, in the Sacred Palace, disciples are strictly prohibited from fighting in private. Otherwise, regardless of right or wrong, they will be punished. Yu Ming said. "Disciple will remember." Everyone replied respectfully. "Best remember." Yu Ming glanced at the few of them and said, his tone carrying a hint of warning. "Finished." With a wave of his hand, he took the ugly old woman and the others and disappeared without a trace. They left just like that? Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other in dismay. Leaving them here just like that, wasn't this person too irresponsible? Shouldn't he at least tell them the location of the Martial Arts Hall and the Dan Hall? "What should we do?" Zhao Yu asked. Everyone was at a loss of what to do. Luo Dan pointed at the white-haired old man sitting at the desk and said softly, "Should we ask him?" "I don't dare." Feng Ran shook her head. Ling Yu gritted his teeth and said, "I'll ask." But before Ling Yu could speak, the white-haired old man said, "Go and find it yourself. If you can't even find the Martial Arts Hall and the Dan Hall, it means that you are too stupid. Our sacred palace doesn't welcome idiots." Heard. Everyone couldn't help but show a hint of anger in their eyes. After all, they were the best in the 9 prefectures. Not only did they not have anyone to guide them, but they were also criticized like that. Wasn't this too much? Chapter 683. Get out! The white-haired old man shouted impatiently. "Let's go!" Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and secretly called out to Fatso and Wolf King. Then he turned and walked out of the main hall to the plaza. After Fatso came out, he complained, "Boss, this temple is too much. They don't even put us in their eyes." That's the reality. No matter how outstanding you are in the 9 prefectures, you're just an insignificant character in the imperial capital. If you want to gain the respect of others, prove it with your actions. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Fatso pursed his lips and said, "Anyway, this imperial capital gave Fat Lord a bad impression." Wolf King said, "I also hate this place a little." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and said indifferently, "I told you not to come, but you insisted. Since you're here, just bear with it." At this moment, Lu Xingchen and the others also walked out of the main hall. Ling Yu sighed and said, "I didn't expect us, the geniuses of the 9 prefectures, to be reduced to such a state." The others also looked indignant. But what could they do? They had to lower their heads when they were under someone else's roof. After calming down, Wan Qiu, Feng Wuxie, and the twin sisters glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others and left first. Looking at the backs of the 4 people, Qin Feiyang frowned slightly. He felt that he had missed something, but he couldn't remember what he had missed. Lu Xingchen transmitted his voice and smiled. "Brother Qin, you should know the location of the Martial Arts Hall and the Pill Hall, right?" "I don't know." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Lu Xingchen was stunned. As a prince of the Great Qin Empire, how could he not know the layout of the temple? Qin Feiyang didn't explain. He turned to Tan Wu and said with a smile, "Brother Tan, we'll be brothers in the same sect in the future. Please take care of me." Tan Wu didn't answer and looked at him warily. Qin Feiyang couldn't help laughing. Shua. At this moment, a figure flashed across the void above. Qin Feiyang looked up and flew up into the sky. He called out, "Senior martial brother, please wait." Obviously, he was going to ask for directions. Lu Xingchen and the others looked at each other, then followed suit and flew into the air. In the meantime, the black figure stopped in the air and turned to look at Qin Feiyang and the others. It was a young man who looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. He was about 1.8 meters tall and wore a fitting black robe. His temperament was quite extraordinary. However, the aura this person exuded wasn't very strong. He was only a 2-star battle ancestor. However, there was a very eye-catching white symbol on his chest. The symbol was a small sword. When Qin Feiyang's group approached, the black-clothed youth glanced at the chest area of Qin Feiyang's group and asked, "Are you new here?" Qin Feiyang nodded. Seeing Qin Feiyang nod, the black-clothed youth revealed a trace of disdain. Qin Feiyang naturally saw it, but he didn't care. He cupped his hands and smiled. May I ask, Senior Martial Brother, how do I get to the Martial Arts Hall and the Pill Hall? You really don't know? Lu Xingchen frowned slightly. He originally thought that Qin Feiyang was joking with him. The black-clothed youth didn't answer. He glanced at Qin Feiyang's group and paused for a while on Ren Wushuang and Shen Mei. At the same time, an undetectable light flashed in his eyes. The black-clothed youth smiled and said, "Coincidentally, I'm also going back to the martial arts hall. You guys can go with me." "Thank you, Senior Martial Brother." Ling Yu cupped his hands and smiled. The black-clothed youth smiled faintly and said, "We're all from the same sect. Why are you so polite? Let's go." Immediately, the group followed behind the black-clothed youth and flew towards the depths of the Divine Palace. "All right, let me introduce myself. My name is Xing Wanli. I'm also a disciple of the Martial Arts Hall." The black-clothed youth smiled and said, "Qin Feiyang said, Qin Feiyang of the spiritual state." Spiritual state? Xing Wanli was stunned and asked in confusion, "Why haven't I heard of a place called the spiritual state in the imperial capital?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "Not the imperial capital. It's one of the 9 states, the spiritual state." "So it's that place?" Xing Wanli suddenly realized and asked, "You guys are all from the 9 states?" Qin Feiyang nodded. This time, the disdain between Xing Wanli's brows became even stronger. Looking at this person's expression, everyone was very unhappy but chose to endure it. After all, they were new here and it was better to keep a low profile. Ling Yu said, "Senior Martial Brother Xing, can you tell us about the Divine Palace?" "Of course. Our Divine Palace is composed of 7 major halls. They are the Elixir Hall, Martial Arts Hall, Resource Hall, Deacon Hall, Law Enforcement Hall, War God Hall, and the Martial Arts Treasury." Xing Wanli said. Fatso asked, "What is the War God Hall?" The others were also confused. Everyone knew about the Elixir Hall, Martial Arts Hall, Resource Hall, Deacon Hall, Law Enforcement Hall, and Martial Arts Treasury. Only this War God Hall. I'm not very clear about the specific situation of the War God Hall. But I heard that the War God Hall is a very terrifying place. The people inside are basically old monsters who have lived for thousands of years. Of course, there are also some young people. But without exception, any one of them is an existence that can crush all the geniuses in the imperial capital. Xing Wanli said with awe in his eyes. Old monsters who have lived for thousands of years? Everyone looked at each other with shock in their hearts. Xing Wanli said again, "Have you heard of the Crown Prince?" Ling Yu and the others shook their heads. However, Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows subtly. "I knew you guys haven't heard of him." Xing Wanli looked at Qin Feiyang and the others indifferently and said, "The Crown Prince is the son of the current emperor and the Crown Prince of the Empire. But even so, he isn't qualified to enter the War God Hall." Everyone's heart trembled. Even the Crown Prince wasn't qualified to enter. What kind of existence was the War God Hall? Don't think so much. Because you guys will never be able to enter the War God Hall in your lifetime. Apart from these, our War God Hall has 2 very famous rankings. They are the Alchemy God ranking and the Martial God ranking. These 2 rankings only have 10 places. Those who can enter the rankings are the most outstanding geniuses among the disciples of our War God Hall. They are also the strongest among the disciples of our generation. So in the future, when you meet these people on the rankings, you better be honest. Of course. Maybe you won't see them in your lifetime. Xing Wanli said. But everyone was puzzled. Because they are all monstrous geniuses, standing at the peak of the War God Hall's disciples. They never show their faces in front of others. Xing Wanli said. Alchemy God ranking, Martial God ranking, hearing about it. Everyone's heart was filled with desire. However, Qin Feiyang kept his head down, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. Xing Wanli said a lot more about the War God Hall. But Qin Feiyang didn't listen to a single word. About an hour passed. In the distance, a huge object entered everyone's sight. It was a palace, completely black, occupying dozens of miles, towering into the clouds. From afar, it looked like a ferocious beast lurking there, emitting a shocking aura. That is the martial arts hall. Our martial arts hall has 1,000,000 disciples, so this hall is the largest and most spectacular building in the entire imperial capital. Xing Wanli introduced. So many. Once again, everyone was deeply shocked. All the war god halls in the 9 prefectures added together didn't even have 1/5 of the number here. Xing Wanli continued, and these 1,000,000 disciples are all war masters. Boom. As soon as these words came out, everyone felt like a bolt from the blue, their bodies and minds trembled, and their minds rumbled. 1,000,000 war masters' disciples. How was this possible? One had to know that in the 9 prefectures, any war master could be called a king. Take the spiritual state for example, all the war masters, including the old man and Wang Hong, probably didn't exceed 30. But here, just the martial arts hall alone had more than 1,000,000 battle sect members. What if the elixir hall was added? What if the assignment hall and the law enforcement hall were added? If the scope was expanded and the war masters in the imperial capital were added, this number was simply unimaginable. It was no wonder that it was so difficult for people from the 9 prefectures to enter the imperial capital. Because the imperial capital didn't lack experts at all. It was only now that they realized the reality. These so-called monsters of the 9 prefectures were nothing in the War God Hall. They were dispensable. And here, the number of War God Hall disciples they met had also increased. But for the dozen or so unfamiliar faces like Qin Feiyang, even if they brushed past him, no one gave him a second glance. They were extremely cold. Swish. A moment later, a group of people followed Xing Wanli and landed on the plaza in front of the martial arts hall. There were even more people coming and going in the plaza, but they were all in a hurry, giving off a cold and unsociable feeling. Every disciple of the War God Hall wants to become an expert in the limelight, so we usually don't wander around outside. If we have time, we will cultivate. And those who come out basically have something to do. Xing Wanli said. Everyone nodded in realization. It seemed like the competition here wasn't ordinary. Xing Wanli said, "Let's go. I will bring you to report to the assignment elder. He will arrange a cultivation room for you." At this moment, Lu Xingchen asked, "Senior brother Xing, how do we get to the pill hall?" Xing Wanli was stunned. He looked at Lu Xingchen and asked, "You are an alchemist?" Lu Xingchen nodded. Xing Wanli was surprised, but he didn't have much reaction. He turned and pointed in the opposite direction and said, "Do you see that big hall? That is the pill hall. It is opposite our martial arts hall." Everyone looked over. There was a huge ancient pagoda in the distance. It was slightly smaller than the martial arts hall, but it was still as tall as the clouds. Xing Wanli said, "The pill hall isn't far from here. You can go there yourself." "All right." Lu Xingchen nodded. "The rest of you, follow me." Xing Wanli waved his hand and walked towards the martial arts hall's entrance. Tan Wu looked at Qin Feiyang cautiously and followed closely. Ling Yu and the other 3, Dong Jingyang, Shen Mei, and Ren Wushuang looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Why was this guy so absent-minded throughout the journey? But they didn't ask much. Ling Yu cupped his hands and smiled. "Brother Qin, let's meet again when we have time." Qin Feiyang nodded. He looked at Shen Mei and Ren Wushuang and reminded them, "You have to be careful of that Xing Wanli." The 2 ladies were surprised. Qin Feiyang whispered, "When this person looked at you, his eyes were a little strange. I'm worried that he has bad intentions." "I noticed it too. I even feel that he is leading the way for the 2 of you," Lu Xingchen said thoughtfully. "It can't be, right?" Shen Mei and Ren Wushuang looked at each other. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Anyway, it's never wrong to be cautious." The 2 ladies nodded. Ren Wushuang said, "Then we will be leaving. If there is anything, send us a message." Qin Feiyang nodded. He waved his hand and smiled, "Go."